Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Draft-O-Matic Cup, sponsored by FX. This is an exciting night for us all. The first event as part of the new endeavor RESUP to bring fun events to you guys, the community, and the competitive scene of TF2, and all that good stuff. We're kicking it off here with the Draft-O-Matic Cup. It's a little fun event, the Draft Cup, with 4 of your favorite top invite players, myself, Laz, Habib, and Jay. We all went through a drafting process, picked a bunch of people. There was like 50 people that signed up in the player pool. So we had a lot of choices. We did the draft the other day, came up with 4 great teams, which you are going to see here on the screen right now. You can start making your predictions about who you think is going to come out on top, but this will all be unfolding right here tonight on this stream. It's going to be a double elimination bracket. Hopefully some great matches ahead. I'm just going to give you guys a little bit more background on everything that's going on here tonight. Going to be walking you through some of the settings and just what to look forward to, as well as make a big announcement for the upcoming LAN. So let's get into that here real quick, because I have a match to play and I don't want to hold up the schedule too much myself. So, yes. So, where to begin? I'll just jump in by talking about kind of what you're going to see here in terms of maps and rule sets and all that stuff, because there's some interesting stuff happening. We're going to be running kind of the stock RGL map list for next season, but we are also going to be trying out the improved timers plugins. It's something that I've been a big proponent of recently, and it's also going to be used at LAN. So this will kind of be the debut of those plugins, the improved match timer, improved round timer. How that stuff all works, just so no one's confused, is that it's going to be a 3-minute round timer, and whenever the round timer reaches 0, the match resets the mid-fight. Helps to incentivize fast-paced action, risk-taking, etc. Reduces those long stalemates that a lot of people aren't a fan of. So you're going to be seeing hopefully some really fast-paced, aggressive action. And it's kind of a pug tournament, so add that element in. You're probably going to see some chaos here tonight. Though I should mention there is a prize pool for this. It's over $1,000, a lot of which was provided by FX generously, but there was also a boost from Gaye from the community. So we're looking at over $1,000 in prizing here, which is pretty exciting for a one-day cup. Also nice for a lot of these people that are going to be heading over to LAN. There's going to be a little bit of cash in their pockets to help them with their travels and all that good stuff. So anyways, I was talking also about the rule set. We also have the improved match timer plugin, which is something that I've been long awaiting, which is basically a rule set that removes the ability to park the bus as a winning strategy. Because, oh, one sec. I gotta mute my my OBS on my screen. One sec. Okay, yeah, what it does is it removes parking the bus as a winning strategy, which is long overdue, very important. Essentially how it works is just after 30 minutes, if no team has reached 5 round wins, the win limit is just going to be reduced to 1 higher than the current highest score. So if you have a tied match that's 2-2, the win limit will become 3, and just whoever wins that round wins the game. Another nice thing about it is it doesn't interrupt the flow of gameplay. So the game just continues. You don't have the whole reset to a new round for golden cap or anything. The game just continues. You don't have halftime delays, any of that stuff. The game just flows until the very climactic ending of someone capping last. It's something I really enjoy personally. It allows for comebacks if needed and all that good stuff without really changing much. Honestly, you guys might not even notice it. A lot of these settings are meant to just keep all the good stuff and get rid of the bad stuff. So that's kind of the format we're going to be playing, a double elimination bracket with those rules, draft pug teams, and should just be fun stuff. And as mentioned, this is going to be the first RESUP event. It's this new endeavor of competitive TF2 events. The second of which, of course, is going to be the upcoming LAN. And speaking of LAN, I did want to make a couple announcements right here, right now, about the crowdfunding that we are going to be doing for LAN. So if we could, I want to get on screen here the donation crowdfunding and all that. We're going to be running a raffle. If you go over to donate.resup.gg, all of your donations will be going towards the LAN prize pool. You can get your name shout out on the screen during the LAN. You can also get a raffle entry for this California cap. I thought it'd be a fitting hat for the California LAN. And also, we're going to have a signed mousepad with all the competitors from the event that will be raffled off, and someone will be winning that. If you are going to be spectating in person, you will get 2 raffle entries just for being there as well. So that's something that's really cool. That's for direct donations, basically. We are also going to be launching merch for RESUP and for the LAN. So check out some of our designs. We've got merch over at shop.resup.gg. These are available right now. We have a limited edition LAN shirt, the localhost TF2 LAN shirt, commemorating the event. You can snag one right now, and hopefully you'll get it before LAN. We've got a few other fun and unique designs. We've got the 5CP design. We've got the Beyond the Spire design in a few different colors, and the competitive TF2 design, with more potentially on the way. The shop will be updated throughout the year. I guess there's also the RESUP GG logo for the diehard fans. But yeah, these merch designs are going to be available at shop.resup.gg, and all the profits from that will also go towards supporting future events. Our first event, of course, is going to be the upcoming LAN. So check that stuff out, guys. The donations and the merch for funding the upcoming LAN. And without further ado, I'm going to head or pass it off to our casters here tonight. We've got Dolphin running the stream, but we've got Jarrett here as our first caster. Jarrett, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'm ready to watch some games. It's been about a month, so it's time to dust off the old the casting robes and get back into it with a nice little weekend cup.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of off-season action, warm you up for the upcoming season as well. Your co-caster for the first 2 rounds is going to be TC Mono. How's it going?
Hi. Excited to be here and happy to see this tournament, go forward. And, it kind of answers the question of, what if, these different, top level players were split up on different teams? People have asked that before, and it's great we're going to see it here tonight.
Yep, exactly. So I'm really happy to have you guys here. I wish you guys the best in the cast. Have a good time. And I'm going to head over into the match, and you guys are going to be watching my match. So take it away, guys.
Yep, first match of the night is going to be Team Banny versus Team J up on Metalworks. I'm not really sure quite what the pick bans are, but nonetheless, this is the map that we are on first. It is a BO1, so it's all going to be said and done on this map, and I'm excited to watch this, TC Mono.
So am I. If you're looking here, not sure if we have the rosters on screen just quite yet, but a lot of well-known players and well-known names on both of these teams, and we do have the rosters up now for you. So going to be taking a look at it. As you're looking at, you've seen some players that you don't normally see paired up together. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. I guess I'll take a rundown of Banny's roster. So you're going to have Banny. Obviously, he's the team captain. He picked this roster, and he feels confident about it going forward, hopefully. He's got Artist, Mirror Man. He did pick Patty, but apparently Patty is not here today. So we do have Rio. His sub is going to be Plane instead of Patty. We also have May and Zam as the final 2 people on the roster. And if you go down Jay's roster as well.
Yep, for the side of Team J, we do have Bot Mode, Howard, Zilly, Donovan, and Tresh. So we got a lot of talent in the server right now. Like you said, nice mix, and I think when it comes to experience, it's a really nice mix as well when it comes to like really serious play, trying to... And there's one thing to play a pug, and it's like whatever if you win or lose, but when there's a prize at the end of it, it kind of changed things a little bit. So got a bunch of grand finalists, a bunch of victors, a bunch of solid playoff players, and I think technically new blood. I don't think Donovan and Tresh have really played many seasons of Invite and it's full. They've mostly just been puggers and been pretty successful in advance. So it's a nice mix to see all these players up together for a really serious competition, and I'm kind of curious about what's going to happen at the end of the day.
So am I. You mentioned it, you talked a little bit about it, but Donovan and Tresh are definitely some of the players that, if you're in Twitch chat right now and you only kind of maybe watch invite casts or those type of matches. You might not be familiar with those players. Maybe if you watch some of those invite plugs, you might have seen their faces, but they're definitely, I guess, probably some of them underdogs or maybe lesser known players who might take this as an opportunity to try and prove themselves as to be, on that playing field, and could potentially be players that would make a top level invite team because you have to think Jay, he picked these players. He's obviously he saw something in them for his team and over some other kind of well-known invite players. And I guess as we get into it, what do you think? What is the stronger team to you, Jarrett? Obviously, because you've played amongst these players and you kind of know how they play. What is the stronger team in your opinion? And what do you think the play styles that both Banny and Jay were kind of looking for as they picked?
Uh, it's kind of difficult to say because on one hand, like you can kind of get an idea of like, oh, this player likes to play this way, and it meshes really well um with like this other player that's on their team. But at the end of the day, these players were picked without class locks, so you can kind of make assumptions on like who's gonna land where and who's gonna be playing what. But at the end of the day, they could come out with whatever. I mean, maybe right before they ready up, we can kind of assume that whatever classes they're on is what they're picking, but you never really know. For example, right now, you look at Team J, you look, who's going to be playing Demo Man? Oh, probably bot mode, right? But right now, J is pre-gaming as demo, so who knows what's
Wow.
going to happen? You never really know. Um, I think probably Banny's team might be a little bit stronger, but it's like we always say, things on paper. I mean, they can give you a good suspicion of why it might be a leading case, but you never really know. And to top it all off, the fact that it's like a pug atmosphere and the fact that it's kind of thrown together a little bit in terms of player synergies and not being prepared for like, all right, team, we've been practicing on Metalworks for 3 days straight to do all these different strats. It's a mashup of all these different play styles trying to see what they can do to make it work to the best of their ability. So there's really no telling what's going to happen, honestly.
You are correct in that we're not sure what's going to happen. It is interesting to me. Maybe it's not to you, Jared, but it's interesting to me that Metalworks is the map that was chosen. If you guys don't know the map rule, it is most of the standard 5 CP maps along with I believe Cough Clear Cut and Cough Bagel, those ones. So Metalworks definitely in there, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's one of the standard pug maps that Snakewater, Sunshine, Process are. People can play those on repeat all day ad nauseum if they want to before they even think about touching Gully or Metal. So it's a bit interesting to me that this is the one that these teams chose. Maybe because it isn't a pug map, maybe they think that gives them an edge in some way, shape, or form, or maybe that's just they thought that giving the other team up would be too beneficial for them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely not a map that spam tons. So even if you can get an idea of like, oh well, when we play pugs versus this player in like a really chaotic scenario, they always do this because some people play differently when they play with their team versus just like with a bunch of random people that they don't concurrently play with tons of times. But Metalworks, you can't really think back to tons and tons of like, oh, even though this is really chaotic, I played against this one guy in this situation on process like a dozen times in the past 2 months. I know what he's gonna do, but new map. I guess you never really know what's gonna happen, but we are going live. This is a really long roulette, so we actually have time to do this really quick. What's your predictions for the score before we get into it?
Oof, I'm gonna say 4-3 in favor of Banny's team. How about you?
I'll maybe do like a 5-2, but I mean, I guess we'll see. We're going into the first mid fight of the game.
As we are gonna be watching right now, gonna be trying to see what does. Looks like he did get in fairly cleanly, and they are gonna be trying to rotate to this red crate side. We do see the soldiers being a bit initiated, but Mirror is gonna be going down almost immediately. He was trying to go for a pick, but Art is going down, Zam going down as well. The Froyo Bandy team is gonna have to back out of here. They are leaving through lower, and that is a very clean mid win for the side of Jay's team.
Yeah, that's quite the snowball effect. I'm not really quite sure what it was, but either way, Mirror Man got shut down very hard. So right off the bat, the distraction that Banny's team was trying to work off of to make sure they're able to find success, take space, and not get shut down walking up.
Point is being captured.
first right now for the side of Banny's team, and gonna have Jay's team start to take a crack at it right now. There is a gun being built up by Banny, so placed in a pretty normal spot over on the right-hand side on top of the crate. So we'll have to see what the red team does to try to break the stalemate.
Yeah. It looks like Howard is peeking this left side area. He was just peeking, maybe just getting a bit of information for his team. Luckily for Banny's team, their med May did get out of life, so they are going to be able to hold this fairly successfully. Tresh going in for a huge high bomb. He does get some damage, but not onto May, so May is going to stay alive with that Uber. And now it looks like maybe a counter site. Now it looks like we're just going to be placing some forward sticky Zam, peeking it out. Actually, as I say that, Rio was trying to move in through Toxic, but he's going to be denied by Donovan. So that is going to be a counter sack failed from Bandy's team. Looks like they're just going to post back up here on last.
Yep, 1 for 1. Gonna have to see no off classes actually for the red team, so looking like they want to poke over onto the right-hand side from their perspective. Tresh actually getting in really deep enough to be able to spam the gun at least a little bit, but Banny is on it, so despite all the damage it's taking, it is not going down. It is very hard to sack into last in general when there's a sentry gun alive, because at least one player is immediately gonna melt from the gun, so you have to make sure you do your due diligence and try to spam it down, but you're going to get spammed down by the opposing soldiers and Demo Man yourself as well. So it's a very sticky situation. Might end up being in a scenario where someone might just have to bite the bullet and then have a second person see if they can get onto May. But here we go. Starting to go in. Tresh high bombing. Actually getting onto Zam in the backline, but is going to eventually die. Rio does fall. Zam got low, but will not eventually die. Going to get RESUP. So at the end of the day, a 1 for 1. And now we're starting to talk about the clock a little bit. Howard going in. Actually, he just wants to go for the sniper. Immediately, Donovan going in as well. But, just two-man the gun, making sure that they are unable to reach either of their targets. And now this is an opening for the blue team to start to be on the
Botmo
move.
might be caught here. He is caught. A really great sticky from Artis is going to take Botmo down, as the rest of the Bandy team is going to be pushing forward here. Jay going for a play onto Rio, but the Uber is forced right now. May trying to stay alive and back out of it. Really great job. Not quite sure who that was. Maybe Howard getting onto May there and making sure that Uber was used, and now what was looking like a very dicey position for Jay's team has turned into a really great one. They are going to be working this Uber back through lobby, and it looks like they're going to be trying to take this in through right side here.
Yeah, it's a great initiation for Jay. It looks like they want to rotate at least a little bit, but great initiation from Jay, causing a distraction that gave an opening for that force to heaven. But now, working through left, popping through the door, immediately onto the gun. It's only level 1, immediately going to fall. Jay trying to clear some stakes off point as well as the rest of their team getting onto it. The other soldier bomb going in, but cleaning up Howard. Going to make sure that Rio and Zam does fly as well. It's just a complete chaos happening on top of the point, but with May, the only person left alive after everyone dying inside each other's models, the red does indeed take the first round here on Metalworks.
And that is a really great play. And that's that rule set kind of kicking into action there, because you saw, we kind of mentioned it, it was going down to 1 minute left on the round timer. So Jay's team had to do something other than just doing those single soldier sacks, which kind of led to the chaos that unfolded, leading to them winning the round. So that's going to be 1-0 right now for Jay's team. Once again, going to be watching Artis on these mids. Last time he got a little bit juggled. Going to be trying to see if that happens again. Yeah, he does get taken down. Botmo just hitting that sticky every single time. So they are going to be trying to again rotate. We see a soldier flying high in the sky. Going to be trying to push Tresh out of lunchbox right now. Really great double soldier action right there from Bandy's team. But it's going to be Bandy going down to a nice pipe from Botmo. And once again, frags are falling in the side of Jay's team. They're going to be trying to exit out once again through lower. And it's basically almost a repeat of what we saw last time, except this time Artis is going to be able to stay alive and put some sneaky sticky traps down here, Jarrett.
Yeah, the blue team tried to make some adjustments, and they were actually able to make sure their team wasn't melting, but it seems like the distraction just wasn't quite enough, and the red team definitely prevented them from taking too much room, and the high ground kind of screwed over the blue team at the end of the day. So Howard peeking forward through lower, gonna get bombed on by the side of one of the soldiers in Mirrorman and Zam. So immediately cleaning up, and Zam is on the chase. He wants to go and fight Tresh and Donovan inside lobby with his start partner of Banny, and they are doing some damage, but not quite enough to actually get a kill. It's just a distraction for Rio to go in, but will not quite find the kill. There's frags happening all over the map. Mirrorman gonna barely get Donovan, which what I think was just a mini crit. Was that escape plan kill? Either way, 1 for 1 still in the blue team. On the move, they want to break into mid right now.
Yeah, they are going to be... Bandit's going to be leading this super in. He does get unflashed, maybe a bit disconnected from his med. Going to be meeting him back up, but good job from him to at least get that Uber force out from Zilly. Botmo going to be hitting the pipe on him while his Uber's not in. And the frags once again just falling in favor of Jay's team right now. It's only Zam here. Rio looks like he's rolling out right now, and he's going to be caught. Maybe he's trying to escape, and that's going to be a full wipe right there. And this is looking like hopefully a second round here for Jay's team.
Yeah, that seemed like a big miscommunication from the blue team. They Ubered in, but immediately turned around, and that led to the team wipe. Now with Bandy, last person left on in position, he's already so weak, and they're just all stacked on top of the point. So once again, Jay's team finding their way to make sure that, you know, they take any advantage they can and push it all the way to another point, leading 2-0 here on Metalworks.
Yeah, this is really fairly dominant right now from the red team. We've been seeing they've just got such a great understanding and control of this mid so far. Going to be interesting to see what the blue team or the Bandy team is going to do in response to this. This time, I'm going to be watching bot mode as he rolls out. He's been doing good damage to Artis fairly early, but we see Artis this time rolling out through Lunchbox, so changing it up a little bit. Wonder if anyone's going to capitalize off of that. And we do see they are going to be going in. It's going to be the soldiers bombing in, but this time it's them dying once again. Oh, just the collapse right now, similar from the red team. A similar situation. They are going to be able to keep Artis and Banny alive once again, getting a nice on the J, who was trying to chase them out. So it looks like they should be able to at least hold the second point here, Jared. But these mids have not been going a blue or Banny's team's way.
Yeah, Jay's team is definitely baiting, at least for the most part, for these mids in a way to make sure that, okay, we'll let you come in onto the point, and when you do, we're going to make sure that you guys take too much damage to continue fighting forward, and that's been the case so far. I mean, the blue team has found a little bit of solace as the game goes on, finding more picks in exchange for the people that they've lost along the way, but it seems like the trades are just not working in their favor quite enough yet for them to actually win the mid. So red team still in the driver's seat right now. They own the middle point, trying to figure out exactly how they want to break in a Metalworks second. It's not necessarily clear cut and dry, just bombing for the medic, since they can play in the shutter sometimes, and it kind of makes you want to do something different, play for a different target, do some sort of try. So gotta get a little bit of information, but they are on sniper right now. Jay peeking through underpass, see if he can see anyone's feet through the little slits in the in between the bridge and the point. So any pick here could be monumental for them. Just make it really, really difficult for the blue team to continue to defend this, and might force their hand at some point if they feel like they need to. And their hand is being forced. Mirrorman and Bandy going in to make sure that Tresh does fall, but Jay still on the field. That is a threat they are going to have to deal with. Rio almost giving up his life to make sure that lower is pressured, but will escape. So 1-for-1 trade with a sniper still on the field. Ooh, and a nice shot.
They're peeking deep valley.
Yeah, they are definitely trying to play out the clock here.
Definitely, which is a bit interesting right now because normally with the sniper, if you just leave him there long enough, he will eventually hit something, but he does have a time limit to try and make something work. Rio going down. Looks like he was trying to make a play in through house, but we do see a soldier, Donovan. He's going to be trying to get through house himself, and he does get expertly denied from Banny and Zam right now. Jay just taking shot after shot after shot from Ali right now. No one is there to deny him. No soldier bombing, so finally now, Bandy and his med are going to be running him out. Looks like they may have tried to go for an Uber exchange there if they were still close, but the J team does back out of there. Well, actually, no, we do see Froyo Mirror. He's going to be trying to go in for a play, but Jay is going to get the shot on the May. That's disastrous right now as Mirror is committed and he is going to go down. There's no way he was going to be able to get out of that. Jay, it's other body shot on the Rio. We do see Zam. Looks like he's maybe trying to go for something through lower, but no, he's just going to play by house. He gets, Jay just takes him down. This is going to be a huge Uber ad. His team to work with here, Jarrett.
Yeah, this is for the most part relatively free, although they can still screw this up, but there's no gun that hardly set up at all. There's no spam or traps on any of these doors. They're just milking through at least a second before they have to pop and get onto the point, wrapping around to the other side of the point to make sure that they are trapped inside the spawn, killing Bandy. So one player down beside the blue team. The collapse happening now. Headshot ringing out, an air shot from Rio onto bot mode, trying to clean him up, but Zilly very alone off in no man's land. It's just a sniper and a medic left alive. Headshot from Jay, clean up on Amir Man. Zilly distracting to let Jay get some extra shots. He knows they're weak, but Artist, he's full. Is he going to stay? He's risking it. He's trying to go for it. Artist peeking. He knows that Jay's going to play risky here, but no, he's going to back up out of the shutter, play it safe, make sure he lives with his life, and not accidentally just feed a little bit too late to, hurt things in the long run. But with Zilly being such a late death, the heal advantage is coming in play for the side of the blue team, immediately rushing under the bridge to block these players out, almost killing bot mode in the process. Jay, very low, but will get aired up at the end of the day. So the blue team, they've survived. They've held on to last. They've collected the second point, and eventually they're going to have an Uber ad to work to get their way back into mid.
Yeah, that was very clutch from everyone on the blue team. That could have easily gone in the favor of a Jay's team, but they were just able to focus up and make sure they got all the necessary picks to hold on to that, And that's kind of like the dual effect of running a sniper. If they're hitting their shots, they're just the best player on the field, but in that scenario, Jay wasn't really hitting much, so it kind of hurt his team in the long run. Artist going in for a huge bomb. The Uber is huge from Valley, but they're not really going to be able to find much of anything whatsoever. They get this midpoint, however, and they should be able to try and spam this J team as we're trying to work in through Valley. Gonna be a soldier bombing in, making a bit of space. Tresh, that is, but he's gonna go back for that pack by truck, as it looks like J's team hopefully trying to get this without having to use Uber. And a huge bomb from Donovan, and Tresh just gonna be collecting all of those players. I'm not quite sure where, but that's gonna be enough to solidify that mid cap. Looks like they're now using the Uber to try and get onto May. May is going to be trying to leave through the shuttered door. It's going to be able to stay alive, and no, Howard going to be collecting that kill. Really great stuff. Banny in the backline is going to be getting Jay, but that sniper pick doesn't mean as much when you've just lost your medic, Jarrett. But Sam!
Oh, but losing bot mode, though, they don't have any control over the lockdown of the doors. They're flooding through right now, out of the point, and Howard and Zilly have to get out. They are able to eventually escape. You know, they've bit off a little bit more than they had to give up their Dome Man, which is pretty unfortunate, but now Zam's on sniper. He's actually walked out of the forge, so it's going to be kind of scary for the side of Zillion friends if they want to walk through with his advantage when a sniper looking at underpass, so going to have to be careful there. I don't know if they know that he exists yet, to the extent that, you know, he's out of the forwards, right? But it's only going to take one shot before they eventually know. The question is, will that shot be the nail in the coffin for the red team's push or not?
Yeah, definitely. You might assume that Zam would have switched off, maybe back to scout after getting that bot mode pick, but you know, it could be useful, as it looks like we are going to see Jay's team flood in through house right now. Just going to be using off onto their demo bot mode, flying in high, but they're not going to be able to find any picks. Surprised even Zam managed to get out of that one. So now this is going to be a little bit of a leapfrog situation, as May is coming up on their Uber. They don't have Jess, but it's almost there at 90%. Oh, Tresh isn't at last.
He's Pain Train. He has Pain Train.
Oh, he
almost got that. He got off to kill Banny, and Howard and going forward as well, trying to go off the distraction, but will not find an opening. Got Artist really low to 24 HP, but that's bought them some time at the bare minimum. They've given up a little bit, but got a lot of cap time. It's a big threat, and what could have been like a 70% Uber ad is starting to dwindle. It's going to be about 35 before they can even use it, and it's even slower right now. They're not busting straight through. The flank from the red team, Jay and Donovan, they're on the chase. They're fighting Banny at last. At least Donovan's on his way there, and that's buying even more time for Uber. Banny dies again to the flank coming from behind, and Donovan takes one as on his way out as well. Tresh makes sure the Rio is killed, and there's only 3 people left alive for the side of the blue team despite their advantage. So much time has been bitten off, even with Tresh going in the last second to pretty much feed or try to go for a force, that it's even now. Howard almost dies.
Howard
It's an
stays
arrow
alive.
at the last second. He's alive. The chaos from the red team, it's too strong right now. The blue team is unable to work their way out onto 2 and what could have been at least a free space making Uber, and now Zam falls right in the shutter.
That it's just the flanks kind of being abused right now. That's what it at least seems to me. Donovan, Tresh, all of his soldiers, and Jay managing to get behind and just distract all of the blue team right now, not being able to push forward. As now you see, it looks like bot mode gonna be picking that left side area with the rest of his team, baiting in Mirror for the pick. They do manage to get on the bot mode, so actually a fairly good trade, but Rio is gonna go down as well. We do see a scout 1v1, Bio versus Howard right there, but Donovan is out his teammate. The Ubers are used on last right now. It is an Uber exchange. Thank God, Artist is gonna go down. That's so unfortunate right now. This is just a Zam solo Uber. He's gonna buy as much time. Mirror now coming in, but he's gonna get killed almost immediately, and just the players on point. There's too many of them, and that is gonna be another round for the J team. 3-0.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of flank abuse back there for the red team, and it kind of makes sense when it comes to pugs, because dealing with Metalwork flanks is a little bit more finicky sometimes when it comes to pushing, but making sure that everything's locked down. So it definitely makes sense to see it happen, but the fact that it happens so much is definitely a huge strength for the red team, and it's something the blue team's going to need to patch in the long run.
Definitely, but first things they've got to do is fix these mids. Gonna be interested to see what they do. Gonna be taking that red crate pretty almost immediately, just getting that high ground. We're gonna be spamming off that damage. They know Tresh is in Lunchbox. Maybe you're gonna try and go for a plan. Them just doing some spam right now. No soldiers flying in immediately. As I say that, we do see going in. He is gonna be taken down, but Howard is gonna trade off on the Rio for that. So both soldiers gonna be taken down on each side of the map right now. Gonna be just better positioning almost, it looks like, for the J team. Blue team is gonna backed up by the Valley air, but they are going to be moving forward now. It is going to be going down. We do see a bomb in from behind. It's Tresh. We're going to be forcing the Uber out actually on mid. Chang and the rest of his players are going to be able to back out in the Valley safe and sound, and now we're going to come forward with that threat of Uber. A nice early pick on Tresh, but Artist is going to go down. He's a bit overextended away from the rest of his team, and now they do get the Uber force, and I don't think they're going to lose anyone else for that, so they should be able to hold on to second. Zam going down, so that's going to cancel any chances of pushing into mid with that, and that's going to be another, albeit a bit more not as clear-cut mid win for the side of Jay's team.
Yeah, the blue team's starting to claw their way back a little bit, but the red team still has a very strong hold over making sure they win most of these mid-fights. And with bot mode being a very late death, they're immediately starting to make some moves over onto 2. May will fall to the low ground. Oh, he eats a sticky just barely, but will eat the pack at the end of the day. Rio will fall from the sticky from bot mode, so 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. Zilly taking a little bit of damage in alley, but it's just a distraction for the side of Trash. Popping Bandy up in the air, will get arrowed up and will not fall, so you do have one person behind, but a lot of weak players. Jay will die. Howard as well, so no scouts for the red team, and Zilly falls as well as bot mode. It's a complete massacre happening over in alley. Just Trash left alive with Donovan rolling out on Spy, and that is a red team wipe. The blue team has found their saving grace. They've held 2 and worked their way back to mid for free, but will the Spy be a thorn in their side?
I mean, you wouldn't expect a spy during this time, so that's probably the best time to do it. It's kind of, you know, at the tail end of a transition fight, you know, there's no real hope of a back cap, so he's gonna go in.
No. Oh, May.
Oh, May finally turns around at the last second just to get that.
No,
knock.
no! Are you kidding me?
What?
Are you kidding me?
Whoa.
Ramps. Ramps. You just need a little bit. You need a little bit of height disadvantage, and you pull that off, and that is a medic dead for the blue team. They're still working their way in, though. They're going through. They're trying to get some positioning. They found a couple kills, but they are running into a meat grinder. Bot mode and Trash are slaying the blue team. Artist taking a lot of damage. The arrow onto Jay, keeping him alive. Banny's still trying to fight him, but they have no heals ready to make sure that they can keep fighting this in the long run. They will surely die for this, and they will. Jay and Trash make sure those last 2 kills that happen for the side of the red team. It is just May and Rio and Zam are all respawning.
That is so unfortunate because I mean that, you know, like that was a really great position for Bandy's team or the blue team right there. It looked like they were going to get that mid win. It looked like they had a good shot at taking second, maybe even last, but just that unexpected spy is just a huge momentum killer and maybe even a morale killer because they were just getting up to the swing of things, so to speak, and to have that happen is extremely unfortunate.
Yep, so do have a full Uber ad for the side of the red team. They're starting to work their way forward, trying to figure out what door they want to go to. It doesn't seem like they really want to necessarily go through house. Gonna go alley a little bit slower. Have to be worried about these traps and such, and the high bomb actually coming in from Rio. It's a bit of a fake, not going quite yet. It seems like, oh, they're faking it out. They're going through underpass instead. They actually got in pretty deep. Zilly popped in the air. The scout over will happen through the ramp room, killing Mirror Man, and the chase is on into the shutter. Gains advantage on a Bandy. Actually maybe catching Rio with the body block. But he will eventually work his way around and escape, just barely one behind in Zam, trying to go for a back cap, but there's no way the blue team actually stops at the time. They do have an ad to work with, so the fact that Zam is a thorn in their side behind could be the pinch that they need, but they still have to be careful about all their flanks and going behind.
Yeah, Zilly is fairly low already. I'm not quite sure how he got that low, but I'm not sure if anyone's on a position to take advantage of it. As I say, that bot mode's very low. Well, looks like they're just going for play just to force the Uber, which they do. I'm not quite sure about that one, as Zilly does get a nice arrow kill onto Bandy, but that's not really the picks that you want right there. And that is going to be a second cap for Bandy's team. Just going to be stacking this to deny as many spawners as possible. They do deny bot mode, so they don't have any stickies to worry here as they try to push in to mid. They do have a hiding Tresh right there. Oh, Mir does spawn him out.
Shadows.
Really great stuff.
Yeah, gonna be catching him out. With Zilly being the last one that died there, there's no heals here for the red team. They are for surely giving up mid. Bot mode, though, have to be careful. He's poking his head around, trying to get up a trap or something, but will only eat a little bit of a, you know, just a fadeaway rocket, and will live to fight another day. So free mid for the blue team. They have 40% ad. It's doable. You can work with it. A little bit of a long walk on Metalworks, so they'll have to start moving a little bit earlier if they want to go ahead and go. But they're starting to get it now and gonna figure out where they want to push from. It's looking like it's gonna be house.
Yeah, looks like they're maybe still deciding. No, they are going to be using on the Artist, getting some good damage. No! Trash with a beautiful air shot onto Artist. That is so unfortunate right there. And he does get disconnected from that Uber, and he dies instantly because of it. There's not much you can do if you're Artist in that scenario, but that does mean that Jay's team is going to be trying to push out through house right now. Donovan is going to go down. Looks like they're going to be trying to get onto Mir. He's just juking and dodging in that backline. So the Uber's finally forced out from Zilly, but they're getting a lot of picks with it. It's not really that bad of a force, and can say it was a deliberate right now. Rio going down as well, and it's now just Artist alive. He's maybe got some sticky traps somewhere, but I don't think it's going to be much of anything to deny this mid whatsoever. And once again, blue team on their second, and they've got a hell of a battle if they want to try and get back into this.
Yeah, after Artis dropped in that Uber, that is just... Imagine, it's probably much more difficult to be able to bust through, even if you eventually do have your Uber for the red team. If there's traps that you have to deal with and have to be careful poking through doors, but I guess the scout wasn't ready for the Uber, got juggled or something, so there's no speed to make sure that Artis could get another flash, so it all came tumbling down like dominoes once again. So red team in the driver's seat, a little bit of a swap here in terms of owning mid and pushing into 2, but it's about the same when it comes to the Uber ad, but looking like it's going to be house once again, except for the red team this time.
Yeah, that does seem to be what it is. Looks like they are going to try and do the same thing, just bombing in bot mode, but this here to deny him once he gets some flash. Zam, once again, in the forward spawn as a sniper. I think they do know, so yeah, they're going to be locking him down, making sure he's not going to have any room to play with. So they do have Uber advantage on the blue team right now, but it's going to be, a question of whether you decide or how you decide to push out with it, because last time they tried to do this, it was fairly successful, but they got punished with the back cap shenanigans, so it's going to be interesting to see what the red team do again here, Jarrett.
Yeah, they're busting through right off the bat, going over to the bridge, and meanwhile, over on the flank side, they're going to go bot mode, which is really nice, but Howard and Tresh are on the move. They're able to kill Mirror Man, work their way over towards last, but they're both very, very weak in red HP, but Artis left alone. They're busting back through bridge, able to kill Artis. The people in the back line are going to eventually die, but Jay and Zilly, they need to escape if they can. They've juked and jived. They faked that they were going to last just to get everyone to leave and found their way out through bridge. Not a single person stayed on 2 for cap time. All going back with a threat of someone being at last, and they snake their way out just in time for them to get the Uber, busting through, able to kill Rio, but that's just going to be it. But maybe that could be enough for them to start their chase through bot mode alone in lobby. I don't think he got the memo.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for bot mode, but Zam, he was stuck in alley right there, and he gets a very nice pick onto Donovan right there. So getting 2 right there is fairly good for blue team. They are, once again, going to be coming up on that Uber in just a little bit, but Jay and Silly going to be in this left side area, just going to be trying to do as much as they can. Oh my god, really great stuff from Jay. They get on to Mirror Man.
He got May, and he got 2 with that. That should have been Jay, like, giving up his life for his medic, but he takes 2 with it. It's a great boon for the red team.
That's really great stuff. Luckily, they did manage to get Zilly while he was leaving Jay, so it's not going to be as bad as it could have been. But yeah, that Jay pick should have been almost insta-kill for him right there. Very impressive that he managed to live as long as he did. And now, because of both of those meds going down at basically around the same time, it is probably going to be even Ubers and a stalemate here. It looks like Zam is going to be peeking a sniper out onto lobby. Oh, he did have a pick onto Zilly, but it does not connect, so they should know that he's on sniper right there, so Zilly should not peek that a sight line without pushing him back. Yeah, it looks like Zam is going to retreat back. We do see the sentry gun once again, and we're kind of back where we were in the first round here, Jarrett. But this time with a lot more ground that blue team needs to make up.
And a really small ad and 45 seconds left before a reset here. So we'll have to see. Thin margins. The red team's going to push with 15% ad at this point. Going to be even slimmer, but they're going for it. Have to kill May right after that or Cap, otherwise the blue team Uber will come into play. They are able to get the out of that, but they found May. Tresh is able to actually get him. He was so far back. How did that even happen? They even with their soldiers got May and Artis. They're in this corner over on the right-hand side from the attacker's perspective. Immediately going forward, making sure that these scouts are under control. Going to give up their own lives for it, though. Just a medic and a demo versus 2 scouts. One's pretty weak and one pipeable, but you gotta live through it, and bot mode will die. Zilly collects the kill on the band. He trying to kill Zam. He gets him. Can he get there in time? Artis and May, the roll. Artis has to jump there. Sam around the corner, and yeah, okay, he's there in time. That was almost very, very scary for this. Oh, an Artist! That was almost very scary, but Artis coming in clutch there with the late respawn. Donovan coming in. Air shot from Mirror Man. Yeah, that's gonna be stalemate.
That is going to be a stalemate. So what that means is you may be thinking, oh, that was a bit quick for a stalemate. That doesn't seem like a 10-minute round. That's because it wasn't. It was 3 minutes. There's only 3 minutes in the round in this new configuration that we're using, tournament or this cup. So that is why these teams, and we've been seeing a bit more action, a little less stalemates, and that's kind of a beauty of this lowered or decreased round timer. So it is still going to be 3-0, even though we are on our 5th mid fight. And once again, going to be seeing what they do to try and fix things up.
Artis melted.
Yeah, we do see the soldiers just bombing in, and all of these players stuck in by truck. They are going to be trying to leave once again through lower. They're also health. Rio is in single digits. Oh my god, he does manage to stay alive. Howard was on the prowl for that kill. And because they were able to keep all those players alive and get them back up and healthy, looks like they are going to be trying to refight this. It's not going to be a mid win, but it is going to be basically the best mid that they've had so far. They are going to have Zam going down, but there's only 2 up right now, just Jay and Silly. They've been able to do a world of work last time we saw them, but a huge bomb in from the soldiers right now in the cleanup. Going to be trying to get on the Mei, and Jay does find a really great pick on the Mei right there from Jay, and now this is disaster for the blue team. We're gonna have to try and get onto Zilly if they can. Mir getting a nice rocket up on the bottom, so at least that's a demo down, and so you have a little bit more presence here to hold this. We do see the scouts and soldiers going in trying to get onto Zilly, but no one is able to do enough damage to get the kill or the force, and that is gonna be another mid win for the side of red team.
And that's a quite different of a mid win as well, because they played much more aggressively and just played off the fact that they stacked the cap and played the second half of that mid fight, which is with forward respawners, and they're on the move now. Zam gonna fall inside lobby. The Uber immediately coming off trying to catch Artis. He is gonna jump, but there's no stickies on the point. Immediately the gun goes down while it's still in his building phase, trying to get onto the soldier and spawn, killing Mirror Man. Rio jumping around to try to get a flank over, but Banny will fall. 3 down for the side of the blue team. Jay will fall as well, so only 4 players left alive versus 3 of the blue team. Still doable. Artis killing 2 at the tail end of this. Tresh getting on the point with the Pantry once again. May drop to 6 HP. Rio and Tresh falling, just bot mode left alive, and he kills May with his last pipe. He is eventually escaping. No one is able to chase. Everyone's just going to cut their losses and accept what happened. They're both medics falling, and I mean, it's pretty promising for the red team, but blue team still holding on just by a thread.
Definitely. I mean, it is still doable. You know, if they get the 2 rounds and they, you know, make sure that the 3rd round starts before the round timer ends, they could technically at least tie it up and send it to Golden Cap. So it's technically still doable, I believe, with this rule set. I'm not sure if it is going to happen based off of what we see, as Ubers are in the favor of the red team. They do have a bit of to work with. Looks like they're just going to be peeking and prodding. Actually going to be sending in Donovan to make some space. Looks like he is going to maybe trying to go for a play, but that is just a distraction for Tresh to try and get in, but he's going to be denied by that sentry gun. So it's going to be interesting to see if blue team do something. No, looks like they're just going to be trying to furiously build up their Uber, and I'm not sure what there is possible for them to do here, Jared.
Well, for the most part, it's interesting because usually when I guess for the red team it's interesting because usually when there's a gun on the point, one thing that can be common is like, oh, we'll just run a sniper like they have now to force the medic to stand in a less safe spot to avoid sniper sightlines, and then it's easier to bomb. Like you just have a scout, eat the gun, and then a soldier gets in. But I mean, that takes a bit to kind of set up, and you don't really have that much time. For the blue team, I'm pretty sure at this point they're just trying to ride out the well, maybe not necessarily. They might not necessarily ride out the last minute. If something catastrophic happens, they'll use that as an opportunity to take 2, since there's going to be no reset when the time runs out here. But it's going to be a bit before the red team is actually able to get something really good. Like I doubt they can actually just try to play off of Tresh getting picks. They would have to play off of Tresh's existence. The fact that May is now playing in this dispenser spot, and it's much easier for a soldier to get to rather than May being in the spawn area.
Yeah, just abuse the fact that they have a sniper, not necessarily use the sniper itself, as we do see Howard peeking right here, maybe just trying to see where exactly the enemy gamers are playing right there. See them peeking the shutter area, red team that is, maybe trying to make a bit of space or clear a bit of spam, as we do see Chess going in for a huge wide peek onto May. Does not get it. He's going to be taken down from Artist and the sentry gun right there. So we do see, actually it looks like Zam and Mir on the prowl in right lobby, just going to be trying to maybe take a little bit of space, maybe trying to catch any players that they possibly could have gotten their hands on, as we do see a lot of blue presence in lobby right now. They are going to take down Donovan, but they trade out Rio because of it. And it looks like things are getting up as we head out into the 6-second mark. Looks like it's going to be a stalemate. No, but Uber is going to come in. Maybe just a last play for the point right here. Yeah. Oh, they don't get to it in time.
Yep. All right. Well, there's 38 seconds left, which means by the time they're finished rolling out, because this roll it takes forever, it'll set the win limit to 4, and first person to get 4 points wins. So yes, we'll see if Jay's team will take the mid and work their way back to getting a final point to end the game, or if Team Banny has finally found they need to you know, start to claw their way back and get some rounds on the board and take the match.
Definitely. This would be the time to do it, as a going to be once again watching Artis. He does get jumped a bit. Howard just running straight at him. He does get denied, thankfully. So Artis not dying almost immediately. Rio going in for a huge high bomb onto Zilly right there. A lot of players on the side of red are fairly weak. They had to back up into Valley, but because of it, some of the players on point are dying. May to the expert pistol of Jay right there. He should be taken down from Bandy, but no, looks like Donovan is here to help. He's a teammate right there, and that's going to be another pick for Jay. Artist going down as well, and once again, a wipe for the side of blue team is looking a bit better there, Jared, but once again, red team just able to clutch it out, so to speak.
Yeah, the impressive thing from the red team is they've played the mids in multiple different styles. They've done super passive and baiting, trying to let the blue team kind of run into them and clean up kills, and now they've kind of shifted and are just kind of taking turns Wing into someone. First, they had bot mode run in to try to kill Artist. Second, they had, or this one in particular, they had Howard just rush in to try to get a kill and cause a distraction. So playing multiple different types of mids and still finding success no matter which one it is definitely a pretty big feat for their team, and it's definitely showing they have full ad, pretty sizable to work with, just trying to figure out how exactly they want to go through, and it's looking like it's far left from their perspective.
Yeah, they are going to do a double scout oop right here, just maybe just trying to get onto Mir right now, and maybe any players who weren't protected by that sentry gun. Looks like Jay is gonna fall. Tresh gonna be getting a pick on the reel, but sentry gun finally going down. It was so far away. It wasn't really the priority of that Uber or mainly the push, as we do see bot mode going down, so this is definitely holdable. As they say that, it's only Artist alive. May on the point. That is gonna be it for for the side of red team. A bit slower of a push, but it ends up working in their favor nonetheless, just taking all the picks and the space as it came their way. And I don't think we're quite expecting that a red team to win there, Jared, or for them to win as decisively as they did.
Yeah, I mean, I think in hindsight, I feel like it kind of just goes back to the mid fights. Because if you think about
Yeah.
how back and forth it was throughout a lot of the game, there was definitely moments where both teams had hiccups, or both teams like made a mistake and gave up too many like capture points to set them back on their own territory. But it makes a big difference if you can start the game every single time on the other team's half of the map, or at the bare minimum, just like owning mid. So I definitely think that for sure tells the story.
I 100% agree. It's kind of funny looking at the round lengths as in the beginning it's like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and towards three and the four mark, it gets to 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So you can see that there were adaptations and changes being made by blue team to kind of put themselves back into this. But it's just every time you just see the mid fights, like as you were saying, the mid fights in the J team or the red team, and the score reflects that. And I'm not sure if we have the logs up on screen just quite yet, but um yeah, kind of what I'm looking at right now is that, it was fairly even in the damage department. Your top damager is going to be Artist, maybe not that expected. It is a demo. And they can kind of get that top damage a bit easier than some of the other classes, and Banning behind him at 269, but maybe it's just the coordination or maybe the lack of coordination from the red team, just kind of a chaos factor that caught out a blue team that caught out blue team. Maybe they just weren't expecting it. I don't know. What do you think of this, say, Jared, aside from the mid fights?
I mean, if you were to analyze log, a lot of the stats kind of look pretty much the same, give or take. I mean, obviously, if a team wins and a team loses, there's going to be some margins there. But the biggest things is probably second place goes to the difference in the scout performances. I think it's definitely a very good thing to make sure not only is your scout cleaning up kills, but they're staying alive, since scout can be so strong and very stable for your medic staying alive as well. The scout speed is very important for getting in and out at a moment's notice. We've seen the fact that Zilly and Jay did that little fake at that one point where they pretended to run to last and then didn't, to just get out. Without a certain amount of speed, there was no way that was going to be able to work out. So it's definitely very good for them. And it kind of ties into the big thing, which is the medic deaths. It's a gap of 7, which, I mean, you've seen bigger gaps in games, but I think at the end of the day, for a 4-0, that definitely you can point to a time or two where if May was able to survive, whether it was his fault or just a fault of the team as a whole, making sure that they had an Uber to get themselves out of the sticky situation they were found themselves in, could have been huge for them. It could have made what would have been a disad last hold. It could have turned that into them having another attempt to push out and put themselves back on the map.
I definitely agree. And I don't know. Would you say, because you were talking about Med and J bait that they did on second there? It seemed like Red Team was doing maybe a bit more pug tactics, maybe a bit more kind of chaos factor stuff. Do you think that's maybe just kind of like embracing the pug element of this and maybe doing some things that people wouldn't expect, or? And do you think that maybe the blue team just wasn't ready for that pug level of kind of play style? Because like that medic bait thing is something that I definitely see happening in a pug that maybe you wouldn't expect to see so much in a kind of a match that has a bit more riding on it like this. So maybe you think they were kind of caught out like from plays like that, or do you think it was just a combination of factors, so to speak?
I think it's probably a little bit on both sides because on one hand, when you have a team kind of thrown together, it makes sense for you to try to get something going. To like, Screw it, let's flank. Let's just go for something. We saw a lot from the red team constantly, whether they owned mid, whether they owned the enemy team's second. The fact that they just tried to, all right, they're going this way, let's push the other. They would usually find some sort of success, even if it was only a trade in lives. The fact that they were a distraction that bought time for them to get out of like a disad situation or to like let a very key player roll out for the next appearance of the other team, like making sure your demo or medic can get there in time. Because buying time in general can be huge. And even sometimes it found a lot of success, which ties into, I think, the fact that things are so chaotic. It can be kind of hard to prep and have certain expectation for things. I feel like we saw a lot of moments where the flame was accidentally a little bit weaker for the side of blue team, where it was just
Yeah.
one person. So when you see like Howard and Tresh, or for example, like try to go for a flank play, they are only going to find Rio, and that's it. And it's going to take a bit for like Zam to catch up and get there, for example. So
Yeah, and that definitely comes from, like, like you said, these teams were created almost essentially today. They were drafted sure Thursday, but probably the first time that they've definitely played together in this specific set, of players in this roster. So, you know, those set plays, making sure, all right, once we push out a second, our roamer is gonna delay a little bit with our flank scout, and stuff like that that would typically be there to help deny those type of kind of maybe chaos or kind of sneaky backcap type plays aren't really set in stone and definitely worked against here. It led to Jay's team taking the victory 4-0, and that is going to be the first round of this Draft-O-Matic Cup. We are currently waiting right now for the finish of the Habib versus Laz team to see who the J team is going to face in the upper bracket finals. I'm not sure what the score on that is quite yet, but it might be a little bit of an upset as we saw here. Currently 2-2, so it is a tie game at the moment. Jared, I don't know if you know the rosters offhand, but what do you think of those teams and who do you expect to win that?
I think they're both pretty strong teams. I think it's kind of hard to say, especially since it's 2-2. You never really know. Like it just takes one round. Like the one round that you need to win the game could just be, a spy back cap or something silly. So you never really know. Kind of before you see them playing, I side a little bit more with Team Habib, but then again, I just sided a little bit more with Team Banny and Team J1. So predicting pug teams, who knows?
Yeah, it is definitely a bit hard. You can pick some players out and you expect them to hit all the shots. You expect the synergy to work, and maybe it just quite doesn't. So maybe the Bandit team has maybe a little bit of shuffling to do, maybe switch some things, get some stuff figured out. But I do believe we are going to go to a break for now once while the Laz versus Habib match is being finished up. That is going to be on the Witness channel. So go over there, check that out. And once again, this is the Draft-O-Matic Cup brought to you by RESUP. And my name's TC, joined by Jared and Dolphin on production. And we will be right back with the upper bracket finals. See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back. We have our victor of the other match in tow. It is Team Laz. So we're going to be seeing Team J versus Team Laz on the next map show. This should be pretty exciting to see. I'm not going to lie, TC. I had these teams in lowers, but they're in uppers. So one more win, and they're automatically in the grands, which is pretty exciting. So I'm ready to see what's going to happen.
It is going to be interesting to see. We've kind of been, as you said, we both expected the other team, the blue team, Bandy team, to win that previous map that you saw right here. And I was split on whether the Laz or the Habib team would win, but definitely a few maybe upsets that people would expect coming out tonight. So it is going to be interesting to see because it's kind of shown that you don't really know what to expect. Maybe it's that pug atmosphere, maybe it's just the new mix of players, but definitely a lot of chaos and a little bit of mayhem going on here as we've been seeing some interesting maps. The map Laz versus Habib played on Reckoner, not a very high pug map, so to speak. Same thing with Metalworks. So, gonna be actually really interested to see what map they do end up picking. Because it's at least the current history of this hub goes to show it's not gonna maybe not gonna be one of those pug maps that you've seen a lot of, like Sunshine Processor, snake water. So we are probably still waiting on that map pick, but I guess in the meantime, we can go down the rosters. We do have a few switch outs and a few subs for the side of the last team. So I guess I'll go down that right now. You're gonna have Laz, he was team captain. You are gonna have Psy Guy instead of Sin Karma. He was playing demo in the last match, so probably gonna play demo again. Corsa and Alpha, most likely going to be your scouts again. Trip Y, Soldier, and then Cookie Jake is not going to be here. So instead, it's going to be Rocket King filling in for him.
And then their opponents you just saw, Team J. I mean, if maybe you're a little bit late and missed it a bit, but it was Jay and Howard on Scout, Donovan and Tress on Soldier, Bot Mode on Demo, and Zilly on Medic. So got a lot of talent on both these rosters. I think they still have to pick the map. Like they got the server info set up and everyone's like ready to start joining and things like that. But we're on Reckoner right now, and I'm not necessarily sure if that's. I mean, that was the map that was just played for the other match that we didn't cast, Habib versus Laz match. But I think they're probably in the process of picking maps right now. So I'm kind of curious to see exactly how this pool is going to look like of played maps at the end of the day, because I honestly expected like a lot of like the classics, Process, Snake Gully, etc. Maybe some Sunshine and things like that. Um, but nope, just right at the gates, Metalworks Reckoner. Who knows what's going to happen next? So I guess only time will tell.
Time will indeed tell. And while we're waiting for them to, I guess, pick the maps, we can maybe talk about the rosters and a little bit of a comparisons between them. Obviously, Laz and the Habib, the captains. Sorry, no, Laz and Jay, the captains. And we got a little bit of different picking styles. As team, you look at all of those players right now, aside from Rocket King, who is supposed to be Cookie Jake, all of them very established, well-known, top-level invite players. You look on the other side of Team J, not to say that a lot of them aren't well-known, established invite players, but you also have Donovan and Tresh, two players who have kind of been at the bubble. You kind of saying earlier, Jay, at the bubble of invite, so to speak. Definitely have a lot of success in advance. Donovan won advance last season, but not really quite made it into invite, or at least had a consistent invite performance, so to speak, on a team. So, they've been definitely proving their worth. But, the soldiers of Tresh and Donovan versus the soldiers of Laz and Tripwire, I don't think I'm too insane for saying I think that favors the Laz team just a little bit.
Yeah, probably a little bit. But then again, after all the predictions we've done so far, it shows what we know, right? In terms of what we expect. I think anyone that has ever like tried to invest themselves into like trying to figure out the mindset of like picking like a pug team, or even just actually being like someone who pugs and picks teams yourselves, it's so hard to figure out something good on paper and then have it to come into actuality. It really can be what you don't expect sometimes. You really never know. There's always X factors. There are always a lot of variables to consider when it's there's a lot of chaos and a lot of impromptu and heat of the moment type of things that go on when it comes to plays and just the type and style that players individually will carry themselves in when it's I guess for this it's still for winning like a tournament, which is important, so you still try, but the types of things that you're willing to do for the sake of your team might change at least a little bit, especially with a whole different roster of players that you would be normally playing with in like a league type scenario where you've been playing with the same people for like 2 months straight, so you know the ins and outs of everything. And prep for maps, I mean that's never going to really change when it comes to pugs versus this, but I mean at least everyone probably has a say in the pick man rather than the captain. So there's just a lot of stuff going on. It's really hard for you to just look at a roster and be like, oh yeah, that team will probably win, because I mean, never really know.
That's true. You do never really know. We're just waiting to see what the map's gonna be, to see what they've decided to face off on. But as we're kind of saying, can't quite tell. I am gonna say I do kind of favor the last team just a little bit. Um, Even though, as we said, it is a bit harder to tell. But on the other side, you've got a lot of like kind of more classically well-known players, as it is going to be Gully Wash that we're going to. So maybe that changes, things up for you, Jared. Maybe that changes things up for you. At post your predictions in the chat as well. Who you think's going to win, Team J or Team Laz? But I think that really means it's going to go to the team that probably has the better projectiles and the better uh demo, because even though it's a pug, it happened generally regardless of who's playing it. Gully Wash is a map that's decided by the projectile plays, the soldiers, and especially the demo locking down those chokes. Gully Wash, an extremely choky map, so I think maybe it'll come to maybe a more standardized kind of gameplay that we're maybe expecting to see between the demo, Psy Guy, and Bot Mode. Two equally really great demos right there for you. But I don't know, what do you think of the map pick, Jared? Do you think that maybe favors the team now that you know what it is, or do you think it's a pug scenario you can't quite tell?
Well, now that I think everyone's gonna kinda be in more of a comfort zone when it comes to like, "Oh, this is a map that I've played tons and tons of times compared to other things in the pool." So, you might go back to your roots in terms of what you would initially, like, go for your individual plays, including the mid fights and stuff like that. And with that, it leads to openings where things are a bit more patterned, probably, where someone could expect like, "Oh, this person's definitely gonna like, oh, they're gonna go under the point," or, "Oh, they're gonna bomb big door constantly," and that way you could prep more if people are predictable. So the question is how many of these players? Because there's probably not like a giant like plan for as a team if you're just impromptu like, all right, it's Gully Wash. So how many of these players actually have like a plan B to go to? Um, Probably still give at least a little bit to Team Laz, but I went against Team J last time and we saw where that led me. So uh,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is a bit hard to say, but Gully Wash a bit more played, I'd say, than definitely Reckoner, which we didn't see, but still definitely a bit more played, and it's a bit kind of harder to chaos, I'd say, than something like Metalworks, even though Metalworks an equally choky map in its own right. Gully Wash, you can definitely hit that stalemate, um, and it just kind of do a lot of things in that respect. It is going to be interesting to see how it changes up the play style of these players as we're just waiting for them to get into the server right now. I am going to press you for a prediction, Jared. I know neither of us have been on point so far in the tournament, but if you were going to get a prediction out there, who would you give it to?
I'll still give it to Team Laz because I feel like most of Team J's success and dominance was from mid fight, and most of that success was from playing like passive kind of baity mid fight, and that's much easier to do on Metalworks than Gully Wash. It's very hard to play in like a pincing like collapse when they get on the point type of way. It's possible, but it's much more difficult than the classic like, all right, we're gonna collapse onto them when they're getting through big door, or like as they actually walk up to their side to their choke, things like that. It's much easier to pull off, and I think ease of execution is very important when it's like a mash of a bunch of players in a pug type scenario. So we didn't really see Team Last play, so who knows? Maybe there's a strength or weakness there that needs to be taken into consideration. I think that's the big thing. There's probably some bias here when it comes to we've seen what Team J can do, but for Team Laz, that when missed most of their game, only watched like the last round. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for Team Laz and see what they can do. But the margins in which they would win by, maybe I don't know. Honestly, whatever number I predict is just pulling numbers out of thin air. So maybe like a 4-2 or something, 3-2.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. A 4-2 sounds just about right, considering it is Gully Wash. I am gonna instead give it to Team J. However, even though we have seen them, I think just having J is such a huge boon for your team, and they had really impressed me. Donovan and Tresh, for not necessarily kind of the top level invite player names that you might know or instantly recognize, but I think they did fairly well, all things considered, doing really well with their scout partner, Howard, just to get behind. And even though Gully Watch maybe not as chaos prone, you can definitely back up and get those cheeky flank plays if you're looking for them, and it can be a real burden as they Definitely got some, I don't think they got necessarily a, back cap play straight up, but all of their back cap attempts were very vital in keeping them in the round and making sure they didn't have to lose hold of second. So, we might see some back cap shenanigans. Do you think we're gonna see any other off-class shenanigans? Would you expect on Gully Watch? Not necessarily well known for it, but, you can run a spy, you can run a sniper if you really want to. You think we're gonna see any of that, or do you think it's just gonna be chaos 6v6, Jared?
I mean, you could maybe run sniper to play like a mid to second stalemate, but it's not necessarily a guarantee. I mean, some you can get some good angles, but it might take some time for you to like inch your way through and feel comfortable about like how far you're actually pushing yourself. Because we've seen teams that like they'll get too impatient with their sniper, they'll go really deep, and all of a sudden it's just a meat grinder they run into, and the team surprise oop is around the corner. So it's an option, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be as much as a go-to for when it comes to a map like Metalworks that just has crazy sight lines for mid and for 2, and then it's pretty not vital, but it can be pretty useful for breaking into last by making the medic, like, push up against the ramp and the wall, like, away from his spawn area, so,
Yeah.
um, still possible, but just maybe a little bit less, but who knows?
Definitely. And once again, this is going to be Team J versus Team Les in the Draftomatic Cup. If you're just joining us, this is where a bunch of players entered a player pool, and then 4 invite captains, Laz, Jay, Habib, and Benny, all took turns drafting the team. They are competing for an actual prize, so this isn't just a glorified pog. There is something on the line for these teams, a $1,000 cash prizes. And so that is going to be what these teams are playing for right now. Um, and so this is brought to you by RESUP. It's kind of a new endeavor that's been going on to try and get some more activity into the scene. So all of the prizes to player are kind of being brought to you by FX. This is sponsored by FX as well as Gia for donating from the community. Shout outs to all of the merch. You can go to a resup.gg, I believe it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, to get some of the merch. All of the merch and the things that you buy from Resup is going to go back into the community in terms of community events, the staff from Resup, and just other opportunities for competitive in the future. The next is going to be the LHTF2 LAN happening in February 12th to 13th in Fullerton, California. There's still time to sign up, so please do. We would all love to see you there. Donating as well will also help go to the prize pool for that endeavor, and should be a really great LAN. It's going to be one of the first in about a couple of years, Jared. I don't know if you remember when the last one was, but this should be a good one. A lot of great teams are going. I don't know if you're excited, but I definitely am.
Yeah, it's been, like, maybe, like, what, 3 or 4 years for NA at least because of
Yeah.
all the unfortunate happenings, so it's definitely overdue for sure, so gonna be really exciting to happen, and definitely wanna give them all the support we can. For the match at Hanley, we got a couple more people to enter the server, and then we should be good to go. I guess, Goalie Wash, well, last time we waited a long while before we got predictions in, and that's because we had we had the luxury of a very long Metalworks roll-up, but Goalie Wash is much quicker, so we should probably uh, I guess we kind of already did Preds at least a little bit. But what about you in particular? What do you think is gonna happen for the match as a whole? Like besides the score, do you think it's gonna be really fast paced? Think it's gonna be really slow paced? We've seen both for Gully Wash.
Yeah, we definitely have. I think if Team J can have the dominant mids that they were having on Metalworks, which is kind of a big ask, Metalworks and J. I mean, Metalworks and Gully Wash, not necessarily the same kind of mid structure as something as maybe Process or Sunshine, where it's rotate mid, central over there. I think, but if they can have such a dominant performance on the mids that they were having in Metalworks, they can definitely easily steamroll this class and just take it in with a uber advantage. And Gully Wash, a very easy map to do that on if that's kind of your game plan. So I think if Team J can do that against Team Laz, I think that's going to be a huge boon for them and might allow them to get some early rounds. I think Team Laz is better if they're able to, slow it down, maybe take it at their own pace. I think Sai is a really, really great demo. And I think if you can just allow him to kind of do his thing, that should be able to be a victory for them. So if it's Team Laz winning, I think it should be a little bit of a slower game. If it's Team J, I think they'll kind of thrive in the more fast paced mid to last play style. I don't know about you, Jay. You got to know these players a little bit better. And obviously it is a pug, but I think that that's what we're gonna see if either team is winning at the moment.
I think the thing I'm the most curious about, and you probably can't really use Reckoner as an example, even if you saw the match that Laz's team played, but Alpha is it's not his go-to, but he's definitely been known to go on sniper a lot when he's over on the flank, which I assume, of course, he'll be playing more combo style just by also being like a sniper player. But Alpha will do like a lot of sniper plays to break stalemates and stuff. With the time changes, you kind of have to play at a much slower or a much faster pace because of that. Otherwise, things are just going to reset. So I'm actually kind of curious if that is going to change the way they would naturally try to play this. Like, I think if this was without the time limit changes, then you could just see like, oh, normal stalemate, blue team owns the point. Okay, Alpha's going sniper. It'll snipe for like 3 minutes until he finds a perfect opening, gets a good pick, and the team works off it. They're really patient, and you just go with that. But because 3 minutes means a round reset, now it's kind of like, okay, well, do you still do that, but just force it to happen faster, or do you just nix the plan altogether? So I think that's the big thing, how they decide they want to go about it. If they think that the time limit is going to be an issue and allowing that to happen with the whole like sniper plays and playing slower, then I mean, you can probably see a bit of a faster gameplay and respond to that. But maybe not if they feel like they just want to milk it like, you got 3 minutes, just spend 230 to break the stalemate, and that's fine. They could have that mindset. So it really kind of depends. And when it's such a mash of playstyles thrown together, it's kind of hard to say exactly who's going to be the leading voice in making that decision, or what everyone's going to be okay with, or if they're even going to have like seriously strong opinions about it. So I think that's what it's going to mostly hinge on, because even though the red team, Jay's team, will have their own decisions, if one team wants to play it slow, the other team kind of is forced to somewhat play it slow to an extent. Like, I think try to force things to happen, but it can be kind of hard sometimes if the other team's set up in a really defensive scenario. You don't want to just run into your death, right? You got to wait for the right moment, and waiting for that right moment will just inherently make things a little bit slower.
Yeah, it will, and they don't have, as you said, they don't have as much time to do it. We did see Sniper work out, actually for Team J last time on Metalworks. He was hitting those shots that allowed his team to get into second, but it was kind of a little bit of time before that happened, and maybe a little bit antsy. They was able to find the picks in that end that allowed them to move forward before the round timer became too much of an issue, but definitely a bit pressured and maybe went for a bit more riskier plays than would have normally happened. And maybe that Team Blue or Team Banny was a bit more aggressive in response. Making sure they know that they only have a limited amount of time to try and get out of a situation, and because their mids weren't going so well, they didn't really want to have to fight another mid, which is actually something that is kind of interesting about this rule set. Is that if you're a really strong mid heavy team, and you think you have really great mids, you can just let it kind of go back to that mid fight, which maybe Team J was thinking about doing some of those times, because they're winning those mids super decisively and super well. That if you know that you've got another mid coming up and you've been winning them throughout the game, that's definitely maybe a strategy that you could try and employ, is just kind of bank on those mids and take everything a bit slower if you don't instantly get a mid to last.
Yeah, that's one thing I think about, honestly, because uh, on paper, this could be the time change could be pretty beneficial for eliminating stalemates. But if a team existed where they thought their strong point was the fact that they are really good at mid fights and not as good at other things, they could deliberately set stalemates to run out the clock and just try to go for as many mid fights as possible, which could be counterintuitive for the change. So I guess that's the whole point of experimentation, right?
Yes, it is, as we're going to see some more experimentation as we are going live. Both teams are readied up. This is once again Team Laz versus Team J in the Draft-O-Matic Cup, brought to you by RESUP. And we are going to be going live. Going to be watching bot mode on this roll-up, but why don't you take away this first mid here, Jarrett?
All right, curious to see what's going to happen in terms of pacing, if anyone's going to explode at Big Door or not. Sticky's flying out to Big Door to try to land the first bit onto the scouts. Not going to be too much. Laz is actually bombing. Going to be a fake. No committing so far for either team, as both teams have a single soldier in underneath. Trash is actually working his way into elbow, but Alpha's falling on the floor trying to put some damage over onto Donovan. Laz bombing in, find it, opening onto Zilly. Couple missed rockets though, and Laz will clean up, as well as Trip. Trash giving up his life. A lot of space for the red team. Sai out on no man's land, left behind, and gonna eventually die to a bomb from Donovan. Alpha's still over on the side, but will eventually back up, separated from Rocket and Corsa. So they're kind of poking around. They know it's a 3v3. They could pinch, but oh, bot mode trying to lock them down. Corsa melting, but Alpha coming in from behind onto Zilly. Really low HP 7, but will live, just barely dancing around the crate, and Jay making sure that not only does Alpha die, but Rocket gets collected as well. So Jay's team, they're on fire right now, and they've gotten themselves a free second. Well, maybe not completely free, but for the most part free.
Yeah, you know, they're going to put up a bit of resistance, take a bit of spam their way, but that's not going to be enough, so they are going to be able to cap up that second point, Team J, and they're in a position that they were a lot in the previous game. They've got full Uber ad to work with, and it's just going to be how they take it in. Looks like they're going to be trying to take it in through River. They do have a Pyro and a Sentry Gun to try and deal with. That Sentry Gun just staying alive for a little bit. No picks gone so far. Now finally taking down Corsa and Howard trade out. A lot of cap time on the point, to be honest, so they can maybe try and come back in after the Uber is...
Bot mode pain train!
What?
Bot mode pain train through secret.
Oh my goodness. You don't expect that too, because that's the demo right there. You expect him to be, you know, heavily in the Uber push, so him to go all the way through secret unnoticed is a huge kind of chaos type of play right there. So we're already seeing the chaos tricks coming out from the J team, and that's going to be 1-0 in their favor.
Yeah, they're just the pain train team. First it was Tresh, and now it's bot mode getting very low. A lot of pressure from the blue team, and they are able to clean up the enemy team dome, man, so that is a nice trade for them. But Rocket falling from a bomb and flank from Tresh, so no heals for the side of the blue team. Immediately rushing forward. Zilly's in the choke, able to eat up the pack, and it's just Corsa inside, left alive, trying to work their way through. Corsa's gonna Boston Basher up, drop down, flanking onto Zilly. One missed shot, couple missed shots. Zilly will live. Oh, Sai gonna barely get out off the distraction, but Zilly alive at the end of the day, and another successful mid-fight win for the side of Team J.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is, but their mid-fights have been on point so far, at least as so far we've seen them. We do see a sniper out from the side of Alpha. He is taking some pot shots in River right now. He's getting juggled up around as the soldiers try and pressure him. Jay is going to be on his case, yeah, and he does take him down. Very unfortunate, kind of late death for the side of Laz team or blue team right now, as they are now a man and down and Uber down as they have to try and hold this last point. Once again, we do see the demo and soldier going to be on here on this Uber, getting some early cap time on the point already. Donovan on the point. Oh my god, he almost capped it up. Just the soldiers going to be able to block him. It's only Zilly alive. He is going to be leaving out through Baby Door. He might be chased by Alpha. I'm not sure if the respawners are going to be able to meet up with him in time. It is going to be Jay. Yeah, and Jay's going to be able to push Alpha away. He might get Alpha. Oh my god, he does. Good stuff from him, but still, that is going to be a failed last push from Team J, and a good hold from Team Blue.
Yeah, they do have Uberad, but Laz going down. Gonna be 2 dead for them, so they have to immediately hightail it back to Laz. Gonna cover all the doors and worry about back caps. Corsa, oh, getting kind of weak, kind of poking around through lower, but will eventually live. So right now the picks the red team has gotten has been pretty good for making sure that they can at least get some sort of room to get the fort onto the blue team. Uber eventually popped. A lot of cap time and 1 scout in water. Oh, the right timing. Oh, flaying on the side, but he will collect 2 and barely live at 6 HP. So at the end of the day, that Uber is still going to be pretty successful, even if it's not at the location they initially expected it to be at. On the chase to Zilly, they able to find him. Corsa giving him his life for bot mode. Almost air shot, but is going to get cleaned up by the side of Alpha, and that's probably not how the blue team expected it to go, but they'll definitely take it.
Yeah, definitely a bit more scrappier than they were probably intending, but good job from them to deny both of those kind of back cap attempts from both of the scouts right there, and to keep Sai Guy alive. Yeah, we do see...
The light! Rocket is dead! He was on the light and no one looked up.
Oh my god, they did have sniper and choke, so maybe they were all focused on that, but they're still going to be trying to cap up the midpoint right now. Just trying to do as much as they possibly can. We do see Tripwire. Yeah, he's in and behind. He does get 1 rocket. Oh my god. The headshot from Tresh just denying him completely. And now they do get that headshot right now, but they're kind of forced out back to their big door. They don't really have the space at the moment, but Jay just taking down all these weak players. They might be able to get the cap up on the point right now. But, Donovan with a nice bomb right there to deny that cap up. And that is going to be a
door. Jeez.
Yeah, really great soldier play from him right there, but that should be a nice mid defense from red team and a second cap up for them as well. Looks like they should have really great Uber ad to work with here as well, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, they only have 1 person down, and it's going to be Tresh who's going to be able to get there pretty quickly. So Uber time, ready to go through probably River, it looks like, unless they change last second and go. Yeah, I guess they showed themselves River and want to maybe go a different door. It's buffing up before they finally pick. keeping themselves a little centralized, pick whatever door looks the best at the very last minute. But it looks like we have a pause, which, I mean, eventually got attack pause. Got to use them, right?
Yeah, with this rule set, tack pauses are the name of the game. No halftime to do those typical adjustments that you'd probably see from teams. So they have to make use of tack pauses. Obviously, 90 seconds in the future. So maybe we can assume that they maybe lost this last hold right now. They're maybe trying to think of things to do to get back into this game. It is upper bracket finals, and obviously going to that finals, getting that guaranteed second spot is always nice. There is a cash prize these guys are playing for, and they, money's nice at the end of the day, Jared. I don't know if you know, it's a nice thing to have. So would be great for all these players to try and get in on that. Obviously, from our perspective, it looks like they're getting prepped up. Red team, that is, to take their Uber in through River. That we do have a sentry gun up here. We don't have looks like Corsa is on the pyro, maybe trying to get into position to deny that. So maybe that might be successful. A pyro on Gully Wash Last is always good, but I mean, we can only speculate at this point what's in to cause this pause, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it also could just be internet, which is very unfortunate.
True.
Depending on who is the person that crashed. I guess for the current future right now, the pyro is going to be either really huge or really regretful depending on what door they go through. If it's River, it can be great, but if they go Shutter, which doesn't seem like they're picking, could end up being kind of awkward for the Pyro to actually air blast anything more than stuff onto the sentry gun. But he is going to actually get tanked a little by Rocket. Rocket playing very risky right now, but it's definitely going to play off at least a little bit. He will make sure that Uber is burned a lot. So going to have a Soldier in water be the really only thing they can work for. Actually going to get Donovan onto the point. Trip going to bomb him, get some damage on him, just a distraction for Jay to get on the point as well. Alpha on Heavy, taking a lot of damage, is going to melt, and it seems like despite the Uber being stuffed so well, they're able to just flood out all the doors. And I guess it's kind of a symptom of the team having so many off classes and playing so passive that all they really had were stickies to prevent them from running in after the Uber was done.
Yeah, it was just really great point play from Red Team, which is maybe kind of interesting for a Pug team. Pugs, you're kind of normally focused on, getting those kills, but they've been playing the point expertly so far, this whole entire series so far. Gonna be interesting to see if that continues during the rest of this match right now. Going to be the third mid fight. We do see Trip White right now. Maybe he's going to try and go for a bomb. No, he's just going to meet up with his team by Big Door, but he's going to get denied because of it. Jay is going to be picking him up. Alpha, Trip, and Laz all going down. It's only right now the combo alive, of course, the Psy Guy and Rocket King. They are going to be leaving through second right now, going to be trying to escape through Shutter, and that is another really decisive mid win from the side of Team Red. They are going to get a nice kill onto Donovan, so maybe going to halt that aggression just a little bit. They did keep Rocket King alive, so they don't have to worry an immediate last push. Looks like they're going to be peeking up here on River right now, just doing a bit of spam, but they don't really have the space to work with here, Jarrett, so they're just going to go back to their last.
Yep, seems like the Donovan pick was pretty much inconsequential. There was already so much positioning advantage for the side of the red team, so I think this is our first... Maybe is this our first stalemate, like actual stalemate, where it's full even
I think
Ubers?
so.
Although, trying to go for Psy, going for the sack while already, but Howard just barely living, not going to go ahead and go through with it. It's going to be Tresh going in instead, off the distraction, and bot mode, off the counter distraction.
What?
Bot mode making sure that Trip and Psy are cleaned up. 2 dead, 1 including the Dome, and Jay went through water. Make sure Laz is taken out. Corsa cleaned up once again, and Rocket drops 100% Uber. There's so much chaos happening from the red team. The blue team doesn't know where to look.
They really don't, because they've been, wising up. Obviously, they know that Red Team is coming through water right now, but they're dedicating so many players to denying that they're leaving everyone else up on, left side just all alone. Rocket King had no one there to defend him, so even if he did use Uber, I don't think he would have been able to meet up with anyone. Sure, he could have stood on the point, but that's still not ideal. So Red Team doing a really great job of just eyes everywhere, so to speak. As we're seeing right here on this mid, we do see Donovan in below. Maybe he's going to try and go for a bomb. Tripwire going to be trading out with Jay. A fairly good pick if you're on the side of blue. You're take that Soldier for a scout any day of the week. Right now, we do see Tresh super low down behind. Donovan, oh my
Donovan.
God, he gets 2. He's Mike guy right now. Saga just trying to juke and dodge and stay alive. No, it's not going to be. Donovan getting a nice 3K on mid, and that's once again going to be a wipe for blue team. Just Red Team almost seems unstoppable, so to speak.
Yeah, Red Team seems much more on the same page with their coordination. And actually, how did Trip and Donovan just miss each other? They missed each other around the pillar where the health pack is and just didn't see each other. Completely ignored.
That's hilarious. It's so funny because neither of them died. I think Trip just waddled out of River and managed to waddle to Shutter. I'm surprised Jay didn't try to bounce on that kill. Maybe he just didn't think it was worth trying to go for. Maybe he thought it was some bait play or something, because you don't expect to see that, especially as Trip was doing it. But they are going to be once again in this last hold, trying to defend against 100% Uber, which it looks like they're once again going to be taking in through River here, Jarrett. Actually, no, they're going back. Maybe going to be trying to go in through Shutter.
Yep, working their way through, immediately popped in. They've wasted a little bit of time with the Uber. They are going to get last, which is pretty big. The sentry gun will eventually fall, of course, or actually doing a little bit of air blasting to make it live as long as possible now on heavy, and Donovan falling to a pipe, so 1v1 in terms of the death. Howard immediately jumping onto the point, going into the back line to kill these people. There's like 3 blue players in and around water. At the end of the day, somehow that last hold ends up working out in their favor. Bot mode and Zilly are hightailing it out through Big Door, and the blue team lives to fight another day.
Yeah, probably the first successful last defense from blue team. So, now's a good place to start trying to do that, as we are 20 minutes left in the round so far, before the overtime shenanigans kick in. We do see them trying to push in through choke. They do use the Uber. They drop their scout, unfortunately, just sending Sky Guy in super deep. Oh my god, he gets a pipe on this.
He gets Silly. He
Oh,
gets
that-
J2. He's on a rampage right now, and Donovan's doing bush sniper strat. He's getting a couple shots, but nothing that's really netting the kill right now. Everyone's kind of hiding behind the point. Howard's still causing a distraction, as well as Tresh, who's going to be able to take the pack and be in the fight. So it's a really rough scenario in the blue team. They don't even feel like they can actually hold on to this point. The aggression is happening. Sai is able to get 2, and he's just launching it. He wants a sniper. Oh, the body shot, though. Sai might die for it, and he will. He's a little bit too ballsy there. Is going to dive in. Oh, Alpha almost died in a sticky trap, almost accidentally, but the blue team is still having a little bit of control over the mid, but Jay coming in, cleaning up Alpha. The dominance of the blue team, they're able to make sure this cap is able to go their way, so they have the forward spawns now in their favor. It's going to be huge, the fact that Sai is spawning up and going to have forwards, but bot mode already here. The blue team has to retreat. They're starting to get locked out of the chokes, and it looks like it's ultimately going to be a recap from the red team. The blue team's going to have to work off their Uber ad.
A tale of like 2 demos right there. Sly went huge. He basically salvaged that whole Uber because they dropped their scout, and it was really only up to Sai Guy to get anything with it, and boy did he did. But because he died right there, I think that was enough for red team to get in and recap the point. So they are gonna have to use their
Silly
Uber once
dies.
again. Oh yeah, but Silly dies. Really great stuff from Sai Guy, and of course to take down the demo and the right there. So basically it didn't even matter, as they are going to be able to collect the rest of the kills. They do have 2 kind of in behind, just doing some shenanigans right there. Tripwire is going to be fighting Donovan. He does lose, so Donovan is going to get that pick. They do have Tresh. Both their soldiers are in behind, kind of by Big Door. Looks like Donovan is going to be trying to fight Alpha, but he's going to get that pick up. So now Tresh maybe trying to go for a play right now. Going to be bombing in, trying to get on the side. He gets Side Guy, but they collapse. Everyone else from Choke just comes in and helps him out right there. Really great play. We do see a soldier in front. It is going to be Laz. He gets 1 rocket out onto the demo, but it's not going to be enough. And what was looking like a really great mid capture for the side of blue team has just completely reversed, and red team has managed to emerge victim. This is definitely going to be a last push territory for them.
Yeah, I think the fact that 2 soldiers are behind, I guess blue team wasn't on the same page. They had people going back to make sure that they were cleaned up, but at the end of the day, Sai and Rocket left alone. Someone goes through drop down, immediately pinched, and you've lost your entire combo. So, Jay's team, they got Uberad to work with, 50% and counting. Got another last hold coming from the blue team once again. Pyro gun, a little bit of a different location this time, but it's good to kind of mix things up and keep the other team on their toes. But it's all up to Zilly and friends to go ahead and pick a door and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, looks like they're thinking about River once again, because Shutter didn't work as well last time they tried it. Just taking their time, maybe getting those buffs. Yeah, they are going to be using on their scout and demo. Instantly, you can see Donovan wrapping in behind, trying to get onto the point, which he is going to do right now as he clears off the stick. He's just getting some early capture right now. It looks like Laz trying to fight him, but in the meantime, the sentry gun goes down. A lot of players in the backlines just trying to get onto the point. They do get it, while there's still a lot of blue players up, and just this water strategy, just going for the point at all costs, Jared, just seems to be paying out immense dividends for red team.
Yeah, on one hand, you want to be able to get to water to be able to actually stop those players from peeking around and clearing off the sticks. But on the other hand, you're just going to get shot in the back by the Uber coming in. So very good strat from the side of the red team. The blue team's unable to really work with it. They are going in the right-hand side of the mid for the mid fight. Sai up in no man's land. He might actually fall here, and he does get cleaned up by the soldier bombs coming in. Donovan, the last rocket, hitting Rocket in Big Door. So gonna have 3 players left alive from the side of the blue team. All red HP, trying to find Zilly the best they can, but with 2 and 45 HP respectively, Alpha has to 2-shot Zilly here and only gonna get 1 shot off. And at the end of the day, the right side mid does not lead too much for the side of the blue team. And Jay's team, to be able to collect another mid win going to the enemy team's second.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive so far, this second round of the cup so far, and they have not lost a round whatsoever. So I believe, did the Benny team get a round? I forget. We do see Sai actually in behind in River. Not quite sure what he's doing out here all by himself. He does get a pick out on the Tresh. They already capped up second, so he looks like the rest of Red Team is going to come back to try and fight him. Now Donovan is going to get the nice direct onto him, so not quite sure why he was all the way out there by himself. They're still going to come in. He didn't buy enough time for them to get Uber, so they are going to be trying to go in, just going to be focusing down Trip, and essentially going to already getting onto the point is Jay, and he just caps it up.
And no stickies on the point. It's pretty easy to go ahead and go forward with the strat you were already doing, with just get on the point right off the bat, bring some people forward, and clean them up as they're turning around to get to the cap. So pretty easy last push for the side of the right team, and overall, it's a very convincing win of a 5-0.
An extremely convincing win for the J team. Just, having a really great Metalworks and a really great Gully Wash, kind of looking unstoppable so far in this Draft-O-Matic Cup. As we are going to be showing the logs for you guys right now, and just pulling them up myself. If you've already got them up on your screen, Jared, you can say what you see. Anything stand out to you? Any big numbers? Any big discrepancies between the teams?
Definitely the absolute biggest thing is Jay going 27-9, which is huge compared to everyone else's stats in the server. I mean, it's one thing to everyone kind of contribute to your victory, but Jay is definitely having moments where he's putting the team on his back and just collecting so much and being a stable force to make sure that Zilly and bot mode can live throughout the fights as well. So that's definitely the number one thing, absolutely. Especially the fact that it's on Gully Wash of all maps, which is normally can be rough for Scout sometimes depending on how things go. The fact that he's finding so much success definitely speaks largely about how they're able to enable their players and where they're finding their success.
Yeah, definitely. Because you said that, because Jay's staying alive so long and doing so much for his team, Zilly only has 3 deaths compared to Rocket King 7. Which is a pretty good, keeping those Uber advantages and just being able to constantly have Uber to work in onto last, is a huge boon for your team. Definitely Jay doing wonders. Bot mode as well at 363. Just pumping out that demo man damage. Sai gonna be leading his team at 304. But once again, it's just kind of a tale of the mids. They won basically every single mid. And they were able to easily convert it into last rounds. And so it's kind of what we saw on Metalworks. And this time the last team wasn't able to really put creative a fight. Sure, they were able to walk away from their from their last a few times and kind of try and get back into the swing of things, but it just seemed like the red team had such a dominant grasp on the game, like throughout the majority of it, that it didn't really seem like there's any breathing room for the other team to play with.
The Jays team definitely has some sort of X factor to it, where you definitely don't expect some of the plays they're going to be going for, but they're not necessarily weird or awkward. It's just oh, they're doing that, and then it just kind of works out from the surprise. So kind of curious to see how things are going to transpire as the rounds continue to go on, and are they going to be able to keep the dominance, or is the team going to be able to claw back and get some rounds on the board and maybe even beat them? So I guess we'll have to see eventually. We are going to have to take an intermission from Team J's victories as they are moving on to the grand finals, but there's still one more round to go ahead and go for right now. I think we're waiting for who is going to win between Team Banny and Team Habib, and when that has reached its completion, then we will have Team Laz play the winner of that in the semifinals, where that team will go on to play Grands versus Team J.
Yes, indeed. I do believe the winner is in. Look away now if you want to rewatch it, not get spoiled. But yeah. Oh, it is still being played. Never mind. I thought it was over. I was looking at the round time. It was at 30, but that's not what we're playing. We're doing the new config, which allows a go to completion But that is going to be it for us for just right now. We are going to be back with grand finals, but this is going to be the last match for me. Really great to cast this. Really great to see this cup happen. You are going to be with Jarrett next time as well as Dolphin, but we are going to have a sneaky little new caster coming in. It is going to be Eckstein coming back. Going to be excited to see him cast as well. That's going to be happening after the break for, I believe, the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. Gonna be excited to see that. But that's gonna be it for us just right now. Stay tuned. Keep watching the tournament. Keep donating. Check out RESUP GG for some merch and to help the community thrive and grow with the projects that they're planning. Check out the upcoming LA LAN or California LAN in Anaheim, and see you guys in just a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Draft Cup. Sadly, my team just narrowly lost to Habib's team, so we just got eliminated at 4th. But there's still plenty of great matches ahead. We've got Team Laz versus Team Habib, and I guess Team J waiting in the grand finals. They've been they haven't dropped a round yet. That's what I'm hearing. So apparently Jay did have a master plan up his sleeves. You can see the graphic here of the current bracket. So that's the way things are progressing. We got 2 more rounds to go, the lower bracket final and then the grand final. So these are some big matches, big implications, especially with the prizing, because first place gets that big 750 and second place gets 240, third place 120, fourth 60. So my team will be splitting the $60. Hey, everything helps for getting to LAN, and a few bucks for some pugs. We'll take it. But up next is going to be the third place elimination match, and it's going to be an exciting one. But before we get into that action, I just want to give another plug of everything that's going on. So this is our first event in the RESUP series. Hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. It's definitely been exciting, a little different. Hoping to do more events in the future. Our next big event coming up is going to be next month, February 12th and 13th. It's the local host TF2 LAN in Southern California. A lot of the players that you're watching here today are going to be there. My team, Froyotech, Witness Gaming, Leica G6, and more. So if you are in the area, be sure to come down, buy yourself a spectator pass. A little perk we're offering for the spectators is they also get entered into a raffle. So we can get that raffle graphic on the screen. We're doing a little bit of crowdfunding for the prize pool of the LAN. You can donate at donate.resup.gg, go straight to the prize pool, or you can also buy a spectator pass that will help out the prize pool as well. And we're running a raffle. We're going to be raffling off an unusual hat, the California cap. I thought it would be very fitting and stylish. And we're also going to be raffling off a signed mouse pad from all the participants at the LAN. So some cool prizes and supporting competitive TF2 at the same time. So check it out. That's donate.resup.gg. On the other side of the crowdfunding campaign that we are launching, there's also the merch. So if you head over to shop.resup.gg, you can see all of our cool new designs, including a special limited edition Fullerton LAN design. Once again, all of those sales go towards supporting the RESUP events. So this next one will be the LHTF2 LAN. So that's what we're working on. Maybe more events to come. We'd be happy to hear everyone's feedback in the chat. What kind of events you might want to see? If you'd like to see another draft cup, more LANs, maybe something interesting like I don't know, Ultra Duo, B-ball, jump maps, drip contest. I don't know. Could be anything really, anything fun. But I think that's pretty much everything I have to plug. So I'll just check in now with my casters. It's going to be Eckstein stepping up. Eckstein, how's it going?
Yeah, well, it's going fantastic. Thanks for having me, and thanks for organizing this event.
Yeah, it's great to have you, man. And Jarrett going strong into the second half. You got the energy for it?
Yep, still holding on.
Cool. All right. Well, that's great. Hopefully these next matches will bring some good energy and excitement to you guys. I'm sure you guys are ready to take over. It's going to be Team Habib versus Team Laz. Also want to give a shout out to Witness, who casted the secondary matches. If you have been only glued to this stream, you can go check out Witness's VOD. He will have the other 2 matches covered there. But the remainder of the tournament will be here on this channel. So that's pretty much it, I think, for me. I'll see you guys again at the end of the tournament. Good luck with the cast. Have fun.
Thanks, Benny. Appreciate that so much. Also, quick shout out to Dolphin running production tonight. And of course, all the fantastic things that Banny and everybody else associated with this event and this LAN have going on. It really is kind of exciting to see some new energy in the organization of Team Fortress. Yeah, we should get this next match rolling in just a second. I'm trying to get my config all set up, and my game just crashed, so I can't even tell you how many players we have in. But I'm excited about this. I was watching the earlier games as well. This should be super hype. Team Laz versus Team Habib. Jarrett, some thoughts on the earlier matches and what we got in front of us?
We've seen some pretty big plays so far, and the fact that it's the teams are less structured in the turns, like they've been kind of thrown together a little bit. It just leads to more chaos, more flank plays, just more action in general, which is always really nice. And of course, as always, the lesson time has made teams need to play a little bit more fast. Like they don't want to accidentally run down the clock if they are in a pretty good position to own the enemy team's second, for example, and don't want to reset to a mid or anything like that. But we've seen a large variety when it comes to the actual rounds being collected. We've seen some sweeps. We've seen some very, very close games. So who knows? We've been all over the spectrum when it comes to rounds and what you need to actually win the game. So kind of excited to see what's going to happen. I think teams still need to finish off their pick bans. So it's probably a couple moments before we figure out what map we are going to be playing. So.
Yeah, and Banny already mentioned it, but shout out to Witness for providing the stream of the other matches that were going on. 2 matches at a time, simultaneous games, and the last match in that lower bracket. I mean, since the viewer are joining us or hanging out, you already know what's up. Team Banny eliminated Laz versus Habib. That last match though was pretty hype. Was a 5-4 finish. So. I jumped in right at the end of that, and pretty exciting stuff. I can only imagine the beginning of that was just as hype.
And as we go on through the tournament, I can only imagine things are going to get even more cutthroat, which is like, how can you expect to? It's hard to think about how much better it can get with how much we've seen so far. So I'm really anticipating a really, really good match between the 2 teams in the semifinals here, Team Laz and Team Habib. Probably in our best interest to go over the rosters at least a little bit, especially because even if you've seen it over on the other cast that Witness did, we haven't actually watched Team Habib on this channel yet. So you see the name Team Habib, you're like, wait, what, who's on his team again? So I'll go ahead and go over their roster. Their roster is High Five and Eric on Scout, Soapy and Dingo on Soldier, Habib on Demo, and Logai on Medic.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculously hype roster, to be honest. My favorite of that roster is Eric. Is Eric coming back? I've adopted him as a Portland Burnsider, because he's kind of a Pacific Northwest boy. So, and then obviously TF2 Olympics and whatnot. Gotta love it.
True.
That's kind of I feel like that's kind of the most boomery team too, though. You got some old names on there, High Five and Sandblast.
Yeah, Sandblast. I think he's just waiting until if someone drops out and needs to hop in. Not in quite yet,
that's right.
though. But
yeah, sorry. He's their backup.
yeah, but still a lot of talent on this roster. And of course, we also have Team Laz. You've seen them on this cast, but maybe you just came in late and didn't quite see it. So it is Corsa and Alpha on Scout, Laz and Trip on Soldier, Psy on Demo, and Rocket on Medic.
Yeah, I mean that roster's got some names on it as well. Big fan of Alpha and Psy guy. What class is Sin on? I saw Psy on the demo, so.
Yeah,
you
I think Psy is filling in Actually, there's been a couple fill-ins. I know Rocket is still filling in for Cookie Jake,
For
who was
Cookie.
originally their medic. There's also been some other substitutions.
Okay, so it looks like Sin wasn't able to make it then.
Yeah. Yeah, Sin was on this team as well, and Sai, the backup, came in and took his spot to be able to play for the tournament. So not the roster that Laz immediately picked up, but they're not doing too bad. Semifinals is pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Bandy's going to be, a little disappointed coming in fourth, but he's a player that always perseveres when he's got time to practice and get his team exactly how they want it.
It seems like we do have the map change to the map that we're currently playing. It's kind of funny. We went from Metalworks and Reckoner, which are very much two not pug staples. Like you'll maybe see them occasionally, but realistically, those are not the ones that are played first. And now we're kind of going into, all right, we saw Gully Wash and Snakewater before, and then this match in particular is going to be on Process, which is, it's said to be, everyone's first competitive map that they play, metaphorically speaking, for sixes. So everyone's no stranger to this map. It just comes down to which strategy you're actually going to execute. What are these players going to actually do once they're in the server? But there's no secrets for this map anymore, for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. Oh, 1 second, I'm totally in the wrong server. I love me some goalie though, or some process. Excuse me. I feel like that's kind of one of the new blood maps of Team Fortress. It just is. It's the new Badlands. It's just established. It's just, I don't know, raw Team Fortress is what comes out of Process basically.
Yeah, I think anytime a team together tries to do some sort of tryouts or their first scrims, a lot of the time people will just default to Process. It's the map that if no one has a preference when you're trying to pick a map after a pug is starting and the teams are picked, then whoever has Archon will just set it to Process by default. Like we said before, everyone's very familiar with it. So it's really going to come down to probably trying to predict what each individual player is going to bring to the table when it comes to this mismatch of a team, because it is kind of a pug atmosphere. It's less of a team style thing and more of a individual player thing, unless you really think you've figured out a pug team's play style after a couple of matches. Which, I mean, maybe it's possible. We've played a wide variety of matches, so who's to say?
Yeah, I mean, players are very experienced with each other, and I think in Team Fortress as well, since there's just such a culture about pickup games, that in some sense, players are really flexible with that. You're playing with players that they don't necessarily know. Of course, it's kind of a different skill set.
I think one thing that's kind of interesting that we're gonna have to keep in mind, especially with the timer rules being different. I kind of mentioned this last game when we started to go into maps that Sniper can be more prevalent on. Like we saw Gully Wash being played last. Now we're on Process, which is very much like a map that people will surely go Sniper on at some point. Just like in a standard game, like you see snipers that will go sewer to break into enemy teams too. It's very common to see a sniper trying to break into last, but it's going to be interesting to see how teams adjust to how much they actually pull it out, and if it's going to be less than normal because of the time difference. Because I mean, sometimes it might take a bit for you to actually get the picture you're actually looking for, and who knows if you're actually going to have the time to do that. Because if you wait too long, then it could lead to a reset. We have to go back to mid, and who knows if you actually want that. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think last time I pointed out a bit towards Alpha, because Alpha is a very sniper centric player, and of course as well, just the fact that this team is on Process now. It's kind of, we saw it, they played Sniper in the Gully Wash game, so I'm kind of curious to see if that's going to be even more so now that we're on a map that can arguably be even more beneficial for Sniper gameplay, or if it's going to kind of stagnate out. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. For the side of the other team, I mean, they can technically go Sniper, but I don't think you necessarily see them as Sniper players. So I think Team Habib might be a little bit more adjusting to what the red team kind of brings to the table in that off-classing aspect. But that's what I'm really looking out for, I think.
No, for sure. And I think that Alpha as well is kind of renowned for being the defensive spy. That's something that he likes to pull out. And in some ways, if you're trying to make a play happen, considering that these timers are a little bit shorter, maybe that's not the move. Maybe Sniper, slow things down, since the pressure is going to be a lot more on the offensive team to get in there, right?
Yeah. It just all comes down to the timer, really, because I'm not really sure. I guess we're gonna have to probably see some mid fights to see if any of the teams feel really comfortable about like, oh, we'll just play it slow, and if things reset, oh well. Or if they're just gonna be like, no, we don't want to play another mid. That's very bad for us. Let's keep keep the ball rolling. Let's take some risks. Let's really go for it. So we'll have to see, because you can even go back to previous matches, but everything changes a little bit as you continue to play more as a team and find your stride and figure out what you're good at. And number two, the map can change things very heavily with who you're leading on and who's your playmakers, who's going to be doing certain jobs for your team, given the geometry of the map and all that. So we'll probably have to see a couple rounds go in before we really truly figure out all the teams. But do you have any anticipations for the match and expectations? Maybe like a round prediction, just like looking at the rosters in general. I've been
I
wrong
think,
every single time, so
yeah, I think it's going to be a 5-3. I think it's easy to just guess like Laz's team because they were in the upper bracket previously. Although like you said, it's I don't know, it's kind of a pug environment in some sense. So it's like every match is going to be kind of different in a free flow. So I'm kind of pulling for Habib's team, but it does seem like perhaps Laz has been able to sneak away with a slightly stronger draft here.
yeah, I'm a bit torn because initially, before with the games have started, I would go for Team Habib, and then now after the games have actually gone on and I've seen them, now I kind of want to go for Team Laz. But then I also feel like that I'm probably just cursed and gonna get every prediction wrong, and it makes me want to kind of go for Team Habib. But then I also feel like that's just gonna make me lose at the end of the day either way. So I don't know. I'll probably just flip a coin. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll probably say like it's going to be close no matter what. I don't think this is going to be like a roll where a team just completely gets shut out, but I'll give a little bit of a round edge to team Habib, just by a little bit.
yeah, nice. I mean, it's going to be exciting. We'll see. Rocky was kind of struggling a little bit. Had some drops. That's something that as the night goes on though, and he starts to vibe on medic, maybe he'll just be popping earlier. But we are live here, and Team Habib going to be over on the blue, while Team Laz kicking it off on red here in process.
Yep, definitely be really excited to see. Curious to see if any of the soldiers end up going fast, but it appears they'll go a little bit fast. But actually, Trip, I didn't think he was going to commit on the B, but he actually is going to get his health destroyed up and going to need an arrow to continue fighting this mid, and that's just going to give the blue team a lot more presence here. Laz doing a high bomb, a little bit of a fake to get some damage. Habib and Log are actually very weak. Trip committing onto Dingo, going to eat the pack, but it's going to be Alpha that falls, and instead going to be 1-for-1 in terms of trades. Blue team has had height control this entire mid. Red team has been unable to take it, and Trip almost dies there, getting pistol down, but is able to keep the beam up to eventually escape. So a lot of damage, a lot of carnage, but at the end of the day, a 1-for-1 trade, and the blue team takes the first mid.
Yeah, this is good plays from Habib and company right now. Like you said, controlling that high ground, crucial in this first mid fight.
Poking around a little bit.
Yeah, Laz checking to see what the pressure is going to be like in choke, where the team's going, but it looks like Habib and, well, actually, no, Habib's left on the other side. The rest of the team pushing through IT, though.
Yeah, trying to make some noise. Soapy's bombing. Oh my god, he immediately got melted. Sai says no. So red team in the driver's seat. Oh, and I think Trip tried to do a fast roll in, but kind of messed up his jump and got stuffed. So I don't even know if they're going to do a counter quite yet. No one's health is really in a good spot to do it, so I think they're just going to chill. They don't look like they want to do anything off of the little bit of a mishap.
So things have calmed down, but 2 minutes before things would potentially get reset here. So some time to figure things out.
Yeah, Soapy, no off class, no one going back to open the door or anything, which it's to be expected. And one, the time limit. Two, it doesn't seem like with this roster that'd necessarily be their go-to, like their way to break the stalemate. Probably just going to be normal sacks if I had to imagine. Sophie buffed up at the choke. Probably just waiting for the opportune moment, getting a little bit of spam on Habib. He's eating some pipes though. Sai's putting a lot of damage on him, and Habib is unable to actually soften up any of these players. Soapy's just waiting. He doesn't want to just go into a meat grinder. He wants someone to be distracted, or at least a sticky or something. So they're actually going to go over towards sewer and immediately die to a side trap. Plans for it.
Yeah, Eric picked off there, so the offense going to fizzle out. Possible counter push here. Scout finding out through the choke here. First, it has gone down, but pressure on the medic.
7 HP. He holds that. Just barely.
Wait there, my little guy.
Yep, 2 picks. This is a pretty good spot for the blue team to actually get their force off. There's less people holding the doors. You probably have to worry slightly less about side traps, and they're starting to work their way through sewer.
Yeah, the scouts pushing forward here.
Oh, Rocket very low. Soapy bombing in. Is going to die, but some damage is done. Logeye making sure. Actually, it's Logeye that gets the kill from onto Rocket. Just arrow across the map, and that's a drop. I didn't even see that until a couple seconds afterwards. No wonder that went so smoothly for the blue team. So now they have full Uber ad. They're just going through one. They don't even need to use quite. They're just milking their way through, able to get the kill onto Trip. The kill from Corsa on Habib is going to be huge for making sure this gun can live at least a little bit longer. So it's going to buy the red team at least a little bit more time. They have Laz and Rocket up now. The gun will finally die, but no Doman does lock down the doors. It's going to be pretty bad for the side of the blue team for the longevity of things. Dingo dies up in nest. Oh, Sai locking down the chokes as well, preventing air from getting through. Loga almost dying, and Corsa on the chase gets those last 2 frags. Blue team is, for all intents and purposes, wiped as Corsa gets the 4th. Just Habib left alive as the respawner, and things have kind of crumbled for the blue. I mean, the red team has themselves back on track.
Yeah, great stuff there from Saigai and company. And right now they're pushing forward, trying to turn this into a second point in mid. Getting a kill there on Habib. That'll help open things up for sure.
Doman picks very, very huge. No stickies, just walk your way through. Only have to worry about maybe a sniper, if that, but that doesn't really exist. They're just in grass before the Ubers even had by their team or the cap's even done. They know that the blue team has to play so passive, so afraid now. Just sending Soapy in. Oh, the damage to the Rocket. The Rocket's so aggressive. He's dancing around. Somehow he's living. He's at 10 HP. He doesn't have Uber yet. He's at 98. Please, someone get with Rocket. Please. Okay, that was almost disastrous. He's found his Uber. He's found his man. They're walking through it. He's still not popping. They're working their way through, but he drops Corsa. They're able to get the flash onto Laz, but Laz is able to do the job, making sure that Logeye is dead in the grave, trying to chase down additional kills. High Five dying as well. Dingo on top of the point, gonna get bombed on by their other solar combo of Trip, making sure that the rest of the blue team can work their way over to the point, but there's so many people that have died already. Gotta get arrowed up for the side of the red team, initiating in, but Laz immediately shut down. Soapy doing work right now, making sure that kill is collected. And Sai and Rocket, I don't think they can do this. They've salvaged this so hard. It went from a bad situation to a pretty decent one for the red team. They salvaged it, but it just wasn't quite enough. Soapy on the defense gets a 4K at the very end there, course of the last kill, and it makes you think what would happen if the red team was able to get that start off just a little bit better.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from the defense there. And right now they pick off Alpha. That was Eric grabbing the snag there. Soapy has gone down. Continuing to keep up this pressure. Tripboy poking a little bit from sewer, but he's going to back up. I think we might calm down here.
Yeah, not really too much to work off of. Got 1 pick on each side, relatively even. The blue team did a pretty good job of making sure that they could claw their way out of their last, though. Much more comfortable to at least be on your own, too. A little bit more breathing room and room for an accidental mistake and not necessarily dropping around there. So,
right, without a doubt.
Yeah, gonna have both teams go ahead and get through Ubers at this point. Gonna go ahead and, make sure you have that at your disposal before, you go ahead and go for something. It buys you some time for respawners, and blue team setting up actually somewhat more inside IT, making sure the IT is very safe, that Logeye can't get sniped very easily. It's harder for a bomb to get through because he has a roof over his head, but if one does, there is definitely no escape. So it's a high risk, high reward right now in terms of their positioning, but let's see if the red team can crack it open. They do have a sniper, so they can get something. He's on top of the crate right now, trying to look to, I guess, at the scout spot, where scouts usually sit on the fence and, see what's what, but not really finding anything so far. They definitely know of his presence right now because Eric has a winger spotted it and jumped up, so Alpha's going to have to find a new positioning, but they do know of his existence. So I'm curious to see, 1, how the red team tries to deal with this situation of Logeye just being in the corner, but 2, how many shots are they going to let Alpha take before they actually take action and do something themselves?
Yeah, he's trying to get something out of sewer here. The stickies from the blue demo man Habib going to be able to shove away the door opener, though.
Still poking and prodding. They're holding down sewer pretty hard, but not really finding too much. They got a headshot off, but that's about it.
Yeah, and a few more pokes there, but still no results.
Oh, the Uber! They finally decided that now is the time going forward. They're able to get the exchange off, which is very good. You don't want a situation where you Uber in and are unable to find the medic or very many kills. But Soapy making some space. The blue team's flooding their way through. Got some traps by the door still. Initiation from the side of Trip. He does not land on top of the rock. Immediately going to melt. Of course, they pop into the air. Going to be able to eat the pack to keep fighting on. But the sniper of Alpha, he's got to get some shots. And the blue team just going to crumble. Of course, he's going to fall. No scouts on the field for the side of the red team. And they definitely have to back up. So good pull of the trigger from the blue team. They've clawed their way back all the way from last to mid, and maybe even now taking the enemy team second.
Yeah, Eric and High Five doing a good job of opening things up there. Psy Guy, though, jumping in here, and both soldiers are down. No Dingo, no Soapy.
That's definitely something they can potentially use to their advantage, although they do probably know that they have technically small disad because the blue team used first. It's pretty marginal, though, so they'll still poke around. They have a sniper to work with the bare minimum. They know that Alpha can't get bombed, but you don't want to die with like 95%. That'd be abysmal.
Right, or just at 100%, right? But
True.
it happens. It happens.
So far it seems like Team Laz is playing pretty defensively, just overall. So we're gonna have to see how this takes place throughout the rest of the match. So far 0-0, 10 minutes in. I don't think this is anything that I've seen quite yet from the matches today, but I guess there's room for something new.
Oh yeah, 100%.
The difference is Alpha defensive sniper now. We'll see how that kind of goes into plays. You know, they can't really poke around sewer too easy, but how are they going to move forward after the sack happens is the big question.
Another player down here for blue team.
Something to work off
down.
of. Trip a little weak. Can't really move off it. Laz is poking around, and there is something good. No soldiers getting Soapy at the tail end there, so you know, you definitely take the 64 scenario. Laz getting pushed, though. He trades with Eric, which is very beneficial. Corsa and Trip going in, and there's the Force coming in towards the blue team. They're rushing forward to the choke, trying to get something. Alpha pretty weak, gonna get pistoled down at least a little bit, but not quite enough to collect that kill. And the red team, they still hold on to their Uber after all said and done.
Yeah, Habib kind of getting a little bit stuffed there. He was trying to push in through choke. Now Rocket and company hanging back, waiting for their time here.
Got some respawners coming on their way, so gonna get them all buffed up and ready to go. They still have the sniper on the field, so flank might be a little bit weaker, but we'll see what the blue team does to combat this. They're a little bit passive. Spare Dingo who might go in for a bomb, and actually they're going for a bomb right now on the first people through the choke. The Uber comes out. Everyone's saved, at least for now. Corsa, or actually that's Eric, has worked his way behind Corsa chasing him, so it's gonna be a little bit of an issue for the side of the red team as they bring so many people back to actually chase down this scout. Soapy getting headshot, Habib very weak. They're gonna actually clean up Eric and get the Soapy kill. So definitely very big for the side of the red team. They did not let that flank play that we thought could happen for the fact they had a sniper end up working out at all. So Sai is actually just in. He is not on the same pace of his team, though. That's basically a feed, but maybe it's still enough for the red team to continue to push. This is just a brawl.
Yeah, Laz coming in, trying to get the kill on Habib, shoving him around, but Habib will survive there. High Five coming in to help out with that assist. And basically Law Guy looking like they want to charge forward here with this Uber charge to get a retake on second. Oh no! There's a Soapy Meister picked out of the air there by Alpha.
Yep, Sniper's going to be a thorn in your side for sure. Probably is going to mark an immediate Uber coming from the blue team. They do not want to take the slow and just die from Alpha. But then again, the red team probably knows this. They probably expect this Uber from in choke. Immediately, Habib going in. Of course, getting very low, but everyone else, not a scratch. Definitely saw that coming. It got out just in time, but the blue team will take solace in knowing that they at least get the second point, or will they? Immediately, Uber coming in. Habib definitely didn't expect that. Got caught out. Low Guy's able to find his way out through IT, but the chase is on. Eric very low in actually lobby, tried to go behind a little bit, brought some people back, but will eventually fall. So seems like the blue team wasn't quite sure exactly when Rocket was going to get his Uber, and it caught him off guard a bit.
Yeah, very good push out there by Laz's team. They're continuing to charge forward here. As
got a player
Alpha,
advantage.
of course, yeah, fighting and choke, and Dingo getting pushed all the way back.
Yep, able to retake mid. I guess long-term, Low Guy does have an ad now because the Uber didn't really kill the medic in the previous push. So a little bit of a leapfrog scenario, so the blue team's not quite out of it yet, but another opportunity for the red team to go for some sort of flank play if they so desire. Now, the sniper is no longer on the field. I don't know if they know if the sniper is gone now. I mean, they probably just have to kind of make a guess and try to work with it, but it doesn't seem like it was big enough ad for the blue team to really use. They're playing safe, not going to risk too much. Just go ahead and sit with their sit in their defensive stance on their own too, and let the red team have the ball in their court, let them break the stalemate.
Yeah, we'll see what Side Guy and company can do here. Right now, just kind of a slow approach. They are going to send a bomb in. That's Tripwire. He'll get crushed out though pretty quickly.
Yeah, Trip is having a rough time this game. I've seen tons of just very little things that prevent him from getting where he needs to land, so it's kind of rough on them, but pressure's coming in from the blue team. They're getting piped a little bit from the side to side. Sophie's able to actually get his way in and get the force, which is exactly what they need. So all the damage aside, definitely beneficial for them. And now they're on the move, have to clear the stickies out of the choke, taking this at least a little bit slow. A high five in front, but Laz jumping from behind the rock, a bit of a surprise, but not too much damage on the log edge, just a little bit of room for them. And actually, Alpha, he went for the back cap behind, but immediately gonna get killed, and that's not gonna slow them down too much. So being down 2, this is looking like a pretty much a free point for the side of the blue team. Not even that, they could maybe even leave one and keep the ball rolling if they really wanted.
Yeah, Laz's jump back there was quite vertical and couldn't really do much to stop the entry and a choke. So they picked up that other kill as well. They're coming in pretty clean here. Lol guy pops Uber as they come in. Laz cleaned up, and this Uber will secure the second point likely. But again, this is another situation where we might have a push out with this Uber charge. 15% away though, and I don't think they're quite in position to do so.
Well, they're poking around courses, trying to look through lower. So I mean, Laz is respawn now. They're going and wait for his respawn. Actually, they're going through 1 just completely for free and just milking it, not afraid of stickies. The bomb eventually does come in, and Rocket does have to use Dingo giving up his life for that. So we're going to go ahead and jump out, seeing the job is done. And just a 1. I mean, it's can be kind of weird because, you know, you want more than 1, but you'll take 1. At the same time, the defending team is like, I mean, I guess we'll give up 1. That's fine. That's the minimum. So just a continual leapfrog scenario where both teams are probably like relatively content with what's going on. Although it's been a 14 or 15 minute 0-0. So eventually something's got to give and someone's going to break through. The question is when will it be? We do have Lolga reaching 100% Uber. They're going through IT, so who knows? Maybe it'll be now.
Yeah, and they're leading the charge there. High five coming down from below, trying to support the demo man. Demo man will get the kill there.
Seems like it's just gonna be Trip. They're working forward and through 5 though.
Yeah, Dingo all the way in, gets all the way back behind into the secret. Soapy Master now trying to fight. He's still tucked back there, but I don't think he's gonna be able to find any action.
Yep, he's fighting Corsa, but Corsa has beam. There's no way he's getting that kill. He bought a little bit of time, but at the end of the day, no explosive classes for the blue team after that. They are definitely giving up 2 for free, so actually Sai, very aggressive, just bombing through, but not going to land in a bad spot or anything, just making some space. So red team on the move, immediately through IT. I'm curious if they're going to try to milk this at all and be greedy with it, or just immediately pop through. And popping through, it seems to be the strategy for them, immediately going on to Eric in the choke as the nearest target, but he's going to surf out and not actually die, and it's going to be Habib that's able to find a kill, getting chased down, and gets another under Corsa. Habib going huge right now. Laz is in Sewer alone, 2v1ing Eric and Sophie, so he might fall as well. So it's disastrous for the entirety of the red team as Laz will finally fall, so that is definitely not what you want to see if you're a fan of Team Laz. The blue team is holding strong, and they're able to, you know, despite losing to the enemy team too, it's looking like they're about to take it back for free and use the ad to go in last.
Yeah, been kind of a slow map in terms of the scores so far. This might lead to it opening up a little bit here as a really good opportunity to attack. They're going to send Habib in hard. He's all the way in front of the spawn door. They've locked down the left one, rotating to the right-hand side now. Heavy weapons guy is out. Rocket's in trouble. He's taken out. That is Soapy Meister on top of the situation. High five trying to cap the point. Eric in support. The defenders have switched sides. Still, it's a 4v3 in favor of the offense. Alpha coming up here from the side, though, coming from the respawn, and they're able to get some frags, but can Eric clutch this out? One-on-one on the point here, up against Alpha. He's going to reload his pistol. Alpha's so low, but he holds it.
Yeah, on one hand, you want to play slow after getting that rocket kill. You know, we'll just play beam and we'll out-heal and win, but if you play too slow, then the respawners come in, and red team able to make sure they use their second lives to defend the point and get out of last and retake 2. Although, with both medics dying there, it's not really giant ad to really use, but they are using some positioning right now. The blue team going in very aggressively. The soldiers are making some space. Dingo will fall for it, though. They definitely need to get some kills quickly. They will kill Corsa, who's overextended a little bit, but they make sure that's enough damage to have Habib fall. Laz going in to see if he can make sure that Logai's dead in the grave, but will not find a whole lot of success. And the chase is still on for the red team. Trip is very deep himself, but will not find anything. Sophie cleaning that kill. Eric trying to take a turn, but Alpha says no. And after all is said and done, a lot of kills on both sides, and I think both teams are probably just gonna say, okay, we'll just wait for the red team to get their Uber and then go off that. The red team, they need more players, but the blue team, they don't have the resources to go for the force right now. So it'll slow down for a bit, but actually that's just enough for Logai to get an Uber of his own. So it actually might just fully end up in another stalemate.
Yeah, I thought that, you know, Rocket and Laz's team wanted more out of that, but since they had that Uber charge, they weren't really able to be punished for it. So certainly kind of an odd situation there. Laz in Trip Boy, great aggression, not able to follow it up. Right now, though, Habib looking to poke, at least just to keep Laz and company honest, but won't be able to get in.
IT seems to be the play for them. Try to break someone through, maybe like find an opening through lower to get someone to jump in, or get someone like behind in the lobby, something like that. But it seems lower's going to be the play, so he hits his head on his jump. Unfortunate, but the Alpha does die.
Wow,
He gets him with his last rocket, so it's not really in a good spot for the red team to go ahead and go for a counter sack. So Lolgai can breathe easy at least a little bit more, but maybe they want to go for try number 2. Maybe the blue team will find another opening now that there's one less eye kept on IT, but they are going to lose Dingo, so no soldiers for him. That's very, very rough. Actually, Trip very aggressive, making sure that Eric is not able to escape, so I don't think they intended for that to be a 2-1 with Soapy not quite in position yet, but the red team is starting to be on the move. They're poking around these chokes. Laz is in the IT door. Trip is going to die to a trap, though, so that might be the end of their stay, especially with Habib getting 2. I didn't expect them to get Corsa. So the script's been flipped a little bit. Blue team back in a good spot here.
Yeah, certainly. Soapy didn't go in too hard following up that action. They're going to catch a little bit of a breath before they start to move forward here. They still have this Ubercharge advantage. I need to save Habib here. Laz has gone down. Habib kind of low health. No Ubercharge yet, though. Going to be able to get an arrow out, though, taking him from 45 to 130 health. And push in is just fine, but Rocket did use Ubercharge there defensively. And they're not going to have it for last now.
Yep, and this is definitely another opportunity for the blue team to go ahead and get their cap, get their players, and go ahead and go in. Do have the gun being built by the side, of course. It is level 2. Sniper set up next to him to prevent them from sending it down early, so the gun is going to be in effect for the Uber immediately. Bombing in through 4, onto the gun, able to clean it up right off the bat. Actually, the engine just swaps off, so have a bomb coming from Laz, trying to defend the point. There's still Uber, though, getting some damage onto the scout. Corsa will fall, though, so no heavy right off the bat for your hold is definitely not a good thing, but they're trying to clear the stickies off the point of the blue team, trying to play this as smartly as they can, but the flank coming in from Laz, make sure that Dingo's cleaned up. Sophie falling as well. Laz going to give up his life for it eventually, but a 4v3 scenario for the red team as they continue to hold on to this point. Habib will be unable to escape. It is just Lolgai and High Five desperately trying to escape, and they escape in the wrong direction, leading to both their deaths. Unfortunate communication at the very end there, and execution at the beginning, but the red team holding down strong, preventing a round from being collected on the board so far as they maintain the Uber, retake 2, probably even retake mid for free, depending on what the blue team does, and go further beyond.
Yeah, I think that was huge plays there by Laz, you know, and the Trip Boy just being able to kind of rotate around that last. And Corsa as well being really elusive. As this fight, though, continues on mid here, Madness. Side guy thrown all the way across. He's in the yard. He's alone trying to dodge the damage. Rocket gets to him with the Ubercharge. And now Lolgai in trouble, but Laz denied by Dingo. Oh, they keep Lolgai alive. He gets the arrow kill on Corsa.
And Rocket's trying to escape, but High Five's there. He's trying to collect the kill and will find... Actually, it's Eric that snipes the kill. What a kill steal. All right, well, at the end of the day, yeah, the Uber was kind of thrown sideways a bit. Probably didn't expect that too much. The blue team was able to use that to her advantage to hold on to mid, so definitely turn a bad situation into a good one. As now they're back in... This feels like deja vu. I think this is their 3rd or so attempt to really push Lash with a full ad. And once again, the red team's going to be able to set up a little bit. They got the gun set up. They got the sniper in tow, so we'll see how they go about this. They are in lobby. They're poking it down, trying to spam down the gun early, which is definitely beneficial. They do succeed in that regard. The sniper's unable to prevent that from happening, and now the Uber comes through, trying to get onto the sniper in the shutter door. Will eventually swap off. The gun is now the next target. Be bombing forward, able to get the NG, which he classically does, as well as the gun, but they are going to lose Eric for that, and the spoon almost coming out. Down 2 for each side of the team, but they're trying to get over to the point to get the cap time in their favor. Dingo trying to get an arrow. Eric trying to clean the kill, but he will not. Of course, trying to clean the kill, will not be able to find that as Dingo able to eat the arrow inside. He's in no man's land. Almost air shot, but will eventually die to fall damage. Just 2 left alive, and is not quite enough for the red team to hold on. The blue team will finally, 22 minutes in, take the first round 1-0 on process.
Yeah, Habib's team did a good job there with that push. Just kind of being able to stay in the pocket a little bit more, get the kills that they needed, but kind of rotate themselves left and right and keep the heals flowing. So good job by them to close that round out.
Sai playing dangerously a little bit. Took a lot of damage here at the beginning of this mid. Definitely going to need an arrow, but long term, we'll see how this mid kind of plays out. It's only the second mid. Last time we saw the blue team just own the high ground for the entirety of the mid, so we'll see if it's somewhat of the same story. Double bomb in from the red team. They are committing, but I don't think, they're going for a beat, but he's actually blasted back and going to get arrowed up, so not really going to find their target, so they've given up 2 soldiers for nothing. That's going to mark the end of the red team's expenditure on mid as they just hightail it out of there, make sure they escape with the rest of their lives as just a single successful, kite away from a bomb is enough.
Yeah, no soldiers here on second. Side guy then getting isolated out. The scout's not willing to engage to jump off their ivory tower of the Spire here. Rocket forced to pop the Ubercharge from behind here. Ubercharge in response coming out here from Lol Guy. They're going to be able to push back Laz's team. Rocket going down, Corsa going down. And I think the scoring floodgates might have been open here. Tripboy and Laz now taken out. And 6 players up here. They got players capping second. They're pushing into last here, trying to keep the pressure up on Side Guy. We do have a snipe from Alpha on Habib. The scout coming in here trying to hold will not be able to do so. 2-0 on the board now.
And maybe the blue team has found the magic they need. Like you said, they just opened up the floodgates and now they're able to get some rounds at the board. But we'll see how much this really paces. That was mostly like a complete roll from mid, just making sure that they couldn't really set up onto, or otherwise it was a lot of stalemates that were unable to be broken and a lot of back and forth and leapfrogging. So we'll see what the third mid really brings us.
Yeah, right now Tripwire takes an early position on his corner. Not able to get flushed out, looking for a bomb off the sign here. Does get some good damage on the Lol Guy and continues behind. The counter bomb coming in here from the other side. But Dingo not finding much. Sophia is down. Laz kind of stuffed. And Laz's team going to go down here as Lol Guy gets another arrow kill on Rocket Guy.
That's definitely very, very clutch.
Oh gosh, Lol Guy getting kills left and right.
That was actually looking pretty bad for the blue team at the beginning, but I think it just converged at quite the right moment. Like, they were getting pinched themselves from players behind, and then they just kind of turned it around as the red team tried to walk across the point. They just kind of walked into a little bit of a meat grinder, plus the arrow kills. It's kind of the nail in the coffin for that mid fight. So Lol Guy, once again, 100% Uber, trying to break in the enemy team's last. Got a gun and a sniper to set up for the defense of the red team. So probably going to see this second cap go up and then transition over towards the lobby. Maybe spam down the gun, or at bare minimum go through 3 or 4 is the standard. So it's probably the expectation. Might change slightly with High Five being dead. Probably have Eric take the Uber, but they're going nonetheless. Melee, Uber coming in over towards the gun on the left-hand side. He has to be careful of mistakes, but will go ahead and not only get Corsa, but continue to survive and not die to them. Eric getting on the point. He's going to die. Immediately bursted down by the side of the explosive classes from the red team. Heavy on the field. Alpha trying to gun down these people over on the point. Both soldiers from the blue team falling, and at the end of the day, maybe needed one extra player to get that through, but it just goes to show how even one kill can make things really rough for you to go ahead and find a successful last push when you have Uber. So red team holding on, got their Uber, got their second, a little bit of deja vu, gotta find a way to break your way into the enemy team's mid.
Yeah, and at the end of that, maybe a little bit of kind of classic Pug team miscommunication or I don't know, misplay, stretched out. Both the soldiers going in aggressively, trying to get that point while other players backing up. As they've kind of pulled back, though, to hold mid, Rocket pushing forward with his Ubercharge. Not able to get a ton done with that. They're back towards the entrance to IT now. Split up awkwardly, Rocket isolated. And the scout who was rushing over to meet him does get a kill on the soldier, Soapymeister. Gonna go down, though. And Side Guy isolated in IT, but there's a back cap from Corsa. And, well, High Five gonna have to come back to deal with that. Thankfully, though, also has Dingo showing up here. Although
Corsa almost.
Yeah, it doesn't get the other one.
Overall, a pretty good play from the blue team here, kind of flipping things around. And they're continuing to keep the ball rolling. It's just Syed that's really there. Rocket as a respawner. They got the sticky kill. They got the 1v1 in sewer. And it kind of just made the Uber from the red team unable to really get a whole lot of space. They just flooded back in. It was a little scrappy. They lost people along the way. But at the end of the day, they're once again in a very beneficial position. They own the enemy team second. They got full Uber ad. And, I mean, their tries into push last have been mixed results so far, but at the end of the day, an attempt at the bare minimum is something that's good to see if you're a fan of Team Habib.
Yeah, 100%. And right now they're pushing in again here. Scout kind of leading the way. Habib does take out the sentry gun. Sniper still up for the defense, while Eric trying to get a little bit of time on the point, not really able to do so. But Uber has come in and has faded 75% on the defensive team's Uber. One soldier taken out, that's Tripboy. But Corsa bouncing around does get the revenge kill on High Five. Tripboy trying to push forward and create some pressure. As Rocket kind of alone in lobby, now getting some players with them. Corsa, though, trapped out from balcony.
That's gonna stifle things at least a little bit by a couple of seconds. They'll still probably push out with their ad, and at least with Alpha. And yeah, they're working their way through, immediately rushing forward. Alpha just juggled right off the bat, and bomb from Sai is a little bit. He's kind of landing off in no man's land. He gets one, he gets Sophie, but he'll give up his life for it. The bomb coming from both soldiers trying to salvage, get on Habib and the low guy, and they will find them inside each other's models to make sure that they do indeed die. It is just high five left, and he will get cleaned up. And the execution of that was a bit off, but it still worked at the very end of the day. And gonna give up a couple people for it, but you got your second back, which is good, and still technically have an ad to work your way into mid.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking though overall, 2-0 on the board. Pretty much Psy Guy, Laz, these guys need to really put the pressure on. They want to potentially tie this up.
Yep, a lot of damage on Habib, very low 35 HP, but it's actually going to be Sai that ends up dying to Sophie. He just takes the pack and jumps away to safety. On to Laz, popping up the air, going to get scouted down by the side of High Five. So another death on the red team. So they have their Uber to work with, but no players to use it. These dry fights are not working out in their favor. They're trying to go for a surprise play going down but the pipe, but it is spotted as the rest of the team begins to work their way away. It might be maybe Dingo is the only person that dies, but no. They've recognized that this Uber's fading course. It will eventually fall. Rocket actually had a pretty good surf out that's going to leave him to actually survive all the way through one, but going to have some other players lingering around that might not be too lucky if they overstay their welcome. Speaking Sai, very, very low, going to get popped up, but it's actually going to be Trip that jumps in to try to clean up the low guy, but will not find the success. The low guy living with about 45 HP or so, and will continue to fight another day and hold on to his Uber. So once again, full Uber ad, Hobby, 60% ad, except there's no sniper this time. Maybe they can milk, but I don't know if they, oh no, they're milking at least a little bit. Now Alpha's on sniper, going through, get Laz, immediately on the point, no stickies on it really, Side's trying to put some on there now, but they're falling off the high ground just into the meat grinder. The blue team is eating up the red team's players. It's just Alpha and Rocket left alive onto the point. That's a 3-0 in favor of the blue team.
Yeah, good pressure there. Eric and High Five again, combining to just kind of make things seem easy for Habib's team. Up 3-0 here as the clock going to be expiring shortly.
Yep, so gonna be setting the win limit to 4, and first team to get 4 rounds will be the victor, however long that takes for the Habib's team's gonna be run around, but for last team they definitely have to start clawing the way back. It's gonna be a long road.
Yeah, definitely. Harold flying over the top here. He's taken out. That's Laz, has gone down.
Seems like the blue team's definitely found their groove. The bomb from the red team did not really find anything, immediately sent into the meat grinder. As the course of Sai and Rocket are trying to escape. Sai might get caught here depending on how things go. Not necessarily locked out completely, just got into lobby, but I think the blue team's gonna try not to bite off more than they can chew. Just settle for the fact that they're in a good position. They only need one more round. They can go ahead and go for a normal stalemate here, but Alpha's up to his tricks again. I think this is the first time that we've seen Alpha spy, at least I have, maybe in the match I didn't see, but he's on the move.
Yeah, I know there was some spy shenanigans. He's coming in right behind here, though. Oh, won't even get the opportunity, though.
Just didn't even have last set up properly, I guess. Just one too many door not covered. It's kind of rough sometimes when you have an off cluster that's not as defensive, so you got to make sure those gaps are kind of caught up. But if you don't have everything down, you didn't have a gun that could automatically watch a door, it's pretty normal to have the dominoes start to fall, and immediately just got onto the cap and won the game. So 4-0 in favor of Team Habib. They will be moving on into the grand finals to face Team J, while Team Laz will be eliminated and take 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the double-edged sword with the Alpha defensive spy. It can be unexpected, but it also just kind of leaves this open door for teams to get in. But momentum already pretty roughly against them at that point. Team Habib playing strong overall. The High Five leading the charge with 28 kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, looking at these logs, the only thing that's really different to me, like substantially, is I guess 2 things. One, the fact that High Five lived as much as he did. Like, the kills are great, but the fact that you have that stable scout speed to, make sure that your medic is surviving, make sure that the people that you're surrounded with have denial from soldier bombs and things like that is very important. And probably the other thing is the amount of kills that Habib got. A lot of those were just trap kills. A lot. So immediately we saw multiple situations where, Laz's team, they had ad, they wanted to just go ahead and work their way through with it, but then they would lose a person to like some flank play, sure, but they would also just drop a person to a trap right off the bat. And what could have been a good situation for them immediately killed the leapfrog and kind of set them back to let things equalize and pretty much buy the blue team, Habib's team, a free point. So definitely very beneficial, very sneaky traps, and did a lot for his team in the long run.
Yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, fun lower bracket semifinal there. We'll have the grand finals coming up here soon, as Team Habib will survive this lower bracket showdown. We'll be up against Team J coming up in our grand finals.
Yep. So just gotta wait for that to happen. Probably not going to be too much of a delay, honestly. We're not waiting for any other teams. There's probably going to be a small intermission of a couple minutes to allow the teams to do what they need to do. They got to pick their map, like do pick bands and stuff as well. So there's going to be, there's going to be a minute or two while we're chilling and waiting for things to happen. So probably in our best interest to go to a break for a couple minutes. But don't go anywhere because we will be here shortly for the best of 3 grand final between Team Habib and Team J.
Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the RESUP Draft-O-Matic Cup. We have the grand finals coming up. Stay tuned for that. We just witnessed the lower bracket final between Habib's team and Laz's team. Habib's team coming out on top. A little bit of a slow start, but then they picked up some momentum and looking good there at the end. Thanks to Laz for putting up a good show, a good fight. They're going to go out at 3rd place, collecting that $120 prize. Just wanted to give another shout out to everything we got going on over here at RESUP. We, of course, have this event starting off the event series, but the next event coming up very soon in February is going to be the local host TF2 LAN in Southern California, February 12th and 13th. Some of the best players and teams in North America are going to be there. And if it's something that you want to see, well, make sure you follow the stream that you're on right now. We're going to be putting it together in a very similar fashion to this, but we'll have some even fancier graphics and live cams from the event and all that kind of stuff. So we're just building this kind of from the ground up right now. It's all coming together nicely, and thankfully, we have a great match and event here today to kick things off. But speaking of the future, we just launched the crowdfunding campaign for the LAN. If you want to support that and more events like this, you can head over to donate.resup.gg. We're going to be funding the LAN prize pool through that, offering perks to those of you that support. We've got a raffle going on for an unusual hat, as well as a signed mousepad from LAN, and of course giving shout outs to all the donators. And we also just launched the merch over at shop.resup.gg. We've got a few designs there, more to come in the future. And don't miss out on the limited edition localhost LAN shirt, because after the LAN is up and over and done with, you won't be able to get that one again. So that's everything we're doing at RESUP. Hope you guys are enjoying this event. Again, let us know your thoughts in the chat. Let us know, what kind of events you want to see. But to get back to today's event, we got the grand finals coming up. Jarrett and Eckstein, how are you guys feeling about this this event so far, and what are you looking forward to in the grand final?
I'm looking forward to seeing some Jay,
Yeah.
got here, so Jay's a classic. I saw that bot mode and Donovan were both just kind of like throwing down earlier. We've had some good matches. I mean, that last match was a lot of fun, really tense for a while, but I'm exciting some more fireworks, let's just say.
Yeah. Jay's team haven't lost a round yet, so we'll see what they can pull off here in the grand finals. Jarrett, what have been your thoughts on the tournament so far?
It's been a lot of fun to watch. There's been a lot of roller coasters of really decisive matches, and then a lot of nail biters as well. So it's going to be really exciting to see what happens for the grands when it's the best 2 teams so far to kind of come forward and see who takes it all in a BO3. So it's gonna be nice to see all the different maps and stuff too. It's one thing to do like pick bands for just a singular map, but to have you gotta repository of maps to go between and make sure you got everything down on more than one is definitely important and going to be really exciting to see in the long run of the series. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it's it's nice that they get a BO3. I would have killed for a BO3, but we're trying to keep this event, fairly, short and compact and just keep it moving along. So maybe in the future we can have BO3s in the lower bracket or something, but that would take like a 2-day event at least. But for now, we're moving along. We're already at the grand finals. I think it's moving at a good pace. We're actually like pretty close to the schedule, so I'm pretty happy about that. I was a little bit worried, given that we're running, the new rule set and all that maybe some unpredictable things would happen, but it seems so far things are working out mostly as planned. So I'm happy about that. Matches are still good. So yeah, that's good. We're moving along. And so the grand finals are coming up. I think I will probably just step aside, let you guys take over. Thank you again, Jarrett, Eckstein, Dolphin, for keeping the people entertained. I'll be back afterwards for maybe a post-game interview and closing. So enjoy the grand finals, guys, and have fun.
Thank you, Manny. Appreciate it. And yeah, certainly excited for this tournament's conclusion. Fun little kind of casual tournament, and North America TF2 and also Europe and Australia. It's fun to have more of these events. Just gotta need stuff spicing up the competitive landscape, and also fun when you get to see players mash together.
Off-season action.
Yeah, 100%. And I know players are really excited for next season, and also definitely this upcoming LAN event at the local host TF2 in Fullerton. And basically as well, yeah, it's been so long since we've had a LAN event in North America, and just so good to get people together, and important competitively as well to have people on the same network to really get kind of peak performance, peak competition. So that's just really going to be something special and fun to kind of get this event going in order to spread the word about that a little bit more, build up even more hype about it. Yeah, RESUP.gg, new effort, and really excited to see what might come from them in the future.
All right, well, talking about grands, I guess it's probably customary. Like we've gone over the rosters already, but who knows? Maybe someone just came in late, didn't really know what was going on, and they want to know who's playing in the BO3 grand finals. So yeah, got something to do while they're picking their map. So let's go ahead and talk about Team Habib and Team J. I'll go ahead and go over the roster of Team Habib. It is High Five and Eric on Scout, Soapy and Dingo on Soldier, Habib on Demo, and Lolguy on Medic.
Team J going to be Jay and Howard on Scout, Donovan and Tresh playing the Soldier while bot mode, and Zilly wrapping up as the Demo and Medic combo there.
Yep, as always, lots of talent on both the rosters, but only one of them can end up being crowned the victor. And I think we're still doing picks, but the map has changed to Metalworks, which is the first map that was casted today that we saw Jay's team play on. So I can only imagine that if we're playing Metalworks, that's gonna be their pick. But I'm curious to see what the other maps are going to be. So maybe we can start thinking a little bit about what could be the expectation.
And yeah, one small thing to note: this is just a 4-team tournament, but Team Habib and Team J have not faced each other yet in this bracket. So, Team Laz in the first round, but were able to avenge that loss later after they also beat Team Banny in the lower bracket first round. So, I mean, we're in a situation here where we actually haven't seen these teams match up against each other. Team J looking pretty dominant.
Yeah,
But,
not a single round drop.
Yeah. So haven't seen these teams face up against each other, but Team J just looking really dominant so far in this event. And we'll have to see how it goes when we go live here.
Yep. I think still trying to figure out if the server they're on is going to be the one they're playing on. He's got to do a little bit of testing to figure out what works for a team and what doesn't. So I think we might still be figuring that out. I'm not sure if Metalworks is going to be the map or not, so only time will tell. But I guess that is something that's going to be curious. I mentioned a little bit before about it's one thing to like, all right, you've reached playoffs in your league. You've practiced maps throughout the entire season. Let's get what maps we good at, what are we bad at, and you pick a couple and try to make sure the BO3 is the best maps it can possibly be for your team. But the fact that this is a one-day cup, the players themselves were kind of thrown and picked together. Probably didn't expect this to necessarily happen. They're trying to synergize at the last moment and get something good going for their team. It might be kind of difficult to figure out like what exactly you want to play. I mean, you can really only go off of past experience, which I mean, it's what kind of why I said if we are indeed like playing Metalworks like we're on right now, I guess it would make sense that I mean the Jay's team just played Metalworks as the first match and did really well in it. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them pick it, but I'm curious to see what Team Habib would actually pick for their map, considering they've only really had close games up until just now. So maybe they would go for Pro since they're pretty dominant on it, but who knows? Kind of just depends on what the teams are feeling, I suppose.
Yeah, it's hard to get too much into the mentality of these players and really kind of know. Sometimes it's a goalie wash day. Sometimes the sun is shining. Sometimes it's snake water. Sometimes you're just not feeling one of those. It's kind of tough to say going into it, but excited to see where we might end up here tonight.
Yeah, but let's talk a little bit about before we get the confirmation that it is Metalworks, let's talk about the overall matchup. Who do you think you're favored for so far after what you've seen between both these teams?
I mean, it seems like Donovan and Trash are playing pretty out of their mind tonight. But I mean, that's sort of the lean. I'm also definitely a big J fan. It's one of those things, tough to know how much like these players like drafted and then just kind of like step back and then like let the team just like ride, or are these players like really kind of getting in there and trying to lead the team and be really hands-on with it. And I know both these players like to win, but in some sense, I wonder if Jay is kind of the better team leader here, in terms of wrangling these players and getting them on the same page, versus Habib, who kind of just vibes out and rides his wave and crushes everybody. I mean, he's a phenomenal player, but just in terms of like, is he going to be reaching out from the demo man position and really leading this team to a victory, or is Jay going to be a little bit more effective as a captain?
I guess we'll see, because we are going live, and Metalworks is the map that's going to be playing first, so I can only imagine that Jay's team picked that as their map. I kind of agree with the sentiment that Jay's team is on fire right now. They definitely are doing something right, and from the previous match that we saw, they definitely are very good at their mid, so we'll see what they have in store this time around. But Soapy, very fast, guesses the door wrong in which bot mode will roll it. You actually rolled it lower, so will not find the demo man pick that he so desired, but immediately bombing in are the soldiers from either team. But Habib is actually going to die off in no man's land alone in his own top right area, so he will fall at the end of the day, but they're going to go dominant for it, so it's not all is lost, but demo man pick, very, very huge for the side of the red team. Dingo falling low, popped into the corner, but it's actually going to be Jay that it might be at the brink of death as he needs an arrow to continue to survive and get on through this fight. Dingo jumping back up on top of the crates here to get a little bit more high ground control in the blue team. They're despite having a demo man dead, they're having a lot of control over the point, but seems like the red team, they're unable to really hold on too strong. Eric almost falling, but gonna eat an arrow at the very last second, so be bombing in to make sure that Howard does indeed die, and after all said and done, it's kind of surprising to see with the demo man dead, they still find success, but blue team, they've found mid, and they're starting to keep the ball rolling over in alley.
Yeah, that's a strong showing them on the start here of Metalworks.
Bot mode falling. Oh, it's tough for the red team. Uber coming out, rushing forward, trying to get this force out as their number one priority. Eventually going to save a lot of flashes, though. A lot of flashes onto the blue team. Going to be able to get a little bit of damage, but Jay will eventually fall. So at the end of the day, the aggression has paid off. They've used the Uber as a tool to make sure they got this cap, and they're on the move. They're in lobby. They have a large chunk of their team rushing forward. Tresh has worked his way behind. High five on the chase to make sure that he can get cleaned up, but it might be Dingle that's falling instead. But Zilly is going to die in the backline, so no medic up for the red team as the rest of them try to push forward.
Oh.
Going to lose a couple, and it's just Donovan and Jay left alive, trying to survive against the onside of the blue team. But after all said and done, that's a pretty... You can get a little bit quicker, but you can't get much quicker than that for the blue team taking the first round here on Metalworks.
No, 100%. That was a hot start for sure. And you really can't ask for more. And I mean, that begs the question of whether, you know, playing and continuing to playing straight through is going to be more of a strength here to Habib's team versus Team J.
Bomb mode immediately destroyed, down to 37 HP. But he gets an arrow. He's all right for now, so playable will continue normally. Bomb mode's kind of getting thrown around over still. Has to go back and get a pack, but a couple of air shots up in the sky preventing the soldiers from really landing where they want to. Tresh gonna have to eat a pack. Same with Donovan getting bonded by Dingo. Will collect that kill, so got one player advantage, but not very healthy either side of the blue team, so they have to be careful about their positioning. And Eric's just going to fall, going to lose one player there, and red team rushing forward and make sure the high five falls. So with no scouts alive, this probably spells the end of the blue team's endeavor. And Dingo and Soapy, they're inside each other's models, basically. They will both fall. Dingo takes Jay at the very tail end of it, but Habib and Lolgai will get out of there just barely alive. Oh, on the chase though, wasn't looking. Habib didn't sticky the shutter, and that's going to mean that a force does happen on Lolgai's side. Howard is going to die. Tresh is just barely surviving. Zilly's actually going to Uber to make sure he can live and bomb forward and try to get into Lolgai. Surfs back just a little bit and not able to get enough positioning to chase. They don't have tons of players alive, just Eric and Habib kind of in the thick of it, making sure that Eric is cleaned up. Habib in lower, very greedy, trying to kill Zilly, but just barely survives. I almost thought he was going to die there, but just spreading the needle, making sure that Tresh does indeed die. So if that could have gone really bad for both the teams, but a little bit of salvaging and back and forth to kind of even things out.
Yeah, Zilly got kind of stuck awkwardly there with 99% while his team was pushing forward. And that's just one of those things, like, as a medic, where you're already in panic mode, you know, and he hits 100 and then uses it immediately. But then it just basically was an ineffective Uber and awkward exchange afterwards as well. Habib not able to find much, but has basically created an opening for his team to push forward and try to get into mid here.
Yeah, it's a 25 ad for the blue team, so it's kind of rough on Metalworks second trying to push out. You definitely have to push out early and see like a really good opportunity, but as they poke around, I don't think the blue team quite saw that. Definitely too big of a risk to really go forward and try to, you know, just exchange, you know, for what. So just gonna play it safe, which we've seen them done so far in the other matches. And Tresh gonna go ahead and try to equalize things with a sack. Gonna eat a little bit of damage. Lolgai pop into the air, but there will be no follow-up from the red team. Actually, there's a little bit from Howard, sorry, going through lower, but Dingo will survive. Soapy, on the other hand, will not be so lucky in surviving, but he does get the force, which was so desperately needed for his team. So now blue team, after a successful counter-sack on the move, trying to push the way out of 2 into the enemy team's mid.
Yeah, right now things starting to open up here for Habib and company, but we do have a big bomb over the top here from Donovan. Force things out here from Lolgai.
They get Jay, which is something. At least some consolation for getting forced really far back, but definitely going to have to be careful about the thorn on their side, as Donovan is still technically surviving behind. Soapy's kind of thwarting him from being able to do too much, but I think he kind of knows where Donovan wants to go. There's only so many packs on the map. They are bringing some people back. Yeah. Eric is trying to help him, but it's not really able to find him, actually. It's still telling a 1v1, as Donovan actually gets the kill. Eric couldn't figure out where the fight was, so it actually turned into a 1v1 that Donovan just wins. So.
And then on the other side of things, Trash trying to get in. Does get cleaned up with a pack, so only 3 players up here for Jay's team. They're in retreat right now. Jay standing at the gate here, the doorway. The new recharge ready to go. Habib and company's trying to push forward to maybe get it pressured out here. Zilly and Jay charging forward. They're in Valley here. Jay does get the kill on Habib.
They're just looping around. One team went through lower, while the other went through alley. They can't find each other. They're finally going to be able to find a little bit of damage on the Lolgai and Zilly. Gonna have a lot of the red team falling, including Zilly himself, so Lolgai definitely needs to try to stay alive as much as possible. Just a few remaining members of the red team, but they are able to make sure that Dingo and Soapy will fall. Howard making sure he's doing his cleanup duty rights, and Lolgai's high five. Gonna go ahead and back up to Habib. Howard biting up more than he can chew, gonna find Habib, and Habib actually biting up more than he can chew himself. Jay gonna give up his life for that kill as Lolgai collects it. High five making sure he's on the chase to make sure that Tresh is no longer a thorn in their side, and after all said and done, a lot of deaths from the side of the blue team, but they pretty much wiped the entirety of the red team and made sure that Lolgai stayed alive throughout the whole endeavor. So pretty much a free second for the most part, spare sticky traps. And they have the super ready to go ahead and get some players and get ready for last.
Yeah, big plays by Lol guy there. Howard coming in from below though, trying to get an ambush here. Dingo manages to survive, gets that kill. Dingo on 20 health.
Now they're on the move. One scout down. It's going to be helpful. There is a gun that is up over by spawn, so we'll have to see how the red team operates with being one person down. Immediately going through main is the blue team. They're running straight over. Actually, they're splitting up at least a little bit. Immediately getting onto the cap. Trying to get some cap time. The soldiers are coming in turn. Try to put some damage on a high five, but they're just melting instead. Unable to actually block the cap and make sure they can keep their lives alive. And that's going to be a very, very successful push from the side of the blue team to net their second round.
Yeah, great job by High Five as well as Lol guy, just getting pressure on the point. Lol guy responsible for the Uber flashes there. And that just kind of really, you know, I mean, the point is what it's all about. So if you can create the pressure there, you'll either force the other team to react or just put the round away.
Ooh, Tresh, I think he tried to do a fast roll there, but kind of missed the speed shot. So unable to really get on Habib there. So it might, you know, be a change of plans here. High bomb central instead for the red team as they go ahead and work their way over to Habib, but it just ends in a lot of their team's death. They will finally get their man, but for what? They have given up many of their lives, including Zilly. They will finally get Log at the tail end of this. Howard going huge, collecting those 2 kills, and it might continue to get more. He gets a third on a high five. Howard, huge, salvaging, getting 3 kills there, and that would have been a for sure like a loss from their team if they wouldn't. Well, I guess they technically still did lose because blue team's gonna cap, but it would have been by much, much bigger margins here.
Right.
If it wasn't for him.
No, 100%. And right now, Howard lurking behind. He kind of showed himself off there. Still trying to find a place to hang out, but Eric will get that clean up.
Maybe mid-fight V2, depending on how things go. Everyone's kind of here. I mean, not everyone, but blue team having a little bit more positioning. A lot of damage onto the people of the red team. Tresh unable to escape. A lot of damage to bot mode, immediately cleaned up. They're going to get Dingo, but Eric is on the flank with Sophie trying to get onto Zilly, and they will finally get him. Gonna maybe give up their lives for it, depending on how these 1v1s go. Donovan gonna fall, 1v1 scout. Duel happening between Jay and High Five and lower, but Jay actually will make sure the High Five falls before he eventually dies. Howard rolling out, unable to participate. Gets a little bit of damage on Habib, maybe, depending, but not too much to write home about. So at the end of the day, that was a very risky mid-refight after all is said and done, but didn't really work out in the red team's favor.
You know, strong 3K by Jay by the tunnel there, but losing Zilly to a beautiful bomb by Soapy Meister. And that puts him at a serious Uber disadvantage here. All the players up here for Habib and company. They're already up 2-0.
Gun going up, just barely reaching level 1, but they're pushing through on the left-hand side. It's like they're a bit disjointed, but the Uber will finally come out, trying to get onto the gun and over towards the soldier on the right-hand side. Donovan dropping a little bit. It's going to be Jay that falls first. Donovan trying to eat a couple arrows just to continue to survive this. Initiating on, flanking through, and making sure that Soapy does fall very low, but will not eventually die. This Erica will fall. 3v5 scenario, the red team, they have to be very careful, and this Uber is not going to come into play. Zilly nowhere near close, and they immediately fall to the Habib stickies over by the point as the blue team collects their 3rd round. Team Habib showing up strong on Metalworks.
Yeah, Zilly was going to need an Uber saw to try to clutch that out. Was just really tough there, losing a couple soldiers in the start of that fight, and certainly was going to need a bit of a miracle to make things happen. See, though, if they can keep things fresh here on this mid-fight, try to find some momentum to get this game kind of back into a manageable state.
Yeah, they did so good on Metalworks beforehand, but I guess a different team, different match, different story. Spot mode taking a lot of damage, gonna have to eat an arrow to continue to survive this. But on the other side, Habib is gonna fall to a pipe from bot mode, so definitely gonna be huge boon for the side of the red team. Logai popped it there. He takes fall damage and lives with 3 HP, and the scatter shot doesn't kill him, but Tresh has other news? No, Tresh has guessed wrong on where their exit was. He could have just fallen down on top of, but I don't think he knew they were escaping through lower in the ramp room. So unfortunate for the red team, opportunity lost. But I mean, hey, you'll take a mid-win. You'll take what is probably a free second. Just gonna end up to probably a stalemate on last.
Yeah, things calming down here as Jay's team waiting for the capture to come up. Donovan will cycle spawns here. Is going to stay up on Spy, though. That's what I was waiting to see.
Yep, on one hand, it's a big surprise. We haven't seen Donovan Spy yet, but on the other hand, you know, especially with the lower time, you got to be wondering, eventually, as a blue team, why isn't the red team doing anything? They're not sending their sack. Then the paranoia starts to sit in, and then you wonder, do they indeed have a spot? You know, you start to check your back, and then it can get kind of risky. So definitely beneficial for the red team to use the first opportunity they can to spam, go for the spy play. The longer they wait, the worse it's going to get. So Donovan starting to get in position, trying to figure out what the best opportunity is. It might just honestly just be stab Habib, realistically, depending.
He should have a pretty good look at Habib or Lol Guy. He's just kind of staring him down right now, considering when he wants to decloak. Keeping his eyes on High Five as well in the circumstances with the Sentry Gun. Sentry Gun is picked up to get moved. Coming in behind High Five, gets the stab there, the sap, and then cloaks, floats away. It's kind of a rarity.
At least there's no gun. So that's something if they want to sack, but they've already done their sack is the thing, and now the paranoia is setting in for the blue team where they know the spy's a thing. Like, even if they make as much noise as they want, the red team, the blue team's going to be checking their bats. Look at Logai. He wants to be up against this back wall, and you have Deco just do anything. Dingo is able to collect that kill, so it doesn't really lead to a whole lot for the side of Team J.
Yeah,
Sophie's unseen behind.
Ooh, okay, nice try, nice try.
A lot of damage onto these scouts. Jay's actually very deep. He is very deep. Logai's just dancing around. Somehow hasn't forced yet. Both scouts are just on Logai. He still hasn't forced. Habib getting both kills and giving up both your scouts to not get the force at the end of the day. That is definitely not what you want to see for the red team if you're a fan of them. So it's looking kind of risky. They're kind of passive. They don't want to fight this too much. And yeah, Donovan screws up his jump, gets a face planted into the metal sheet. So that's going to be a free second for the side of the blue team.
Yeah, strong push out from them. You know, Donovan, decent stab to like start open that whole offense. I thought they were going to maybe play off that confusion a little bit more because definitely, you know, there was panic in the air there for the defensive team trying to figure out where that spy was. But yeah, in the end, kind of got a little bit sloppy there, Jay, and company not able to get the damage on Lol Guy, just too good with his dodges.
Yep, so red team in the driver's seat. Tresh is going in, not going to really find too much on the Lol Guy. So now blue team has an opportunity. Sophie's actually already in. I think he started to jump in as soon as he saw Tresh go. And he's able to escape with 9 HP. Going to be unable to really escape. Yeah, he's going to die. Get dropped to 3. Eventually killed by Jay. He has some damage to him, so the pack's gone there. But red team's still in the driver's seat. They're on the move over towards Alley. Have to be careful of the traps. Jay is aware of them and is starting to clear him up a little bit. But doesn't seem like they're really pulling the trigger quite yet.
Big bomb from bot mode, though. And coming in, though, not going to be able to find a pipe on the medic. A little bit of follow-up from Howard. He gets cleaned up. Counter bomb from Dingo, unsuccessful. However, it looks like Habib going down here. Tresh trading out.
This chaos is favoring the red team more than I thought it would. I mean, it's a story we saw the last game, but they're just bringing 1v1s all over the map, and Jay's going to lose his, but at the end of the day, this is overall beneficial for the side of the red team. They trade one onto Sophie, which is good for them. Still even Ubers, all said and done. I mean, might be a couple people down, might be an opening for the side of Donovan to go in and make some space for eventually a force to happen. Bot mode is still back up and trying to get some damage. Logai, he didn't quite see Donovan, but not quite enough damage to actually get off that force. So good attempt, but at the end of the day will not lead to anything fruitful. So once again, blue team. I mean, Soapy's rolling out, so he can't really counter-sack. So maybe Dingo can if he gets buffed up, but he's not buffed up either. So you probably don't expect the blue team to really do anything off of that really late sack. Probably just another setup for the red team to try to get something going.
And yeah, rewinding it back a little bit, I like that jump out from Donovan where he jumped out of the door and kind of was trying to stretch the defense. There just wasn't a follow-up there from his team.
The drop.
They decided to reset. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Well, getting surf. I guess he was just on his head. Wasn't able to hit the surf off. So now Chaos, as soon as Uber comes out, cleaning up Habib. A couple people flanking behind. High Five trying to take 1v1 and will be successful in cleaning up Howard. Living with 4 HP, though. And Dingo having to escape to spawn at 8 HP. Overall, very successful endeavor. Immediately moving very quickly off the fact that the low guy dropped. Now they're on the move, trying to get some rounds on the board here. JB landed to the point. Dingo is there trying to put some damage in, but not quite enough room to prevent this cap from going through. So the red team, Team J, will go ahead and put themselves on the board with 1 round.
And yeah, Trash with the huge play there, getting the drop on the medic, opening things up here. Really kind of restarts things for J and company. Down 3-1 now, but within 2 rounds. That's certainly doable here with the amount of time left on the clock and this format that we have here tonight.
Yep, gonna see another mid here to see what happens. Gonna have no fast soldiers, just some damage into lower. Have Soapy spamming lower at least a little bit. Actually, Donovan, he tried to go fast on Habib, but actually got air shot, so wasn't able to land exactly where he wanted. Soapy trying to clean up that kill, but will just land on to where Jay and Donovan are going for in the first place. They're gonna be 1 soldier dead, and that's gonna immediately mark the end of blue team's mid endeavors.
Yeah, wrapped up for Jay. They're pushing hard through alleyway already. Are pretty in here. A soldier comes in, followed up by Trash, pushing hard here. Trash not able to get a lot done there. Lol guy didn't have the Uber charge yet. Neither does Zilly though, so they're hiding out in alley. Maybe a push from underneath. Not going to happen. Eric has gone down. This might be a sloppy fight for Lol guy and company right now. They have lost Dingo. They have lost High Five. They're in retreat, trying to get up out through ramp. And awkward with fighting in the lobby. It's just the three of them. Eric respawning right now, and High Five will be up shortly. Fighting in front of the doors here. They will be able to hold the offense off for a little bit here.
You know, it's a little bit of an opening to maybe go for a sack on last, but I think they took too much damage to really get that off. So Red not be able to get too much more off that. Blue team gets a little bit more breathing room to set up on last. Not really going to see any off classes quite yet. Maybe eventually once it really sets in, they might be here for the long haul. But yeah, there you go. There, High Five going up on Engineer. Very beneficial for an eventual, probably high bomb from Tresh, it looks like. It looks like he's poised up, and yeah, here he goes. High bomb. Tried to get pretty sticky off, but not really going to find too much there. But immediately synced on the Lol guy, who didn't even see it coming out. His back turn, and that is a dead medic. And Soapy dying to Jay as well. Very beneficial for the side of the red team. Once again, on the move immediately, Uber coming out, trying to get the Engineer instead of the gun to make sure that he can't switch off, and they will find success in cleaning up High Five. Habib is also noticing he's on top of the point, going to clean up air, only giving up Howard and Donovan in that regard. And Jay's team, they're starting to claw back. They put a second round on the board, and things are starting to even up a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Trash and Donovan are starting to show up. You know, maybe that's just my perception of things. But they've been starting to open up, you know, Lol guy and just kind of Habib and this team's defense, causing a lot of problems here with big, huge, successful bombs. 3-2 on the scoreboard now.
Yep, another mid fight we go. I'm gonna see some soldier spam and demo spam, just playing a little bit slow pace, maybe eventual high bomb. Donovan taking some positioning on top of the crates, and actually Jay's taking point right now. Donovan bombing in as well as Tress, bombing on Habib and Lol guy, immediately melting almost both of them. The dominoes start to fall. You're gonna give up Tresh and bot mode for it, but you know, Dingo is gonna be the sole survivor, jumping onto a Zilly who is alone, but not gonna be able to find too much there. And that was quite the melt. Everyone pretty much well, not everyone died at the same time, but 4 of their respawn timers are exactly at the same time, and I think that tells a little bit of a story on how that mid went for the blue team.
Yeah, another huge bomb on Lol guy. Absolutely just like shredded. Makes it tough to follow up on that. And at the end there, yeah, Dingo not quite able to find the damage that he wanted. We have Eric on Pyro right now. Great option for these circumstances. Maybe in the wrong position. Might need to be central versus holding his right side.
He's definitely banking on if they go here. If he's wrong, then it's definitely abysmal for the hold, but they're really banking on it, and they are correct. He does stuff them. He has called that they will go this door, and has found the Uber can't even get into last. The scout got in, and that's it. So he played it risky, high risk, high reward, and it definitely paid off in dividends. They couldn't even get in. So that's an easy last hold for the side of the blue team, and they got their Uber ready to go ahead and push out.
Yeah, they took a bit of damage. I don't know if it was a reflect or just some good spam. But walking into those circumstances already banged up and then not able to get the penetration you're looking for, not going to end well. We have the offensive push from underneath here. Donovan has gone down early. And good movement though from the soldiers here. Yeah, they find Howard as well. Oh, yeah, we do have the back cap, but not going to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, and they couldn't really use the distraction either because they had already lost 2 people. The fact that Howard and Donovan died early is huge because the trash distraction could have opened up so many doors for them to push through, but they're playing really aggressive, the red team. They know they have ad here despite not having a lot of players, so they are sitting in house. Log in a bit of a sticky situation. They are able to find Dingo, and the Uber is used. They're trying to work the way around and try to escape through ramp room, unseen by the red team as they just run over towards the point. Eric dying behind in the backline. Howard makes sure he can get that kill, and I guess the red team didn't really see what was happening for the blue team's escape, so they were able to get out to last, but they got a lot of people dead.
I mean, they were more focused on pushing through there to just make sure that that capture happened. I think that was something that caught Habib and company off guard. They were trying to push through Valley there, realized that they couldn't deal with that Uber scout and soldier, and happy to just get away with their lives there and this slight Uber lead.
Yep, it's pretty marginal though. It's really difficult to work off of. It's possible, but you have to gun for Zilly here, and they're going for it. Mealy running down the bridge, trying to find anything they can. They definitely aren't going to find Zilly, but definitely finding Tresh and Donovan is beneficial. Bot mode biting up more than you can chew, a little bit too aggressive, and will fall when they're at 98%. Uber eventually coming out, double scout Uber, taking down Habib, trying to get as many people as they can over towards I-5 on the bridge, dropping lower to bring them down as well, trying to take the 1v1 duel, and the rest of the red team trying to escape through underpass, but they aren't able to actually walk through and will fall to the soldier meat grinder of Dingo and Soapymeister. Jay will survive, but Zilly will fall. At the end of the day, with the low guys still alive, definitely very beneficial long-term for this team pushing into mid.
Yeah, great team play there by High Five. He wasn't able to find the shots himself, but just his presence basically locked those players down and allowed for his soldiers to come in and clean up.
Still some presence from the red team here, trying to spam down Soapy. Tresh bombing in. Body blocked at least a little bit. I mean, Soapy will fall, but that's not the target you were really gunning and hoping for. But I think they know that they have had blue team, but they don't have it quite yet. Definitely want to play it safe, especially with a scout that's lingering behind. But he will actually escape. Oh, never mind. Caster's Curse. Fadeaway rocket by Dingo, making sure that he's cleaned up. So now that's pretty good for the side of the blue team. They are losing one in Soapy that he's rolling out, but the fact that Howard and Tresh is here is pretty big for preventing them to really need to use. The trap does get detonated. Habib takes the brunt of it, so that's going to be the main thing that red team has to throw at mid here. But at the end of the day, it's not enough free mid, basically, for the side of the blue team. But the red team can take solace in the fact that they're pretty much evened out. It took enough time that they have an Uber of their own to work with. Plus, Howard's spy is definitely not something you would predict right now. So with the right decloak at the right timing, this could be huge.
Yeah, he's in a great position here. Tresh has gone down, and Howard looks like he's going to come down from underneath here. Logon might have seen him, but doesn't matter for Habib. He goes down to the stab.
I mean, it's not the medic, but you'll definitely take it.
Yeah, you have to help
actually on the
that,
move.
yeah, taking out the demo man will create some sort of opening for your teammates. But Soapy able to hold down Ali alone. Big bomb in from Donovan though, or well, he's just getting the height. He will swerve away though.
There's still even Ubers for both team. Habib's not really there to lock things down, so it might see more aggression from the side of red team. And aggression, you see Tresh going in and gets the force on the low guy that's so far back. It's going to be really hard to actually chase down and kill anything. Donovan's a little bit low, but he's just going to get an arrow and be A-okay. So at the end of the day, good play from Tresh, finding the opportunity to go forward. Got to be careful of these traps from Habib. They are set up over in underpass and the exit to alley, so that could net a kill if you're not too careful. But the red team, they're not even going that direction. They're on the move through house, trying to find an open door to get through, and then immediately popping through, finding the way on the low guy, drop to 23 HP, but it's going to be Donovan as the first death, dropped low and dying in fall damage to a flanking air from behind. Low guy eventually dies in the chase from Jay. They're stacking the point right now, but there's actually two behind right now. Tresh is going to have to deal with. The block coming in from B, bombing forward, getting one in the side of Jay, but it's not quite enough. The cap will go through, and there are 3 players behind you. You definitely have to clear out one of the sides of the sandwich before you melt away. Gonna be able to get down one. Eric will fall. High Five and Dingo are still behind. Have to be careful and clean them up before the respawners come in from the side of the blue team. Dingo bombing around. High Five eventually falling to Howard, and Dingo just gonna opt to go ahead and escape with his life for 2. However, with both scouts dead very, very late, this is looking like a relatively free point for the side of the red team to get some presence on.
Yeah, they have Uber ad as well, but it was good that Dingo was able to escape there with 3 players caught off guard. If all of them go down, then that's just going to be a wave of momentum that is hard to just completely stop. And right now, yeah, Jay and company have a big Uber ad. They just got it 40% at the moment. They are going to push in through the small banana here. Running into the level 2 sentry gun, they're able to take that out pretty quickly. Jay trying to get some time on point. About a third of the cap is done. Bomb over the top from Donovan, getting the kill on Soapymeister. Dingo down as well. There goes the heavy weapons guy. This might be it for the defense. They're trying to hold on here. Habib's still alive. He's the last one standing up against 2. Will get taken out. Howard gets the capture in the game. Tied up 3-3 with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it took him a bit, but Jay's team has clawed back a little bit up to an even game, so it's anyone's game at this point. There's still some time on the clock, and who knows, it could really go either way, but it's definitely turning into a bit of a nail-biter game. It was originally like a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, for sure, and a little bit of interesting dynamics here with the clock. If you capture the final point too early, you actually will kind of force a second round. But if we hit the 4 minutes timer here, then it will turn into a golden round sort of situation. And right now, yeah, Soapymeister getting thrown around. He will crater at the end of this. Lol guy taken out though, while Zilly stands strong and with Tresh looking to survive here in this 3v3 situation.
Yep, no medic for the side of the blue team, so they either gotta play fast or don't play at all. And it looks like they don't have the positioning. Zilly can just hold S, so they're just gonna opt to set up on 2, get some traps up, and try to eventually, set up a defense for the Uber that's gonna come in from the side of Jay's team. Got the team rolling out. Gonna take a sec for them to go ahead and get situated, get buffed, and try to figure out what door they want to go through. But High Five's already engineer on last. So obviously the red team doesn't know this, but it's definitely it might play a factor in how easy or hard it's gonna be to be able to, get this force to happen. The blue team, Habib's team, is definitely playing very, very passive here. Actually, the Uber, that's a pretty good call because they immediately went through underpass up the ramp room with the side of the Uber, unable to actually find anything at all. So it's ended up very beneficial at the end of the day. It's a good call.
Yeah. And good bomb in from Donovan in terms of placement, but Eric just really slippery. Donovan not able to get that kill. And certainly things looking good here for Habib's team. They're pushing out. Do find Tresh here. Are going to find Howard on top of that. Then Donovan. They have things on lock. Will be an easy push out now.
It's crumbling down a little bit, down 3. I guess Jay's team is really trying to go for these flank plays, but it seems like it's finding some mixed success now. Habib's team is definitely figuring out that that's kind of the thing that's happening most of the time and some of these advantageous situations for them. But mid's gonna be pretty much free after the 3 deaths. Soapy's trying to chase down a bot mode, and he will actually get a very long-range rocket to make sure that he does indeed die. So gonna be down a demo here in this situation where they're trying to block mid, gonna be unsuccessful, but they're still showing some presence here. Bombing in on Donovan gets Eric and Habib on top of each other's models. Gets an air shot, I think, technically as well, as the Uber Force will come out. High Five running forward towards Zilly, going to be able to respond in kind with his own. Howard running behind, but will get chased down. Dingo following as well. The scuffles turned into lobby as Jay just on the chase through the door, trying to create some space for his team to bomb through. Tresh is getting in, arrow onto Soapy, trying to make sure that even if he dies, that little guy does survive, and it seems like after all is said and done, things are going to start to even out a little bit. Tresh will fall. Jay's buying some space for Zilly to actually get out and escape freely. Will eventually die, so, I mean, the red team, they fought tooth and nail to get back this midpoint, but long term, it's looking like it might be a bad situation for them, and they might lose it again.
Yeah, those forward spawners coming in handy as really helping to kind of tie down that fight that was happening in the backfield. And as you mentioned, yeah, the capturing middle just not really worth it. It didn't give them an actual enough as they're at uber disadvantage and in retreat now.
Yep. It's only 20% ad here, so it's kind of difficult to use. I mean, you can really go in. It looks like that's what they're trying to do. Immediately, Khabib bombing forward. Oh, he found a bot mode. That's exactly what you want. I mean, it's probably too much to ask for, a medic out of place, but, Khabib getting bot mode and Donovan, and maybe even he gets Howard as well. That's huge for them. Despite this Uber being in play for Jay and Zilly, it is just those two. They're chasing down Eric and Soapy, but that might be all they really get. Soapy might get an arrow to survive. The arrow missed. One more shot from Jay. Can he clean up the kill? So 1v1 in terms of just fragging classes right now. Duel happening. Favorable for the red team is if it stays in red team's territory, the respawners will be much quicker, but it's starting to ink towards neutral territory, just working towards the blue team side, but Jay will eventually fall, and now Zilly is too deep for anyone to really help. I mean, they're getting some damage on the little guy, but not quite enough to secure that kill, so biting off more than they can chew. The red team a little bit too greedy, and it's going to punish them heavily as being down 3, it's seconds, not yours. That's free for the blue team.
That potentially could cast them the map there as a tough situation, a 2v2, both scouts kind of just chasing the medic, but Jay getting dragged further and further away from his spawn and his teammates, while Habib's team just kind of getting closer towards that fight. And now they're in a great position here. They do have an uber charge. Looks like they're going to run through Banana here. Tresh gets thrown across the map, still alive. Jay, with the reflex here, does create a little bit of space. However, they're losing players. Donovan and Tresh are down, and Blue just kind of swarming in here. All their players still up, are going to get on the point, are going to get the capture, and are going to get the first map in the bag.
4-2-3, that's a nail biter. Jay's team almost clawed their way back there, but at the end of the day, it wasn't quite enough. One too many mistakes, and Team Habib will go ahead and take the map. I'm not sure if I thought at the beginning that was Jay's team's pick, but it's definitely a hit to the ego if so. You think like, oh, we'll do this map, we can be good at it, and then if you don't win it, it's kind of rough. So curious to see what the second map will be. We're going to Clear Cut. We're playing Koth. All right, that's the first for tonight. We haven't seen Koth yet. It's been 5 CP pretty much, so we'll kind of get to see how things change a little bit for these teams in terms of their play style. Definitely, I mean, it hasn't been too slow for the most part. I mean, there's been a couple stalemates here and there, but that's pretty standard. But now that things are kind of, it's gonna run like clockwork where you can't really take a breath. You got to keep going. Got to get the time in your favor, as we all know and love King of the Hill. So we'll see how the teams adjust and see how clear cut goes.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. I mean, again, this is kind of like a little bit of new blood in the world of Team Fortress, but is also, very much um very much anchored in kind of just like fundamentals and just like foundational Team Fortress of like how you have to play it and how you have to approach it.
Hmm. You can see the
Just
stats on the screen now, by the way, from the previous map, and there are definitely some. I mean, some of the comparisons are relatively even, but one standout thing that I definitely see is Habib once again. He is on a kill collecting spree. A lot of them. I mean, not as many of them were trap kills this time, but either way, a kill is a kill, and he's definitely doing a whole lot for his team to make sure that they can take stuff for free, prevent bad situations in terms of like just canceling enemy teams' Uber ads by them not having enough players, and it's paying off in dividends. They definitely need every little bit they can, just considering how close of a match that was at the end there. So definitely he's going huge for sure.
yeah,
29 and 16 is nothing to sneeze at.
no, without a doubt. He's going to be pretty happy with that. Dingo taking home the top damage. Trash top deaths, 29 deaths. Of course, that's the life of a soldier sometimes. Jay going pretty big for his team. Not able to kind of clutch it out in one of those kind of last situations that he really needed to get that medic pick to kind of keep things rolling for his team. But nonetheless, doing a pretty strong performance from him tonight.
Yep. So we'll have to see how these things really change a bit. I mean, might be interesting to see how your team shifts in terms of importance, who you really rely on when you think about 5 CP versus Koth. It's a whole different ballgame.
Right.
So we are getting some people in the server. We actually might not need to intermission, depending. I mean, they're loading up into the server. Got 11 out of 12, so it might be pretty quick here. You got any memories about clear cut? What immediately comes to your mind?
Like just like big bombs from the soldiers, going off those towers and just getting height. As a medic, it's like hiding out in that house and then like hoping you don't die when the bomb comes in. It's like sort of traumatic, basically. But I think that this is a fun map. Like the combat classes have a lot to do. It feels straightforward, but there's kind of like flanking options. And I don't know. I mean, you can play sniper a little bit, but it's
More
kind of gotten
rough.
tuned down. Yeah, it's kind of gotten tuned down a little bit from earlier builds of the map because it was just a little insane earlier.
Yeah, I'd kind of feel a little bit surprised if we saw a lot of off classes. It's Koth after all. Like maybe you'll see an occasional like weird play come out, but it's definitely not going to be the standard. Um,
Yeah.
So we'll see how things kind of transpire. I definitely agree with the sentiment that a very common occurrence on this map is the very large soldier bombs. There might not be like amazing places to land that prevent you from dying or anything like that, but you can definitely go as high as you want to and land wherever you want to in the backlines, the bare minimum. If you want to be one of those teams, you just constantly have a person that exists behind. It's really hard to prevent that from happening. Depending on how the team is really set up, they have to like hard counter you to prevent that from happening, and at that point, you can just make a small adjustment and play off that instead. So curious to see how that's going to really transpire. We've seen a lot of high bombs in the map so far that allow it like uh, metalworks and process a lot of bombs off the high walls and the signs and things like that. So I don't think the towers of clear cut are going to see anything really different. The question that is going to be probably the biggest is the pacing, because it's going to be it's going to feel like a lot of mid fights, which are definitely very important. In the last couple matches that we've seen, it's been something that's like pretty much make or break for whether or not you win or lose a match, no matter which match it was. So dominance in these dry fights, where it's kind of equal footing, is definitely going to be paramount to victory here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sums up clear cut, pretty well.
All right, well, we do have everyone in the server. I assume we're relatively ready to go. We'll probably get a warning like 60 seconds ahead of time when we do eventually ready up. But let's
Yeah.
let's talk about predictions. We saw a little bit of an example of these two teams playing each other. I don't think we've necessarily seen. I don't think that was the first time that they played each other. We kind of talked about it beforehand, but now that we've got an example of how things can transpire, and we're going over to Koth. What do you think the result's going to be for this map?
I think we might see a 4-2. I think it's going to be pretty close. The team's really kind of slugging it out here. um, but at the same time, I don't know. It feels like maybe the Habib team has found their groove, found their rhythm. Getting off that earlier lead in that last map on process. It's a big confidence builder. We'll have to see how it goes. Koth is a big deathmatch map. But also like team cohesion plays a really important part of it. So if Donovan and Trash aren't really kind of completely in sync with the rest of their team, then even if they have like kind of some individual success, that might not really lead to the team succeeding.
Yeah, so I think soldier coordination could be pretty important to make sure you melt. Like you can't really like you can go behind and live, but you can't just do damage and live at the same time unless they just are literally ignoring you. So you have to make sure that when you're going in, not only is it like a distraction when your team's ready, but you can actually kill the target that you're going for because you're for sure going to die for it most likely. At least that's the default that you should expect.
Right.
For predictions, it's Koth. It's a whole different ball game. I kind of lead like maybe like a 4-1 or a 4-2 in favor of Team Habib. I feel like they could be a pretty good Koth team, but I mean, who knows? Uh, Anything can really happen considering we haven't really seen Koth yet. We've just seen a ton of 5CP, especially since like it's one thing to throw teams together for pugs and stuff like that, and them to go to like their comfort zone individually, but Koth isn't usually a staple when it comes to pugs. So we're kind of back in that weird territory where like I think Reckoner was played once earlier. I'm sure teams aren't as
Right.
like that's not their comfort pick. Like they know the ins and outs of the map and exactly how they want to play it with a bunch of random people. Well, not random people, but you know what I mean. Like people they're not used to. So when it comes to a map that's so coordination heavy and it's not something that you do like heat of the moment with like a random like mix of people nonstop, it might be kind of rough to figure out what's going to work out and what isn't. So I guess we'll have to see what happens. But we are going to start live pretty soon, so that's some good news.
Yeah. Hoping we get some rocket action here. King of the Hill, always quite a bit of fun. We are underway here. Second map of our grand finals here. Draft-O-Matic Cup put on by RESUP.gg.
Yep, if Habib teams win this, they win the grand finals, and if Jay's team wins this map, then we are moving on to Stinkwater as the tiebreaker. So really exciting stuff, and we'll see what happens as the mid transpires. Pretty slow pace. No one's immediately jumping behind. I think Dingo will finally initiate at least a little bit. Just a couple of fake bombs, not really committing too much. Donovan will do somewhat of the same. Habib actually taking a lot of damage. The red team starts to get really aggressive on top of the point, getting a lot of space for the team. As we're going to see the first people falling, maybe, and it is Donovan who's going to barely get Habib with his last rocket. The cap time very much in favor of the red team. They can get the clock starting to go down if they so desire. Going to be able to go ahead and take Sophie out of the picture as High Five continues to rush forward and try to create space for what's left of his team. But maybe we'll get Trash at the bare minimum after the Donovan kill, but I don't think we're going to see much more out of the blue team here. High Five staying in the thick of it is going to fall, and the red team will be successful in the first mid.
Yeah, well played from them. I think the fake bombs worked out well. Just kind of creating that distraction, creating that pressure, but not committing. And holding right now, they do have a good trap set up on that fence. Still in a good position there. Habib kind of working around over to the crate as other players getting forward here.
Oh, Bamo taking a lot of damage, blasts back, and does eventually fall. Soapy with the spam rocket, make sure that he falls, and that is definitely going to pop the Uber here. And Habib getting dropped, though. That's huge. The low guy, he saved his Uber. That is one thing, despite Habib being dropped and Dingo being dropped, they did not use. So, I mean, it's a little bit of give and take, and they definitely have to have the rest of this work out in their favor if they want to be able to retake this point. Soapy's going to die as well, and it begs the question, eventually, when do you use? You've lost High Five. Low guy is definitely banking really hard on the fact that his team is going to be able to live through this onslaught, but so far it has not been the case. They still technically have an ad, but the clock keeps ticking down. Jay going in for flank, trying to get deep, but just going to surf out and just use the distraction for the bomb to come in from the side of Botman and Donovan. Force coming out. Botman will eventually die in the backlines, but chasing forward, they are unable to find Zilly, who's already gotten way out of there. So, I mean, it eventually worked, but it definitely took a lot of time off the clock, and they're going to have the work cut out for them to kind of even this clock out for the side of the blue team.
Yeah, I mean, a minute and a half taken off the clock, that's pretty much what you want out of your first hold regardless. But also Zilly and company do have the Ubercharge advantage. Right now, players bouncing around, trying to, find a bit of punishment for Habib's teammates that are pushing forward, but instead is Howard, and I think that was bot mode who died there.
Yep, bought some time. Can't really, Uber right off the bat if you don't really have any scouts, so... They'll start to push forward now. Small Uber ad, but bot mode. He tried to jump forward to actually catch them, but just accidentally got juggled vertically. So I think as Soapy, that's something in the back lines, but that's more room for the blue team to rush forward and try to put damage onto the people that are trying to cap. Bot mode dropped extremely low, but it's going to be Habib that ends up dying to Howard. Rushing forward, Tresh behind, trying to get some damage on a Dingo 1v1, both at like red HP, 3 and 8 respectively, but Dingo will succeed in getting that kill. Their scouts are rushing forward, trying to kill Dingo, and they are able to get that kill before he receives an arrow. Howard just surfing away, making sure he can live to fight another day as the blue team begins to push her on to the point. Donovan bombing in, surf from low guy, doesn't want to use, might have to, and does end up having to use. Howard running forward to try to help clean up, but will get cleaned up by the side of High Five. Jay, pretty aggressive, gonna be able to escape though, and gonna be able to get the cap, which is something. Losing 2 for the red team, but the fact they still have their Uber intact, ready to go, only 10% left until Zilly has it. Pretty beneficial for them. Just gotta get their players ready, they're rolling out, and starting to push forward a little bit. Tresh is already behind.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward there from Zilly when he didn't really fully have the charge. Nobody kind of in position to try to punish that. Been kind of really off rhythm to do so and to attack there, so it worked out in Zilly's favor. They're creating this pressure now. Right now, big jump over the top from Dingo. They'll just kind of fake it out, but they have been able to get some decent spam as Donovan and Trash pretty weak. Not sure where Trash is actually. Yeah,
so they're trying to corner cap. They barely corner capped. They didn't give up anyone for it, which is very important. Had a lot of red health players, so now they have an opportunity to maybe block the cap or at least go for some damage onto these people that are getting on top of the point, but gonna be neither so far. It's actually the red team. Oh my god, the red team just ate so much damage on top of the crate. The Uber eventually comes out trying to chase down Soapy for some damage, and actually the Market Gardener onto Eric from Donovan going for a second. Well, that will force. Logai does not want to be too careful there. Soapy gonna kill Donovan and land on the pill to survive. The blue team chasing forward kills Howard and Zilly. Bot mode and Tresh trying to salvage, able to get Soapy, but probably not much more, as there's still Dingo behind, putting some damage onto bot mode and Jay. Getting cleaned up at the tail end of it, though. Jay's able to get a little bit of a consolation prize. He takes the pill, works his way over to the left-hand side of the map. The red team still owns this cap, which is still very beneficial for them. They're not capping because they want Dingo to not have an extended spawn. Now that Dingo is up, they get on top of the point, go ahead and prevent him from getting extended and start the clock going back in their favor. But the red team, with 15 seconds left to go, I mean, they've dropped bot mode, but this is still an overall very beneficial position for them to be in.
And well, Soapy Meister gets the Market Gardener kill on Trash, but Zilly with his scout, Howard and Jay's on the point. Oh, Howard big kill on Soapy. They're gonna be able to clean up High Five as well to capture the point. Everybody down for Habib's team as the seconds are counting down here. Might be round.
Yep, I don't think they're really... I mean, they can maybe get there in time to touch. Dingo can maybe set some overtime. Not quite, though. I think he got Kumba stomped at the end there. Yeah, at the end of the day, pretty convincing start at the very beginning. It's at a minute 30 time off, and Jay's team is leading strong here on Clear Cut.
Yeah, I mean, the first round, first impressions, always important. We'll see if Jay and company can keep this lead and pull us into a third map here.
Yep, gonna see what happens on this next mid. We'll see the pace of the soldiers. Last time I played really spammy, not really going behind or anything. It's gonna be somewhat of the same. Just trying to go for damage, not going for a pincer play quite yet. Maybe a little bit later when you get some more damage or positioning or just an awkward timing the other team didn't expect. Got some nice damage on the Eric, who's gonna ask for an air and will receive it, but Habib until will die to Donovan spam, and great initiation, and the train keeps rolling through. Donovan collects another onto Eric, Soapy falling as well, and that's going to spell the end of the mid-fight for the blue team. Falling like dominoes, and they do not seem to have their handle on this map quite yet.
No, kind of a bit of a tough start for him. Not finding this rhythm on Clear Cut. See if they can get a good retake here, though. Yeah.
Yep, even Ubers. Logai did survive, which is, something, but pipes right off the bat, very low. Gonna be kind of careful. Yeah, immediately Donovan bombing forward. It's gonna be enough pressure for them to go ahead and use the Uber. High five chasing for Donovan will die behind. The high five might die, depending. He does get. Jay lives with 2 HP. No, he doesn't live with 2 HP. He dies to a roller on the floor while asking for an arrow. The initiation coming in, trying to force Zilly. Only 3 left alive. Damage on the bot mode, who's separated from the combo, so can't be saved by the Uber. Soapy going in to try to clean him up, but will be unsuccessful. The Uber does get forced, so that is something beneficial for the blue team, trying to get some cap time, but have to be careful from the remaining players of the red team. Still showing some sort of presence here on the cap. They have more people around to kind of shut them off, but definitely don't want to accidentally give up too many players. Gonna drop Eric, so might slow down their capping at least a little bit. Gonna cap and extend his spawn, and at least they get some cap time going their way. But for the long run, this, red team could play this pretty fast before the blue team gets their Uber and try to use the player ad to their advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. They're surging forward here. Zilly and company trying to retake this point here. Bot mode just kind of working this corner as Soapy bombing in while Dingo controls the roof. And Madness here as Lol guy kind of weak on health, doesn't quite want to surge forward. Did get an arrow kill on Howard. It does have the Uber charge here. They conceded the point here, but Zilly getting chased and will get cleaned up by the health pack, as that's a wipe for Jay's team.
Yeah, they really sold out hard for Lolgai, but it was ended up it was Habib that died instead, so a little bit of a mismatch on who you're focusing, and they definitely played that really well, the blue team. They Habib's team played passive enough to where they could survive whatever double bomb that was going to be thrown their way, but still aggressive enough to make them feel like that now was the time to do it in the first place, to bait Jay's team in at least a little bit. And they cleaned up pretty well, didn't really lose the important classes, and now they're in a spot where they can bunker up and sit inside this little shack whenever they see the red team start to pull the trigger and run forward, and they're starting to do that now. They got their soldier at the back door, got some stickies laid up, starting to get really aggressive here and trying to put some damage on Habib, dropping him low. They are going to get high five, which is a consolation. Not the main target you want, but it's going to be some other classes you want to be able to kill. Bot mode is going to fall trying to get an arrow, but will be too far deep in no man's land. At the end of the day, this force attempt will not be successful from the side of Jay's team. So they're going to have to, go back to the books and, I guess bring an Uber of their own this time if they want to retake this point.
Yeah, and right now the clock continuing to tick in the favor of Lolgai. They're happy with it, waiting for this push in.
Pretty aggressive stance from the blue team. They're sitting on the other team's shack, getting some damage as they try to meander their way up the slope. Some damage on a Sophie, blasting back a little bit. A lot of cap time from the previous sack attempt from the red team, so they don't have to stand on it too long, and they actually don't really give up anyone at all. They got up, they finally give up Tresh. They got pretty weak, but the arrow was not able to come in time. High five rushing forward, able to get the force and the save from Logai to make sure that he lives to fight another day. Habib will get dropped, though, in the entire debacle, so no Dillman from the side of the blue team going forward, but they do still have a player advantage to work with. Donovan in the corner might clean up, but no, Jay will make sure that he does indeed die. And Donovan's still hiding in the bush. Will clean up by Eric. Eric going on a kill streak right now, getting 4 in total. The scouts are on a rampage. And overall, one fight from the blue team. Very big play from High Five, finding the opening to rush forward, get that force, and survive afterwards.
Yeah, and tough fight for Jay's team. Jay not able to get the kills at the end there. He's going to come up as sniper, see if he can find something to help open up this next push.
It's going to be kind of awkward for the blue team. On one hand, you want to maybe aggress into the sniper to eliminate him, but on the other hand, it's one thing less that can really tiptoe onto the point and, start the cap time, which is the most important thing. They're doing it a little bit. Howard's on... He's tiptoeing around, but they're bunkered up pretty much, the blue team. It's whenever they pull the trigger. They're starting to poke around. They see the sniper at this point, probably, maybe. He's rotated a bit, but the cap will go in red team's favor. Blue team rushing for it. Wait for the cap to go ahead and extend these spawns, but are they going to kill anyone is the big question. They got bot mode, which is pretty nice. Howard is still behind, so he could be a pick they go for, and Eric does indeed get that kill. Donovan finding the opening to get on the Logai, but one too many missed rockets will leave Logai with a little bit under 30 HP to survive the encounter, but Trash on the move, bombing in, but will not find Logai. Oh, he, till the very last second, drops him to 2. But that's one more that's one more HP than you need, so he's going to be able to live throughout the entirety of it, but bare minimum for the red team. They technically got the force. Zilly's still alive with an ad to work with, even though it's a little bit slight. But they definitely have to make sure this clock goes back in their favor for the long run.
Yeah, looking good for Habib's team right now, as they're just trying to stay back here. Force out an early Uber charge. Jay here, charging forward here, trying to get on top of Lolgai. He's in the saw room, has trapped out Lolgai here. He won't be able to get the finish, but Donovan flying in does finish him off. Bot mode has gone down here. They're trying to retake here on red, but all their players getting shoved backwards. Don't think that they're going to be able to get it as the point capture is fading. Howard's still fighting. He'll go down though.
Yep, a little bit of overtime, but not quite enough. So, I mean, they got some kills, and it was a pretty close round there. But at the end of the day, the blue team will take it to even up the score 1-1.
So solid round there.
Kind of curious to see the pacing of the mids, honestly. So far we haven't seen really aggressive soldiers right off the bat, and that might change. I feel like someone might go behind or something, depending.
Yeah, right now, just basically kind of a slow mid. Bot mode did get there early. Both soldiers from blue bombing it hard. And, well, Zilly launched skyward, but able to surf out. However, Jay Howard and now bot mode going down.
It doesn't seem like the red team was able to counter-initiate us properly. They got their scouts immediately shredded by that bomb and the distraction of it. Meanwhile, I don't think they were really unable to stop the blue team from just running across the point, make sure all those kills were secured. So at the end of the day, very crisp from the blue team catching the red team off guard. So now Jay's team, they got their Uber at the bare minimum, or at least they will in a couple seconds here, inching their way over towards the point. High five getting pretty weak. To Tresh as well. Eric almost falling. He's rushing forward, trying to go for a pick, but will not succeed in that endeavor. So there'll be one player down for the side of the blue team before the Ubers go off. Jay's going to die to a trap. Tresh has gone behind. So there is a pincer play that could happen here for a force if the exchange does not actually go out. There's a lot of cap time. A lot of cap time for the red team. The blue team has not quite stopped them yet, but the fact that they killed both scouts is very beneficial. But the Tresh bomb from behind lingering is able to get the force out, so Zilly will escape despite both scouts being dead with full Uber advantage for a second try.
Yeah, so much clock time taken off though. And they still kind of have to figure out how to get in here to force the Uber. They are trying to charge in here from their left side right now though. Pushing across, big bomb over the top here from Soapy Meister. He's still back behind, just distracting, but probably will get cleaned up shortly here. There it is.
Yeah. More room for the blue team at the bare minimum to at least get a little bit closer, but still no cap time, which is unfortunate for them. It's kind of rough in the blue team spot because on one hand you want to get this cap and you want to get the clock down, but you just got to go for the force. You got to make sure this Uber is out of the equation for Zilly. So low guy playing, you got to play passive enough to not die, but aggressive enough to heal your teammates. So I think we might see a pause here. There's no halftime, so I guess, you can tack or maybe someone's internet died or something, but only time will tell.
Yeah, it looks like a classic situation in the world of Team Fortress, especially the later at night you go, right?
True.
The higher chance for shenanigans. Yeah. This has been a tight round though. Tough to say how it might go. It does sort of feel like in some ways maybe Habib's team is figuring this map out, getting their rhythm. But obviously, just got to see it played out. They're in a situation right now they will be forcing this Zilly counter Uber, but Jay and company pushing out of that house are going to be in a pretty good position for it.
Yeah, it's looking like right now Jay's team wants to go through backdoor and just kind of not immediately pop out through the side of the point. So they're playing a little bit more slow. It might actually allow Habib's team to actually get this cap in their favor. But, on one hand, good cap time. But on the other hand, if a scrappy fight happens and they Uber, which is the point, but if a lot of people die, then all of a sudden you've extended your respawns by so much more and they just recap anyway. You gain 15 seconds of cap time, maybe max. So we'll have to see how the things transpire. They really got to do the best they can. It's hard to fight on all fronts because on one hand it's like, oh, let's get the force out of Zilly, and then on the other hand you're like, oh well, let's get really aggressive and kill these flank players that are nowhere near Zilly at all. Let's go for Howard or Tresh because they can't get buffed or helped very easily compared to anyone else. And then the other hand, there's also the aspect of once this Uber comes out, I just want to live if we get this cap. So we'll have to see how things transpire.
And once again, thanks for joining us tonight. Big shout out to Banny and RESUP.gg for organizing it as we are live. Of course, as I'm starting to plug. As soon as they start the plug, they go live on us, which, I should have started earlier, I guess, is the lesson. But right now, yeah, Jay's team having a little bit of trouble. Eric does get cleaned up here, though. There goes bot mode.
Yep, and Habib killing Bot Mode and Zilly at the tail end there. They found a lot of success. I think going backdoor might have bit them at the end of the day. It seemed like they're in a pretty good spot to be able to maybe like get some sort of Uber going and like find some kills, but I guess too many people died too early on, and blue team's gonna be able to not only retake the point, but with minimal casualties. I think it was just Eric. Killing Howard's definitely gonna be very beneficial for the long term of holding on to this point. They got a lot of I mean, they're already in the lead, actually, when it comes to the clap time, so this is even better for them, trying to hold down and bunker down. But, you know, red team pushing forward, Tresh going in, low guy dropped very low, some SAM rockets, but not quite enough to make him fall.
Yeah, he got separated from high five. It looked like he wanted to charge forward with high five there and pop on the point. Donovan flying around right now, and we'll get some damage on Eric. Eric's surviving, though. We'll be able to retreat back and get the health back. No overcharge being used to block the point capture. I think they might just go for a recap attempt instead, as Soapy Meister calling for an arrow behind, gets it, and looks like with Zilly just 20% away from a charge, his team will be looking to attack in here soon.
Yep, Jay will barely escape there. It looked like he was almost going to rush forward and like try to trade for someone as they were capping, but decided not. He's sitting on a sticky trap. It does eventually die. Habib gets that debt off, so one scout down. Going to be hard to go ahead and recap this point. And Zingo with the drop,
No.
just bombing in straight onto Zilly. I think that was just sync spam or something. He just immediately fell, and the rest of them start to fall like dominoes as well. It's just Donovan who's really not in a position to really do anything. He's on his own side of the map, and you know, it's going to be a bit before they can really do too much here. Under 30 seconds for Team Habib as they own the caps, and with an Uber ad to work with, this is looking very rough for the side of Team J for this round. They really have to pull a miracle.
Yeah, Zilly called the GG already a little bit ago. Feeling rough on this push in as the clock counting down. Tresh getting thrashed in the air, and counter Uber coming out here to shove the red players away to secure this point and secure this round. 2-1 now for Habib's team. Strong round there, and Zilly getting dropped by the double bomb. Soapy Meister and Dingo coming in at the same time.
Yeah, it was very, very huge. Can definitely make or break the round with just a single drop on Koth, because it eats so much time, especially from these bunker plays have been relatively successful for the most part, at least historically for clear cuts. So we'll have to see how this mid transpires and who's able to set the pace here. Once again, actually, we're starting to see some more aggressive bombs happening a little bit faster, trying to melt their way over, and going to see Zilly and Habib immediately fall. The rest are falling as well, as it's just 3v3 left alive for either team. The marker gardener coming out from Soapy at the tail end of things to make sure the bot mode is collected, and it's just Tresh left alive for the red team, who will eventually fall to Dingo, getting the last 2 kills of the mid. So overall, a little bit scrappy, a lot of deaths on both sides, many important classes, but the 2 remaining survivors from the side of the blue team will guarantee their mid victory.
Yeah, and right now already, Jay and company trying to fight forward. Jay on the point, Donovan fighting from the shed, but Jay getting kind of thrown around. Lol guy even going for a speculative arrow on him. But red team is being able to get a good amount of capture time here. Jay wrapping around the tower, gets a kill on Eric. Bot mode is down though for red. However, still able to get the time forward. Waiting for spawners. Oh no, he accidentally capped it. Medic was trying to jump around the point and not capture it. Ended up capturing it and pushing back one of his spawners. And the player's actually laughing about it in chat.
Yeah, extend their spawns at least a little bit. But, I mean, it'll recap and then it'll get shortened down, so I guess at the end of the day, it's not too bad. You get 4 seconds. That's something. It's not a lot, but every little bit counts, I suppose, considering you get closer and closer to overtime. But this ad for the side of the red team, definitely have to go for some sort of sack here. Little guy bunkering up once again. Stickies are at one door, Pocket Soldier at the other. Starting to open up through the floodgates. Bay and Tresh are opening themselves up to try to rush through. Bomb Mode getting an air shot into Soapy Meister, but so far, they're not really getting much more than Soapy. Bomb Mode eventually falling, and Howard and Zilly will escape and run away. So overall, the sacking endeavor does not lead to anything fruitful for the side of the red team. And the blue team, Habib's team, holding on pretty strong here. Got a positional advantage, got the Uber to work with, and Zilly's team's going to have to go for a pretty sick exchange if they want to put themselves deeper into the clock.
Yeah, they just played that really well in terms of their positioning. Able to kind of like set themselves up to be able to, you know, defend and spread out. Right now, also able to put a lot of damage on bot mode as he's trying to come in the door.
Well, starting their approach at least a little bit. Getting some cap time. Bomb coming from Soapy. He's trying to work his way behind.
Nice.
Get some damage onto Tresh. Uber exchange eventually comes out, starting to be the tail end of it. As seems like in the back lines outside of the Uber, it's just the red team falling from the flank plays that are happening. And just Jay, Zilly, and Donovan left alive. Jay will be a martyr here, dying to the rest of the team can't escape. Soapy is getting a little bit of interest. Same with Eric trying to push forward a bit, but they're probably not going to find too much. So at the end of the day, the flank plays from Habib's team is definitely being very, very huge. They have a very big lead when it comes to the time, and you know, Jay's team got a mountain to climb up here if they want to win this.
Yeah, really great movement from Soapy. And right now, bot mode trying to charge out a Saw. Zilly kind of tucked in right behind the house there, but Jay's already gone down. And well, Dingo looking for maybe an arrow, but we'll just end up pressuring the combo back. Zilly's got pressure on him. Good dodges though. Let's stay alive for a little bit there.
Donovan almost went for a pretty sick play flanking around, but was not able to live long enough to see it happen. See the blue team very aggressive in the other team's house. The Uber will eventually come out, taking Zilly and Co by surprise. Bottom will fall next. The rest of the team scatters around inside each other's bunkers, pretty much where they're pretty much residing. Not too much cap time, only a little bit. Jay will eventually fall. The rest of them come out of the woodwork to try to claim as many blue players as they possibly can, but it'll mostly be a high five show on an 11 kill streak, making sure that they collect this third round.
Yeah, really great rotations from Lol Guy all around there. Towards the end of that map or that round, when he was just getting pressured, ducking and weaving, keeping things open so well that basically, you know, Zilly had to overstretch, and you know, Donovan Trash can't find him, able to get the kills. Jay switching up to Soldier right now, actually. So looks like his team making some adjustments here as they're trying to stay basically relevant as they are facing match point.
Yep, it's all down to the white here. Bot mode immediately melting. Gonna give up Soapy for it, but you'll take a Soldier for a demo any day of the week, or vice versa, a demo for a Soldier. Gonna lose 2 though for their endeavors, and Dingo falling as well means that it probably bit off a bit more than they can chew as High Five falls as well. Just Habib left alive. Low Guy barely escaping to spawn. Might not actually live depending on how the meat shots go for Howard, but will reset bind and get out of there, and Howard will die chasing a little bit too far there. So seems like the switch has worked out for now. The Soapy going for the Mark Garner will not find the mark damage onto Zilly, backing up at least a little bit as the rest of the blue team is actually taking a lot of damage trying to work their way up the slope. But so far things have stabilized at least a little bit, and both teams getting their Ubers. Gonna have blue team approach the point once again and might see some sort of Uber exchange or forced happen.
Yeah, Jay trying to go big over the top there. Does get cleaned up though by Eric, and Uber charges being exchanged here. Pretty much even count on them. One of the soldiers for Red, Donovan on top of the shed. He's jumping forward, but Soapy going to be elusive jumping away. Dingo also on the shed spamming down. Looks like Habib and company going to be able to control the turf here, get out and take the recap. They put some damage on bot mode, trying to maybe finish him. That's Soapy actually wrapping all the way behind here. Control from Saw as just blue players everywhere. And they're cleaning up right now.
Yep, only a couple left alive for the side of the red team, trying to scrap their way through and maybe get a consolation kill, if anything, despite losing, despite overall. The scout really did Tresh able to get Eric, which is something. So it's, you know, a trade beneficial when you don't own the point. Respawn a little bit faster can help your try number 2. But that try number 2 is going to be, once again, trying to break into the bunker area where Low Guy is sitting with full Uber at, which so far they've been pretty successful at, you know, hiding and playing defensively successfully, and then using the Uber at the right moment to collect a lot of kills. So we'll see how this kind of transpires. They blasted some stickies a little bit away. The red team is starting to get on the point. Uber eventually comes out, but jumping forward, trying to collect at least something from the enemy team. Getting, oh my god, the pipe onto Zilly. That is the person they needed to kill, and Habib's able to find him, but the collapse from the red team. Wall Guy caught in no man's land. He will eventually die to Howard. He's able to collect 2, so good on him. So, I mean, at the end of the day, even if you lose Zilly there, the main thing is you want that Uber out of the equation. You don't want to be in a disadvantageous situation. So at least they got that. At least the red team will respawn faster because they don't own the point. But the clock time, at the end of the day, you definitely want to get as much as possible as well. So blue team might not be too disgruntled after that either.
No, it definitely felt like a bit of a moral victory for them. You know, even though that, you know, by some metrics it wasn't great, you know, there was just some aspects of that fight that felt were like sort of twisting the knife into Jay's team here as they've kind of been struggling on clear cut. The clock in favor of Habib's team. They're surging forward, trying to put the pressure on Chang, who's only got 60%. And Zilly going down there, Eric getting the finish there.
Howard dying go high as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the market garden from Jay. That's why you put Jay on Soldier. That's the true X factor.
the signature spoon coming in from Jay, and that'll certainly help to maybe possibly make this round a little bit closer, make this map a little bit closer.
Definitely will put in work for their team in the long run if they're able to pull off those kinds of plays. But no, blue team's on the chase, trying to get Tresh, who is currently behind. He's just sitting on a pack, hoping it respawns, but it's kind of tying up the blue team a little bit from being able to push too much. But I mean, they're waiting for respawners anyway, so they're probably not too unhappy about it. Tresh overall dying, gonna be down a person. Red team in this hole as the dry fight begins to pursue. Jay bombing forward, damage on the low guy after 29 HP will eventually get cleaned up, but there is no follow-up really. Howard rushing forward, unable to really get deep enough to find the little guy. At the end of the day, losing 2 and being oh my god, Soapy. That was from downtown. He nailed that from so far away, and that is exactly the kill you need to make sure that this round is going to be easy for your team to net.
Yeah, I mean, that was certainly a bit of revenge. You know, whatever Jay can do, I can do better. But Soapy was trying to say there.
Yep, time's starting to even out a little bit. Only a couple more seconds to go until we are reaching the point of no return under 60 seconds. Although, you know, it's a situation of the red team. They gotta, it's a struggle. They gotta go for the sack move. They gotta get the force out of low guy. They gotta get something for them, get some kills. They're able to get one onto Eric. Maybe one more, not quite. Really only finding one. It's not exactly what you want out of your sack. You want, you know, at least a couple kills so you can respawn faster and do something with it, or get the force, which is what you're really gunning for. And the fact that they're not really finding a whole lot of success very consistently in getting these sacks. The defense is a little bit too strong for them right now. So very, very beneficial for the side of the blue team, long term.
Yeah, Soapy, a cute little hiding spot. He's actually going to get spotted. We'll be able to retreat without going down, however, as the push starting to come in here. Ubercharge ready to go here. Tresh has gone down though, dropped. As Zilly pops around the corner, can't find Howard. He's standing still in depression as he knows that with the flop of that Ubercharge, that's probably going to be it. Teammates, the combat classes throwing themselves forward, trying to change reality. But unfortunately, the last couple seconds going to tick down here. And it seems like Team Habib battling through the lower bracket, eliminating every single team to take the championship trophy here. Huge congratulations to them.
Yeah, they did a good job. They had some nail biter games. They had some more dominant showings, but at the end of the day, they fought hard for their victory. So hats off to them. They're the victors of the Draft-O-Matic Cup. Snakewater is not needed to be played as a tiebreaker map as they won the BO3 in their 2 maps. So congrats to them.
Yeah, really well played. You know, just kind of keeping their heads down, grinding, getting into the zone, and you know, starting to groove as a team, and that's what it comes down to. That's what's most important. And at the end of the day, yeah, they're gonna take home the prize, the gold medal. A little bit of cash thrown together. Big shout out to RESUP.gg and Banny for putting this together, for hosting us on the stream as well. Dolphin running production all night tonight has been fantastic, and been lovely joining you as well, Jarrett. Been a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not over quite yet. We do have some people funneling in. Like we have Habib here. We got some other people moving in. Erickson. I think we got most of the team pretty much moved in. Got to unmute them all to get things ready to go. Go ahead and say hello guys. How's it going?
Yo, let's go. Eric is back.
I'm back, bro. I'm back. I like this team. This team's nice.
Lol guy and Habib undefeated.
I mean, we lost.
Oh yeah, we lost the rocket.
We did lose.
You almost lost to us, but
we were
absolutely
for fun, bro.
not.
That was a Mickey Mouse.
That was for fun.
For the fans.
For the fans.
We had to cancel. We had to cancel fun. Wait, move balls in.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So yeah, let's get high five.
Is that balls?
Yeah, whole squad. No.
Yo.
It's all right.
Balls.
Well, congrats guys, taking that first place after a lower bracket comeback. Impressive stuff.
Sounds familiar.
I've never seen anything like it, to be honest. Habib, team captain. Got any words for the stream? Anything you want to say about your team?
I'm just so proud, man. I knew we could do it, and we had fun. It was so fun. We had to stop having fun.
It was for fun.
It was for fun.
That's excellent to hear. We're gonna do a little bit of a team interview here. I'll let Eckstein and Jarrett give you guys some questions. But before we get into that, I just want to say thanks to everyone who watched the grand finals here tonight. This was our first event as a part of the new RESUP initiative. LAN is going to be the next big one. Be sure to check out the newly launched RESUP merch shop, shop.resup.gg. Check out the crowdfunding donation campaign we're running as well. Get a signed mousepad with some of the people in here that are going to LAN's signatures on it, as well as an unusual hat to raise the stakes even higher. This was a 1K tournament. Let's try and raise the stakes for the LAN even higher so that it's even more exciting and fun. But yeah, thanks again, everyone, for coming out. I'll do some shout outs at the end, but for now, Eckstein and Jarrett, take it away for an interview with these guys.
I guess the first question. Let's go all the way back to the beginning for Habib. You're drafting your team. You figure out what's the best combination. Anything coming to mind as you're picking everyone, or did you just kind of just go through
strategy
emotions?
was I needed to create a very powerful combo. What better than to get champion law guy? Okay, beast of all beasts, high five. Rounding it out with wildcard Soapy, solidifying foundation Dingo, and Eric almost getting snubbed by everybody. I had to get my boy.
Yo, let me say
Well,
something.
first of all, let's talk about that. Yeah,
Hey,
Eric, take it away. Take it away, Eric.
disrespect, bro.
What was that
I
about?
was like, I check in at 10 p.m. I still haven't been picked yet. You're fucking me. Hey, this tourney was a revenge game, bro.
Hey,
I'm
I
still
would
not
have
coming back,
picked
though.
you if I knew
Yeah.
Patty wasn't going to show up.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no joke.
Rio carried you anyway, so it didn't really matter.
I'm dead.
Rear dick
Listen,
carry.
did-
my
did
my theory
okay
is
there.
the longer Eric goes without playing TF2, the harder he destroys. It's the negative. It's the reverse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
happy for you, Habib. You and Eric, my boys, so that's good. I mean, Jay also, he's a teammate. So either way, I'm happy that you guys won, but it's nice to see you, Habib, win, and hopefully those funds aren't going to go to illicit activities.
No. We're building assets and equity, baby.
Didn't you hear Fun got canceled?
Yeah, we canceled fun. We had to cancel fun for like the matches, but fun,
maybe
fun has
fun
been
will
resumed.
resume.
Fun is resumed.
I see.
Right, balls.
Correct.
I guess this question could be for anyone. I mean, you had a lot of hard matches, and there definitely some stuff.
No.
Probably.
they're all easy.
They were
I
all.
wanna interrupt
they
you
were-
right now.
All right.
Chemistry
They were
games.
all really easy matches, and you
They were.
The
decided.
first match
to-
was a warm-up game.
They
Yeah,
were, and
and-
let me tell you this.
and they were charity
Laz was
rounds
crying.
for sure.
Laz was crying to me that he needed a win, and I was like, you know what, man, okay. And so I gave him a win because I felt bad. It was actually a team bonding exercise, the Banny match. I wanted to see how hard I could throw and still win.
That's some funny shit.
I guess the
And then-
question is,
And I
as,
just decided to roll after that,
as things progressed, how did you feel about did the charity rounds affect any of your later games where you changed
No.
up anything?
Absolutely not. Those were all for fun rounds.
Actually, they did change the way in that it made us play better.
Oh, I see. So the more charity rounds you gave
learned-
away,
We learned and we grew as a group.
the spirit of giving.
And this team will be with me forever.
Yeah, it's in the spirit. Good job, guys.
Amen, brother.
We're
I
not
got spent
Team
by
Habib, though.
creator
What's our,
again.
what's our team name, by the way? We're not Team Habib. That's ugly.
Our team name?
Yeah, what was it again? We talked about it on process. Or something.
Balls.
Balls.
High five.
Okay, that's way better.
High five. What was it again? I don't remember.
It's a
If you know, you know.
yeah,
If you know, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
If you know, you know.
that's it.
You got any
Yes.
questions next time?
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering for Habib, do you think that's we got so many great players in this draft tournament. Do you think that being in that lower bracket and just like playing all the way through like really helped you guys just get in the zone and just crush those kids in the grand final?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's
yeah,
warm up.
We,
I like
it
the
was
way
just
you
warm
said
up.
that.
Yeah, we just we lost on purpose so we can get more play time actually, and then we just
Yeah, I mean,
lower
that's smart.
bracket
Smart.
bracket final was the scrim for the grand final. Easy.
What felt better, getting revenge in the lower bracket finals, or making sure that Banny was in last place or
Oh,
winning the grand
yeah.
finals.
Oh yeah.
Because those are all like pretty good milestones.
I think we'll take them all honestly.
I think the
We'll take
best
whatever we can
milestone
I mean,
was
yeah,
me
fair.
getting to play with High Five.
Nice,
Oh,
nice, love it.
yeah.
How
feel the
adorable.
same way.
It's the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I got to play my creator. Little guy.
That's
Alright,
crazy.
Let's talk about
Hey.
the timer plugin. That's something. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
some people have like pugged around with it, but those are like scenarios where you didn't really like care if you win or lose, whatever. But here, you're trying to win. You want that prize that you got land expenses and stuff. So
Definitely.
when the environment's a little more serious after you guys have played today, you got any thoughts so far about the plugins, either the time limit round one or like the match limit one, or do you think you would still need to play more before you developed an opinion about it?
I on some maps it's good,
Yeah, it's pretty good, I would say.
There
but
was one
on other
time
maps
where
I think it's kind of bad.
the 3-minute round timer actually like screwed us over. Like, and it didn't feel
Oh.
like it was just like us, anyone like trying to run out the
It was
clock.
on Reckoner.
It
yeah,
was
it was just a natural thing. Like natural events were occurring, and then the round just
Yeah.
like ended.
yeah.
I think situations like that, yeah, they kind of do happen, especially if medics are like dying in like transitions and crazy fights. So it's not just like leapfrog Ubers that lead to caps.
Hmm.
So one thing that people might need to start thinking about is like starting weird back caps to like get cap time to extend the fight, things like that.
Well, I
But,
think it
yeah.
happened to us like when they were holding last with a gun, so it wasn't even like really an option. They were just kind of like
Mm.
I don't know. And then I don't perfectly recall the situation. I think they were like pushing out and something was happening. I don't remember.
Yeah, definitely. If there's like a last hold, you need to, I think, make attempts into last fast. Because in our match, I think we had like 2 resets against the J team, and it's because they like waited for 2 minutes before their first like sack or anything, and they were running sniper a lot. So I think a lot of those like slower approaches sometimes can backfire too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I think it
it's
has
interesting.
more to do with the map. I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like on some maps it's like pretty flawless, but on other maps, I don't know. Maybe it's just because we don't know how to play Reckoner, but like on Reckoner, I feel like it was screwing us over a lot.
How did it even end on Reckoner? Was that a wild card?
We were trying to forehead Laz.
games.
Laz is also
Laz
just
out
a
stream
burned
forehead.
us.
sniping.
Laz
Laz
was
was
stream
stream
sniping, high key.
Really?
You should get banned.
We streamed without a delay.
These guys were saying let's ban Reckoner. I said let them ban it, and then Laz fucking tuned into the stream and he picked Reckoner.
Yeah,
Laz is
theoretically.
trolling.
Wow.
Swear, he's trolling.
Let's got 3rd place.
Let's dig at 3rd place.
Well, let's be fair. Laz and my team both had to use backups, so hopefully someday
Just
He'll get
picked
to
up
play at full
unreliable players.
What?
Laz had upgrades.
Laz had upgrades.
So did you, baby.
Rocket King was an upgrade. over
They had
Rocket
Rocky
Jake.
King, dude. Rocky King
Over
diffed
Cookie
low
Jake.
The
guy.
first game,
Yeah.
Ben diffed low guy. dead
Stop,
ass.
man.
He just doesn't go to mid. How can he die if he doesn't go to mid?
Jimmy.
We actually have Jimmy Mumble right now if you want to interview him.
Yeah, he's trying to talk.
I'll mute
Yeah,
Chang.
mute Jimmy.
Do I dare?
Yeah,
Yes.
do it.
No,
wonder
no,
what he has
no,
to
no,
say.
no, no.
Do it.
We'll
Those
keep it
loser
to the
interviews too
participants.
depressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zilly's gonna bring the energy down if we let him speak. It's way too depressed right now.
Wait, that's 2nd place. What the fuck? Yeah.
Okay. Any
It's a
other
good question.
questions, guys? Eckstein, Jarrett.
No, I think we're good here.
Yeah, that's it. I think like lol guy. What was your favorite arrow kill of the night? Because you had plenty.
Killing Jimmy.
Yeah, did you
The
snipe
dorp.
Jimmy on process?
Killing Jimmy.
You sniped
had
somebody on
to.
process.
Yeah, I killed Jimmy.
Love it.
It was awesome.
My shooter gonna shoot.
Hit it.
Cool. Well, sounds good. I think overall this event was a huge success. It came together pretty quickly, but I'm really impressed by how it went from the staff side of things to the player side of things. Everyone really contributed to make this go well. So thank you guys very much. I'd like to give a few more shout outs and then I'll let you guys give yours. So off the top, shout out to FX. He sponsored the initial prize pool for this, putting 1K up. Also, shout out to Gaye, who contributed an additional amount to the first place, bumping your guys' prize up even more. Also, shout out to the production team that we had here, the admins. Virgil helped me set things up. Reno was adminning during the tournament. Dolphin running the production. Rouse had graphics. Jarrett, TC Mono, Xtine, and Witness all helped with casting here. And it was all a lot of great content for you guys, hopefully. Another mention of the upcoming LAN event. That's the next RESUP event. We got a lot of these guys here in the channel coming to that LAN. They're going to be competing. If you want to compete in the tournament, LAN passes are still available until February 1st, so make sure you've signed up. I know there's a few stragglers out there, including your team, High Five, so please get that figured out. Yeah.
Pointing fingers.
Important. Well, I want to see him play at LAN,
When do we have to do that by?
By February 1st.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just another friendly reminder before I get unfriendly. But spectator passes will remain available, so anyone who's looking to come by the event, watch in person, meet some of your favorite players, and just have a great time, pick up a spectator pass to see the LAN in person. If you want to help support the LAN, we launched the crowdfunding campaign today. You can go to donate.resup.gg for direct cash donations, and also shop.resup.gg to purchase some merch, including a limited edition commemorative Fullerton LAN design. All the funds going towards these events for prize pool, sustainability, etc. And that's about it for me. I'd like to know from the community, your feedback and all that, what kind of events you'd like to see next. How could we improve? Because we're just getting started. So thank you guys again, and I'll pass it off to, I guess, Jarrett at the top for the next shoutouts.
Yep, it's probably time for the shoutouts for the rest of the guys. Once again, congratulations for your victory. You got any last minute shouts before we go ahead and close out the stream, starting with Eric going all the way down to Soapy?
Yeah, I'll shout out Rocket God. That's
Anything from you, Habib? If Habib's even here, he's probably off.
Smoking that victory pack.
Any shoutouts before we close out the stream?
Yo, my bad. What the heck? I completely zoned out. Yo, shoutouts to you guys killing the production as usual. Shoutouts to my team, my big mix team. Y'all, I know y'all tired. Log I did 10 hours. Tops on TF2 does another 5 hours. My God. Soapy, good job, dude.
That's it.
Yeah, dude. Shoutouts to Soapy, dude. Thanks for showing up, dude. You did it.
Yeah, why
What
did
the
we have to
fuck?
carry this guy? I was so
What, me?
shocked. Hey,
How am I getting
I was
carried? I'm
shocked.
making miracles.
I was shocked to see him
Speaking
on
of
my team. I'll
miracles.
just say that.
Eric, what? You are so fake.
Shout out
Be
to
at the
Dingo. He
bottom of
couldn't
the
make it into the Mumble.
'cause
Eric,
he's the
you're so
anchor.
fake. You guys are so fake.
Anchor.
You guys are fake, man. Whatever.
Shout out to Junie.
That's a
Yeah,
joke.
shout out to
Shout out
Junie.
to Junie.
I'll
Shout
shout
out
out
to
to Junie
Junie.
too. This guy popped off. It was the
Yeah,
Junie
Junie
show
actually
in
popped
Grand
up
Finals.
when we needed him most. He came.
He was in the mud and out the mud the same night.
For real,
It was
for real.
crazy.
True.
And
Shout
yeah,
out
you're in my
SX.
pentagram.
Shout out
You're in my
Benny.
pentagram
Fourth
now.
place.
Please.
Any
Alright,
other shoutouts from you guys?
High five.
What? I threw mine out there. Junie,
Okay.
Soapy, Rocket. Mwah. That's all.
Okay.
Eric, do we got a Winter Olympics coming up here?
Nah, fuck that.
Shit.
Hey, maybe there'll
Unfortunate.
be a RESUP Olympics hosted by
Okay.
Eric.
I'm dead.
We'll sponsor you.
I might have to do a summoning jutsu to resurrect Eric.
Any other shoutouts from you, Logai?
No.
Soapy?
Yeah, I got a few. Shout out to Drifta, Maxi, Krung.
Oh
Shout out
my
to
God.
G6. Shout out to MCM. Shout out to Low Guy and Caps.
Shut up.
Yeah, you're
Oh.
pissed. That's all.
And what about
Dude.
you, X-Time? You got any shoutouts before we close out the stream?
Yeah. Shout out to Banny for sure for putting us on. Shout out to Dolphin for production. Shout out to Jarrett for hosting with me. Shout out to all those casters out there grinding. Also, a quick shout out to my Instagram account. I've been making hella ramen, so give me a follow there and check out the ramen pictures because yeah, shit's about to pop off.
And definitely
Go.
shout out to all the viewers that stayed and hung around and watched with our production. If you want to watch more TF2 action, there's always the LAN that's happening in mid-February, as well as the next season that's on its way in about a week or so, give or take. So it's definitely going to be a lot of TF2 action starting up here in the next coming weeks, and I'm definitely here and excited for it. But for tonight, that's pretty much going to be here from us. I've been Jarrett casting with Xtime and previously TC Mono, Dolphin on production. Thank you and good night.
Bye.